Can you hear the TV?
Hey everybody. Hey Vinny, how you doing?
How you doing, Zennie? Are you ready for the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I cannot hear your TV. Thank you for asking. I can hear yours. I can hear this one. Let me turn it down a little bit, but the whole point is to be able to hear it. I think. So anyway, so Vinny, who's gonna win?
I'm picking the Cincinnati Bengals to defeat the Los Angeles Rams by a score of 34-31.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I am going to. I don't have really a dog in the hunt at all, but I will say that I believe the Bengals are going to beat the Rams and maybe even blow them out. I don't have a score, but if I were to bet on this, the score would be 35-20.
35-20. Okay, that sounds like a decent
35 Rams 20. That's it, definitely. So, Vinny, tell us about your favorite team and why you think they're not here.
My favorite team growing up has always been the New York Giants. Well, they're not here mostly because they were one of the worst teams in the league. Their offensive line has been atrocious. I believe their MVP all season was actually Graham Gano, their kicker. He's a clutch every single time. Their defense was getting better in some areas. However, Daniel Jones, we didn't really see much progression, and Joe Judge lost the locker room. Dave Gettleman, he was out. He retired. And Joe Judge, a day after Black Monday, was also ousted. So now they have Brian Daboll as their new head coach, and we'll see where it goes from there.
So what do New York Giants fans think about Brian Daboll?
They really love the hire of Brian Daboll, especially with how he's been able to make Josh Allen to one of the league's very best quarterbacks, and also that Bills offense in the last few years under head coach Sean McDermott has been, one of the better offensive units in football. So they're very, very excited for Brian Daboll to come to New York.
Now they lost their defensive coordinator at Oakland. Mm-hmm. Have they replaced him?
It's going to be very difficult to replace him. Don't worry. I sometimes say it myself. Like it's like when the Rams when they went back to Los Angeles. I was so used to calling them the St. Louis Rams.
You can take the Raiders out of Oakland, but you can't take Oakland out of the Raiders.
Never. It's still pretty crazy. Like no offense to the Rams, but it says a lot about the Raiders how their imprint, despite being in Los Angeles for not even like 15 seasons, their imprint has prolongated with Los Angeles more than the 50-plus years that the Rams have associated themselves as a Los Angeles team, which is both very impressive for the Raiders' standpoint, but also pretty sad for the Rams, considering how, like the Raiders, they've had a long history of trailblazing. Of course, they signed Kenny Washington and Woody Strode, the first two black players since they banned Ray Kemp and Joe Lillard. So that was pretty big itself.
We knew Woody Strode.
But you knew Woody Strode.
Yeah, Woody Strode was a friend, my mom's friend when I was a teenager in the Bay Area. They lived in Marin, and Mr. Strode was a great guy, awesome guy. So that's my contribution to history.
Amazing. Woody Strode, he was actually the reason why, in Toy Story, he's the reason why Tom Hanks' character, Woody, he's named after Woody Strode.
I would not have put that together.
Because he was in some Westerns, that's why.
So it's like a tribute to Woody Strode.
Yeah, just like how, Buzz Lightyear was a tribute to Buzz Aldrin.
Right, that part I got, yeah. The Woody, I haven't read about the I love Toy Story. Tom Hanks, Skyline High grad, 6 years ahead of me. So that'd be fun to get him on the show.
That's right. You're both from the Bay. That's right. You're both from the Bay Area. I know that in 2020, when all they had the cardboard cutouts, the A's had Tom Hanks as the hot dog vendor, actually, as a cardboard cutout.
Tom Hanks is a 1974 graduate of Skyline.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 1980 graduate. You know FX Networks?
Yes, I do know FX.
Do you know who the chairman is?
No, I think I might have seen him. The name escapes me, though.
His name is John Landgraf. And John Landgraf is also a class of 80 grad with me. And John had a huge beard, and he got all the girls, which made me really jealous because I was a nerd.
Hey, that's fine.
But I was nice, so.
Anyway, John Landgraf, yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, I'm trying to think of other famous Skyliners. Wow. Otis Brown, who played for the St. Louis Cardinals. Gary Payton, of course, in basketball.
Definitely.
Another one. We have a lot of famous people out.
Greatest defensive point guard ever, Gary Payton.
Yeah, Mr. Payton. And so anyway, there you go. Where'd you go to high school, Vinny? And congratulations on graduating again.
Graduated from St. John the Baptist back in 2017. And, of course, graduated from Hofstra University back in December a couple months ago. It feels even weird to say, like, February, I'm so used to, like, getting ready for school tomorrow, but don't have to deal with that. It almost feels. How does
that feel for you? Because I remember having dreams that I was going to miss my final exam. That was a constant dream. And I never did, but that was the dream that I had. You ever have dreams like that?
I kind of did, especially when I've been in a household where both of your parents have been teachers for the last 3 decades. So I've always had that mentality of, going to school, and going to, college. And now that's completely over, it almost feels like a void has been kind of opened up. And I'm trying to find, other opportunities besides just here and not in the Hall of Fame and around the Block Network, which I also just signed to, like all these other places as well. And it almost feels like, I'm an adult, but at the same time I'm in that weird section where I am a legal adult. I'm 22, but I'm still in my parents' house. I'm still, trying to search for, other opportunities as well. It feels very surreal. I'm not going to lie. It almost doesn't even feel reality, but, I've had those thoughts of like, getting ready for class or whatnot, or me being in my dorm room, but those don't exist. And I'm in the comfort of my own home that I've been the last 22 years of my life. And while everyone's at school, I get to sleep for another few hours.
By the way, how's your dad doing?
My dad's doing fine. It's been doing fine for him. My brother, he's also been doing fine. He's been with I don't know if he's actually going to be going to help me in the Super Bowl here. He's going to be with his girlfriend. He's been dating her for the last 10 months. Yeah, he's into a lot of that stuff as well. I'm kind of not. I can both be very extroverted, but also at the same time very introverted as well.
So they're on the path to marriage.
Potentially. I don't know. It comes down to. Wait, 1 second. My brother's calling.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Chris.
Anyway, while he's doing that, I'm going to show you the injury report right here, which we happen to have. This is the injury report. Hey, Vinny, this is the injury report.
No, Mike Daniels isn't participating. That was actually my dad. It went onto my brother's phone for some reason, but he's basically saying like, "Hey, just get the ribs and the wings out of the oven," and unfortunately, I did.
All right.
I was actually thinking about, before I was actually thinking about making some dishes based on Los Angeles and Cincinnati, like, the Skyline chili or like some barbacoa. But I decided to punt on it and just like, I wouldn't have enough time. So maybe next year I'll do like, dishes inspired by the cities.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me bring our Dave Compton in. Hey, Dave. Dave is one of our great donor investors. So, hey, Dave. I'm writing, hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. come in. And let me do that, and then let me hook that stream. What's going on there? StreamYard. All right, hold on a second. Bill Carroll's having a bit of a crisis getting in.
I sent him the link.
Oh, try it. Okay, I was saying try it. Come in because what you sent him is working for you, right?
Yeah, it's working for me fine.
Yeah. Hey, here is the Super Bowl injury report. I'm trying to enlarge it so that people can see it, but I'm going to read it. This is from Friday. So this is pretty much the final, almost final. Well, there you go. And I can't wait to see the Super Bowl commercials. I know they're out already. I haven't seen them. Have you?
I've made sure I avoided all sports. The closest thing is that the New York Post just listed all the commercials of what time they'll be. But even then, I did not absorb it in, so I'm going in with basically a fresh slate. Though what did catch my mind is that apparently Gerard Mayo is going to be in a Hellman's commercial. So,
All right, so here's the injury report from Friday, folks. The Rams versus the Bengals. The Rams did not practice on Wednesday. So the practice report is what's called an estimation. There's no players listed with status. Tyler Higbee and Joseph Noteboom, tight end and tackle respectively, didn't participate in practice due to a knee and a chest respectively on Wednesday. And then Thursday, Tyler Higbee had a knee problem and didn't participate. Limited participation in practice Wednesday was running back Cam Akers with a shoulder issue, and then wide receiver Van Jefferson with a knee issue. Then Thursday, it was tackle Joseph Noteboom, chest problem. Full participation in practice from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for cornerback Grant Haley, Jalen Ramsey. Both had a quadriceps and a shoulder problem. Taylor Rapp had a concussion, safety. Christian Rosenboom, the linebacker, elbow problem, and Andrew Whitworth, the NFL Man of the Year, quadricep problem. That was Wednesday. So that remained the case Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for all those players. That was for the Rams. That's the Rams report. We come to the Bengals. Bengals status report. Tight end C.J. Osman-Zah is questionable. Practice report did not participate. Same type person. And then limited participation on Wednesday by guard Jackson Carman. He had a back problem. And then on Thursday, same tight end, Mr. Azuma, limited participation. We had full participation in practice by wide receiver Stanley Morgan. Now, there's a name in history, if you can tell me why. I think next time you just want to have contest games.
Another Stanley Morgan there.
That's right. That's exactly. You got it, Vinny.
Stanley Morgan. Oh, my God. He was so underrated for those Patriots teams. He averaged like 19 yards per catch.
Yeah.
Oh, Sonic 2 trailer.
Yeah. Oh, we're also looking at the food from the Taste of the NFL, which is not better than my mom is the best cook in the world. My mom ought to be down there. But it looks good, and it looks like fun. The Taste of the NFL has this charity event every Super Bowl, and they're bringing turning an innie into an outie, and now they've got people watching. This is at the NFL, the tailgate party. The NFL has a tailgate party during the Super Bowl, which is really a lot of fun. If you've never been to a Super Bowl, I've been to 10 of them. You got to go to the NFL tailgate party. You got to. That's the thing. So my objective is to make sure that at some point in our history over the next 2 or 3 years, you guys get to at least one Super Bowl, which means we got to make a lot of money. But it will happen. And that's the lady from Mom. That's Carla, right? Wow, that's Carla, right? Carla from the Chew. She used to be on the Chew. If you're watching TV, she's got a lot of energy there. So let's see who is. Oh, wait a second! It is the legendary Mr. David. How are you, David? Let's go, David.
Hey, David.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Awesome, man. Great.
Doing good.
Here. You got a mustache now. A mustache?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
You forgot. Is this like a puberty thing?
Oh, come on now, man.
I couldn't resist.
Hey, I just turned 65 last month.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Hey, so what are your thoughts? First of all, thank you for all your support. By the way, and Bill Carroll says he's in. I don't see Bill though. But that's interesting. But Bill, hold on a second. Don't see you. Let's see. Hey, Vinny. Can you do me a favor and resend him the link?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't see him here. So he's somewhere else. So we'll straighten it out. Bill is sending you the right link. There he is. There's Vasu. Hey,
Vasu's coming on.
Vasu. How are you, Vasu?
Hey, Vasu.
Yeah.
Got a party going on there.
That's the idea. That's the idea. Vasu's.
Yes, we are having a party here.
Guys, how are you?
Doing good, Vasu. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Vasu.
Hanging out. Had a little rough start to the year, but everything's okay.
Oh my God, Vasu and Dave. I was saying I want to send you a hat because you wear a special size for sweatshirts that we don't have.
Yeah, like what I have on here. 3X.
Exactly.
3X.
3X is a little difficult to come by in our system here. So yeah. And so let me see. Bill's got some technical difficulties. Let me show him it didn't show something. So, hey, Bill, did you send him that? I mean, Vinny, you sent him the link, right?
Yeah, I sent it to him again.
Yeah.
Bill says it ended 105 to 34.
That's weird. It must be. Let me send him a brand new invitation here. Hold on a second. Straighten out this.
I'm hearing double feedback. How do I?
Oh, double feedback. Let's see. You might be hearing double feedback. It's not from us. I don't believe. If you're hearing double feedback, do you have? Oh, why would you be hearing that? That's. Oh. I don't know what's causing that on your end. Is anyone else getting double feedback?
No,
I'm not getting double feedback for myself.
Well, I don't get it. I'm not getting it now.
Oh, okay, good.
I think it might have been like the area that you were placing your phone.
I have no idea. We're just going to roll forward. We're going to move forward with it. I got Bill here next. And let me go to StreamYard. Let's see what's going on here.
McDonald's might be coming on soon too.
It is.
Hey, I told you I'm not in DHS no more.
Oh, you left?
Yeah, I'm here in Vancouver, Washington.
Oh, you're not. So you're not in California at all. You moved.
Yeah, I moved back to Vancouver, Washington.
Wow. Okay. How's the family doing? How's the missus?
Yeah, they're okay. Everything is fine.
Yeah, right. So
hey, I was sitting out here at the mall, watching the kids on the go-kart.
Uh-huh.
When I saw that you had popped up on my screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was kidding. That was a joke.
No, that's okay.
Let me get. Let me figure out how to get Bill in here, because I've got. Oh, of course. I've got the email that I sent out. which should be the same one. Here. And I'll use that one. And let me see if, let me try opening it. Safari open. And let me see if it's got the same ending. It does. So for some particular, okay, see, I can get it. Wait a minute. I can't get it. Enter studio. Display name Z. Hold on, I'm testing. Oh, I can get it. See, I get it. I don't know why Bill can't get it. It doesn't work for Bill. That's weird. See, same thing on phone, right? All right, so see, I have myself backstage.
But yourself backstage.
I have myself backstage. Ha ha ha. Let me tell. That's funny. That's funny. Let me tell Bill it works.
Defensive lineman, you can win this game for. And how about the Cincinnati defense? I think they're going to need to keep a cap on any of the big plays. Take away Cooper Kupp in the critical situations, red zone and third down, and find a way to stop Odell because he's going to get a good matchup. That's what their defense
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's done.
Time for the picks. Jack Collinsworth is always going to get us going, man. Like 54% of the country is on the Bengals these days. Joe Cool wears stripes and Burrow has been icy in the biggest moments, and he always has those stogies on standby. You know I'm picking the Bengals, right? You like,
it doesn't. Hey. I think Bill's gonna have to try again because I can't seem to get it. Oh, there he is. Oh, he made it. There's Bill.
Yeah, I just had an old link. I thought the link was wrong, and I kept saying, "Can someone send me the link?"
The Uncharted movie looks pretty cool.
Okay, now we're all here. Hey, David, is that you on the radio? Who's got the radio thing going?
What?
David, you have a radio on in your phone?
No, I don't have nothing going on.
Vasu, do you have something on? Or is that Bill? Is that? Let me try something here. Let me see here. That was Vasu. It was Vasu.
Oh, there I am. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It couldn't have been me because when I muted myself, I could still hear it.
Well, that's why I kind of did a quick anyway. Hey, Vasu, you have something on in the background. Can you turn that off? Thank you. Awesome. Okay, now we can talk.
Hey, how's your mother doing?
My mom is here. She's here laughing at us.
Tell her I said hello.
David says hello.
Hi, David.
How you doing?
Fine.
Yeah, my mom is awesome. I love my mom.
Happy Super Bowl day for you guys.
Yeah, happy Super Bowl. Okay, so let's do round robin first, starting with the investor Dave. Out of respect for the amount of money he's put into all this.
Hey, and there's plenty more of that.
Oh, nice! I'm gonna give him some stock, more stock. But the whole point is, hey, Dave, give me a score.
Give you a score.
Yes.
Jeez. You know, I'm gonna go with Cincinnati. I want to see them win. So I'm looking for maybe I don't know, a long shot. 28-7.
28-7 Bengals.
I don't think the Rams is gonna do anything. Kind of a blowout.
Bengals. Says Dave Compton.
You know, why don't I ask my dad? Hey, Dad, who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? What's the score you think?
Hey, Dad.
My dad's predicting a 28-23 Rams win. Hey, Dad, do you want to come and say hi?
Tell Mr. Los Spinoza I said hello. We said hello.
Hey,
Yeah.
Chris, do you want to say hi?
Tell your dad I like him immediately. His prediction is my prediction with one extra point.
On which side? On the Bengals end or the Rams?
No,
end?
I same as him. Didn't he pick the Rams?
He picked the Rams 28-23.
Yeah, so I have him 27-23. So we're almost in lockstep.
28.
That's wrong.
He says that he doesn't think the Bengals are going to stop their rush.
I mean, they're going to have to get the ball out really, really quickly. And once you knew that, you can squat on routes. So at some point, I think Jalen Ramsey picks one and takes it to the house because he knows he can squat on stuff short because they can't hold the ball.
I got to say, I'm loving this Super Bowl uniform matchup, too. It reminds me of the time when the Bengals just had the old Bengals word mark on their helmets and they changed their uniforms. They made the Super Bowl the following year.
Yeah.
And with
my dad called them the varicose pumpkins is what he called their new helmets.
Vasu, what say you? Give me a score.
Hey, guys. I say Rams 31-20.
Vasu. Hey, Vasu, how's the Bay Area?
It's warm. It's in the 80s.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, even by the beach.
Global warming doing its work.
Even by the beach.
I got Vasu right here. It says Rams 31-20. And that brings us to Mr. Carroll. Mr. Carroll, what do you say?
Yeah, 27-23 Rams.
Rams 27.
And I think one of those touchdowns is a defensive touchdown.
Bengals 23.
Actually, Zennie, I'm going to say 31-21 because one of my squares ends in 2.
So what are your squares ends in 2?
Yeah. So I have to have it end in 2 to win the squares. So.
My mom's squares are
they'll still go over.
My mom's squares are pretty decent. My mom has, the Bengals at 7 and the Rams at 0.
Wait. What is this about squares?
In the Super Bowl squares, like
random Super Bowl squares. Yeah.
Is this like
it's gambling for people who don't know how to gamble.
Oh, okay. Then I should know this. Is this like Hollywood squares? I'm actually rather distracted by the host of the Taste of the NFL. But
wow, looking on NBC, America chose the Bengals by 54%, and everyone except for Jack Collinsworth chose the Rams.
Oh, I'm on the NFL.
Well, Jack, of course, chose the Bengals because, of course, of his father.
Yeah.
So I've got.
Boomer Esiason chose them.
I say,
Bengals,
I say Bengals 35, Rams 20. Bengals, I'm writing it down. Bengals 35, Rams 20.
Hey, so what's the prize?
You know what? Right now it's bragging rights.
Bragging rights.
You know what? Yeah, I won't do that this time. I'll save the prize for another time when I have a sponsor and I can give real money. Like $500 or something like that when it's meaningful.
They're giving recognition to the trailblazing four of Bill Willis, Marion Motley, and of course Kenny Washington and Woody Strode, which, as Zennie said, he has met actually back in the day. Woody Strode.
Yeah, we knew him. Not met. We knew him. We knew him.
We knew him.
My mother met Jackie Roosevelt Robinson at her school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a bunch of kids from was it Bancroft? Don't quote me on the name of the school, but got to meet Jackie Robinson.
Oh, okay. So in honor
of there being a bunch of bright young black children, I guess. I mean, I don't know if they did anything besides that. So this is obviously before schools had desegregated, and Jackie Robinson regularly visited schools, and he was a big proponent of education, of obviously an educated man himself, and an Army officer and a person that strongly believed in a lot of things. He was a man of very strong and sometimes controversial principles, and later in his life he did battle against black nationalists. He thought that they were misguided, and some of them called him an Uncle Tom and whatever. He was a lifelong Republican. And it made sense when he became a Republican, but the Republican Party eventually sort of said, yeah, civil rights,
The way that Nixon, the way that Nixon handled it is the big reason why I went to JFK.
Yep. And yeah, it was a struggle for him. And my father, obviously, well, not obviously, but he's a Democrat his whole life, but my mother's family were Republicans, but FDR got my grandmother to switch, and then my grandfather, her father, held out. But he said the one that really tested him was Nixon. Like, he almost left the Republican Party, but because of Nixon. But he said he fought through it, or tried to fight through it. But yeah, people forget that obviously at one point the vast majority of black Republicans And the Republican Party blew it. They had a 28-3 lead, basically, with black voters, and they blew it.
Yeah, forever blew it. Seems like. Hey, on the matter of the game, here's another question I have for everybody. Who will throw for more yards, Joe Burrow or Matt Stafford?
Do you say run for or pass for?
Pass for.
Pass.
I'll be there in a
Burrow.
moment.
Joe
I think
Burrow.
Burrow does because he has to.
Okay,
I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball. So I think he's going to be throwing the ball a lot.
I'm going to take Joe Burrow because I believe, what Bill said. I believe that with the Bengals' inferior offensive line, it's going to be relying on Joe Burrow's arm, just like it's been the rest of the season.
I think the Bengals as a whole rushed for about 78 yards, and I think that a good probably 30 plus of those are Joe Burrow.
Then what are the rest? Joe Mixon?
The rest are a mix of Mixon and one or maybe even Jamar Chase gets a couple of sweeps.
Hey, guys. Okay, so who will? What'd you say, Mom? Higby? Higby.
Who
will what?
He's not playing, but
He's not playing.
Of course, he can't.
Are
He
you
has
sure?
a very severely sprayed MCL. And of course, Uzomah fought his way back from a grade 2 sprain, which means he heals like Wolverine.
Yeah, they placed him on injured reserve, Mom. You know what happened though, Bill? There's a bet app going around. I think Fox Sports sent it out, and they had Tyler Higbee on it. So they
Oopsie.
Don't pick him then.
Mom was asking me. I didn't know either because they had, it didn't occur to me to check. In fact, not only that, at the time, what is this?
The microphone?
Hold on a second.
I thought somebody had an old school fax machine.
ET phone home?
Hey, Bill. Hey,
Yes.
so that link you used to get, if you send it to Donald Richardson, I don't know why it's working weird because it didn't end. It should have ended. I don't know why it's doing that. But you just went and clicked ahead and got in, right?
Yeah, so the original link I had was to an older broadcast. So I later got this one. But the first one I got was an older link.
From the email?
I don't think it was an email. I don't know. It was from so you said scroll up in the chat, and I clicked on the link I saw, but it was an old link. And then later, you and Vinny both sent me the new link. So I saw the new link later.
Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll open up my message in the computer here, and I'll make it easier on myself. So I'll do it that way. The magic of Apple. Hey, Vasu.
Yeah.
The Niners. Do you think the Niners are going to get rid of Garoppolo?
Yeah.
Mom says,
I don't know. I don't think Trey Lance is ready yet for that. Depends on who they have to bridge because he really hasn't proven himself yet. But I think quarterbacks in general get too much credit for winning and too much blame or not enough credit for winning and too much blame for losing. That's
I agree.
wasn't all on him. I thought in the championship game, he got him the lead.
Do you think Mike McDaniel should have been selected as the head coach of the Dolphins? I don't.
That's hard to say because I don't know who he interviewed.
Well, I know my personal opinion on it. Seeing McDaniel and Lovie Smith get hired by the Dolphins and the Texans, I just find it's a little fishy how they were both hired right after Brian Flores sent out his lawsuits, which, in a sense, I mean, I kind of feel bad for McDaniel and Smith because, Smith, I'm really happy he's getting another chance, but it just feels like they're promoting from within just to give some positive PR.
Well, that's part of it. And the person who really wanted was Josh McCown. But if you want someone to win a lawsuit that's alleging, race-based discrimination, then you hire a guy whose only coaching experience is as 2 years of volunteer assistant coaching at the high school level. We're basically handing Flores a victory. I mean, I want to see I think McCown can coach in the league someday. Yes,
but at the same time, he hasn't even been
playing 8 minutes ago. Vinny,
he's never been an assistant. I don't think he's even.
He's never been the guy who brings coffee. I mean, his He's coached his own son as a volunteer quarterback coach 2 years at a high school, at a private high school in Texas. That's his resume.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. Yeah, they screwed that up. But Lovie Smith, I thought, was a great hire because Lovie, as I've said before, this is now his third head coaching stint, and I have a video that I played before. Yeah, my mom says he wasn't good on any of them. But the whole point is,
well, I would push back on that because, I mean, what he did with Rex Grossman, how many people could get to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman at quarterback? That's a short list to me.
No,
I bet you couldn't name 12 coaches who are still alive, at least, who could get to the Super Bowl with Rex Grossman at quarterback. That's not something everybody could do.
Well,
Lovie Smith is the best Bears head coach, not named George Halas or Mike Ditka. And not only that, Lovie Smith even
and it's it's a 100-year-old franchise. Well, not 100, but almost 100-year-old.
Over 100 years old.
Bill, because Rex Grossman's problem wasn't Rex Grossman. Rex Grossman's problem was that he was in a bad offense. And I'm sorry, there are
I'm going to say the answer.
When I say bad, I mean
the answer is both. Because I saw a lot of Rex Grossman in other offenses. He was bad in those too.
Yeah, but my point is, none of those offenses that he was in asked him to do ball control passing. He never was one to taught us hitch step. He doesn't understand what it means to throw on time. I mean, Bill Walsh.
Well, the fun and gun had some timing patterns.
No, it did not. No, it did not. No, fun and gun had none of that. Okay.
Smith made some gross mistakes.
My mom said, but yeah.
I'm not an expert. That dude did not do well.
Yeah, well, mom is not high on Lovie Smith, but I'm saying that Rex Grossman, the fun and gun is not a ball control passing offense. For example, it asks you to drop back by yards, not steps. Okay.
Yeah.
Which means, hold on a second. When you focus, I can stop right there, because when you focus on steps, that means that you're able to control your timing going 3 steps back, 1, 2, 3 large, and 4 small, or you can adjust your steps with respect to the timing as you're designing the play. But when you're dropping back by yards, the difference between how I drop back in a yard standpoint and you is vastly different. And what happens, it screws up the timing all the time, okay? And so when you don't emphasize steps, your timing goes out the window. And what you're left with are quarterbacks that basically have to design the play for themselves on the fly and do something in terms of dropping back that's different from another quarterback, and you don't know what that is because it's not in the playbook. If I'm saying drop 3 steps back and throw without a hitch step, which is really hard, throwing without a hitch step means you throw as soon as you plant. You don't take a step and then throw.
Right.
Okay?
Right. There's no crow hop. There's no hitch step. I'm aware of what that is. I played a little bit of quarterback in my life when I was much younger.
You don't have to play it. This is analysis. Okay. I have the playbook. It was one of the first that I collected, and I kept collecting the updates. All right. The bottom line is this: it does not have a call for a hitch step at all. It's not there.
I'm aware of that.
But my point is, if you're aware of those things, then you don't call the fun and gun a ball control passing offense.
Well, it's not primarily ball control, but there's ball control concepts married into it.
No, the original fun and gun did not have ball control passing concepts as their design baked into it. They had the standard flare control, which really is block first and then go out. But the way it was done, it wasn't based on timing, where you would time the release of the back in such a way that when you throw it to him, it comes out 4 inches ahead of him, approximately 3 yards before the line of scrimmage. That's consistent. There's no other organization other than the 49ers of Stanford that practiced that, and it wasn't replicated. So people say these things. When you start looking at the playbook, they don't do them. And the one thing I want to say, too, is, look, you don't have to have played the game, even though I went out for quarterback, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to play to know these things. You can design a skyscraper, but guess what? Under the logic that you have to play something, it means that I have to have been a steel girder in a building to know how the building is designed. And that's ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying that. But I am saying that you pick up things from buildings.
I'm not done, Mr. Carroll. We're
I
debating.
wasn't done either, but you decided to launch in. But go ahead.
I'll take that. You next then. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'll let you finish. I will let you finish.
After you, my dear Alphonse.
No, it's okay. I'll wait.
I just forgot what I was going to say. That was fun.
Well, I should also say one other thing. I was trying to say about Lovie Smith. He got screwed over by the Bucs so badly. Like that guy, and only Jameis Winston's. They after his rookie season, they cut Lovie Smith. Like I thought that was, and they gave a much longer leash to Dirk Cutter
because he was a quarterback guru, Benny.
That's cap. That is so cap.
Okay. Don't give. Look, I like Dirk.
Donald's trying to get on. He's been
Dirk Cutter backstabbed Lovie Smith.
So just so you know, Donald's all over the chat, Zennie.
Yes,
trying to get
that's
in.
the issue. And like we went back to Atlanta, like I meant cap. And in case you don't know what cap means.
Donald, hi. How you guys doing?
Hey, Donald, how you doing?
Good.
How you doing, Donald?
I'm doing all right. How you guys doing? Vinny, I never get to tell you congratulations, sir.
Oh, thank you so much, Donald. I appreciate that.
So, as far as Rex Grossman, I just have one smart aleck comment. There is a coach that could have took him to the Super Bowl, and that's my favorite coach right now of the Grambling State Tigers.
Yes, Hugh Jackson. Thank you.
The legendary Hugh Jackson. Yes.
Hugh Jackson. Yes.
If Hugh Jackson would have had that defense, he could have made something out of that offense. I believe it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Offensive mind. And he's also Pacific State alumnus. I'm liking that guy. I'm liking that.
Black History Month, I have to note that Hugh Jackson got a raw deal with the Raiders because Reggie McKenzie told him, like, I'm saying this publicly, he said he didn't like Hugh Jackson. Because I told him, I made a video saying that Reggie McKenzie should be fired, okay? And I talked to Reggie about it. And I said, hey, it's nothing personal against you, but I feel like if you are the black general manager, you have a black head coach, you guys ought to be like this. You shouldn't be, doing this.
Adversarial.
My issue with Reggie McKenzie was there.
But what he said, Bill, and because we had a sidebar conversation. I like Reggie a lot to this day. But he said, Zennie, you have to remember something. Just because we're the same color doesn't mean we have to like each other. But to me, I thought, well, the professionals, hello. I don't know. What are you going to say, Bill? Bill?
Bill, stay awake, Bill.
No, I think Bill's lagging.
Something happened. Bill was lagging, and we lost Dave Compton.
I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'm not leaving. I'm just getting the charger for my laptop.
Where's Bill? Bill?
My issues with Reggie McKenzie have nothing to do with whatever personal animus he and Hugh Jackson have for each other. My issue with him was they're really poor, inconsistent, and frankly illogical drafting. They would draft players that had been unproductive, had terrifying injury histories when they were in college. Naron Ball had a congenital defect in his brain, and I rooted for the kid, but it just didn't make sense to draft him. There were several players they would draft with terrifying injury histories. We used to make a joke. My friend Jim Colbert, who's a Raiders fan, at least in part because he knew Kenny Stabler as a small child. He's from the Gulf Coast area of like they call it Floribama Coast, whatever. And so Kenny Stabler had a house near where he grew up in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And he got to meet him on a few different occasions. I guess his mother knew Kenny Stabler. So he ends up, despite being a kid of the Deep South, becomes a Raiders fan. But we talked about it. At one point, it was like a make-a-wish thing. Like, hey, you may be dying, but look, you get to be a Raider first. They were drafting these players. Some of the most worrying injury histories, not even normal stuff like a torn ACL, like crazy stuff, like congenital defects kind of stuff. And after a while, it just felt weird. And none of them were productive, right? It's like they didn't like productive players. Like, we prefer guys that haven't produced. Like, I just didn't get it. It was weird the way they drafted. And they really haven't fully gotten away from that. They still, Max Crosby is a good example of a player that was really productive in college. And look what he's done. He's produced. But a bunch of the other guys they drafted, Cleveland Farrell being the obvious example, a guy who didn't produce in college. And guess what? Shockingly, he hasn't produced at a higher level. If a guy doesn't produce in college, it's unlikely he'll suddenly get that much better in the pros. Now, does it happen? Yeah, occasionally, but it's like a 3% to 97% thing. Generally, players who become dominant in the NFL were dominant in college. And I'll just never understand taking guys who are marginally productive in college and have scary injury histories. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I do understand why he did it. I'm not saying I agree. Okay.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Have you guys made predictions already?
Yeah.
We fire with yours.
Donald, look at the sidebar. I'll run them. I'll run them down. I'll run down them for you. That's Dave Compton said 28-7 Bengals. Vinny's father said 28-23 Rams. Right, Vinny?
He said the Rams would win that.
Yeah. Vasu said Rams 31-20. Bill Carroll said Rams 27, Bengals 23. And I said Bengals 35, Rams 20. And Daniel Segura says Bengals all the way. Okay. Bill, you're frozen. You like your
Multiverse of Madness trailer going on right now.
Oh, really? Hold on. Let me see what I can do about that.
I was actually thinking Shin Godzilla when Godzilla was frozen.
Nice.
Sorry.
Hey, Ma.
Looks kick-ass as usual.
Let me think we've
Show
got
more Uncharted trailers and the Sonic 2 trailer.
Oh, but here's my Bill, you're back.
I'm back.
Okay. Here's my other question too, regarding such things as the Super Bowl. Who will turn in the best defensive performance as an individual player?
I got a dark horse because he's been showing up all through the playoffs. He's been making key plays.
Sam Hubbard.
I'm going to say Eli Apple.
Oh, Eli. That is the darkest of horses. That is
the internet star, Eli Apple.
Eli Apple has been showing up every playoff game with a key play to help the Bengals get to where they are now.
To be fair, he's also gotten toast in some areas too.
Yeah, he's been toast, but if it wasn't for Eli Apple, they would not be in the playoffs. I mean, they would not be in the Super Bowl.
He's finally come along, yeah. I mean, I think unfortunately his love for getting on social media gave him, I think, the wrong kind of spotlight. But
I have my counter prediction is that he will give up 2 big touchdowns, but we'll see. One of us will be right. One of us will be right.
I'm going to say that my player is going to be trying to think of the Bengals safety I just interviewed because I think they're going to blitz the safety a lot. Ricardo Allen. I think Ricardo Allen is going to have a big game. And I think they're going to send Ricardo Allen in on some blitzes up the middle, double A gap. I think they're going to surprise Matt Stafford. So, of course, I'm not betting money on that. But, well, no, I would bet money on that, actually. I would go to Vegas and take that. I would take that bet to Las Vegas. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, you can download an app to your phone and take that bet to Las Vegas from where you are sitting.
Yeah, I know. But you know what, though? I want to do it if the company benefits. Like, for example, what I'd like to do, you realize that ZENNIE62MEDIA's Oakland News Now got 37 million impressions in the past 3 months alone. And
incredible. That's dedication to the hard work that we've all placed, both in this call and not in this call.
And
absolutely tremendous, guys.
And guess what? If you multiply that times 0.12, which is actually the value of an impression, then you get how much we should be paid for those. Now, that's only over 3 months. And extrapolate that over to a year with this new design of the blog, right? So I'm saying out there to anybody who's in marketing, partner with us.
Well, they're doing the John Madden tribute.
Although I think what I'm going to wind up doing is calling BetMGM myself and just simply doing an old-fashioned, shoe phone. In other words, shoe leather on the phone kind of thing.
Where does his grandson play? He has a grandson playing college football somewhere. I think maybe FCS or D2, but I can't remember where.
That's a good question. I do not know.
He has a grandson playing college football now. I remember remembering it from earlier in the season. I can't remember where he's playing.
I have anybody. I'd have to look it up. I'm too busy playing host.
Just curious, does anyone think that regardless of what happens, this will probably be Andrew Whitworth's last game?
Well, I mean, Andrew Whitworth has basically been in semi-retirement. Not just semi-retirement, but I mean, you know, he's now reached the point where his body, even though he plays well when he's healthy, his body's beginning to break down. And he's probably a guy that has a decent shot at the Hall of Fame. And plus, they already have a succession plan in place for his position. I mean, Noteboom played really well. So, yeah, I think they are very much ready to. Oh, there's Jarrett. I know him a little bit. I remember he was a soccer player at St. Viator High School and then played 1 year of high school football. And that was enough, I guess, and the Peyton name to get him to Miami. But, yeah.
Garrett who?
Jarrett Payton, the son of Walter.
Oh, yeah, Jarrett Payton, yeah.
I watched him at St. Viator High School, where he was a soccer player primarily. He played 1 year of high school football.
And a draft fixture, too, right? Come to the NFL draft from time to time. I made the remote there. I think the game is just a few minutes from kickoff, folks. Actually, let's see here.
Jenny Aiko.
Y'all want to contradict my defensive pick with the game MVP?
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's the hold on a second. Got the national anthem going.
Well, that's
America the Beautiful.
America the Beautiful first, and then national anthem will follow it.
National anthem, sorry. Oh well.
Beautiful voice.
Yep. Definitely.
Oh, harp too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Angelic.
Yeah. Seems like only yesterday I was watching Zach Taylor at Nebraska.
Hey, if anybody has a radio, can they play a background? I have a specific, like a very quiet. The reason why is I want to distort the music a little bit so that YouTube's algorithm doesn't misread this and say, hey, you're playing the Super Bowl or not. You know, not that that'll happen, but actually it shouldn't happen, you know. Cincinnati. But
when was the last time Cincinnati was this prevalent as a city in terms of sports? Like, when was the last time? Like, you know, back with, you know, the Cincinnati Bearcats potentially?
The Reds.
Yeah, the
I
Reds.
mean, the things. So the Reds were very, very good.
Well, I mean, the Reds, like before, like they haven't won a playoff series since 1995. Like,
well,
this
which to you probably seems like a long time, but to some of us doesn't seem like that long ago.
That place is beautiful. Look at that.
LA and Cincinnati, really nice. Like the waters and just like, you know, just so contrasting. Like you have a upscaling of the light.
I mean, I remember, you know, the dynastic Reds, right? I mean, that was, and of course, they were one of my favorite baseball teams, at least in part because my little league baseball team was the Reds, and I played second base, and my hero was Joe Morgan. I even tried the chicken wing thing that he used to do, you know, when I was batting.
Joe Morgan lives down the street from my high school.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Joe Morgan.
Yep,
one of the greatest of the great.
Absolutely.
All right.
For the Astros and the Reds, both of them.
I have a surprise coming, folks.
Well, they were the Colt 45s when Joe played with them.
Well, and then became the Astros.
They became the Astros, but then when he was there, they were still where they had Joe Wynn, the toy cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Wynn, toy cannon.
Yeah, he just recently died too.
Yep, Jim Wynn recently passed too.
That place is packed. Beautiful stadium. Wow.
So far, yeah.
Look at that place.
So, like MetLife Stadium had a slightly less, like very, very slightly less, and it's just like a spaceship has landed. But this place, like, oh my God, they have the fountains, the lake, the stadium. Oh,
something else. Something else. Ooh.
First time that I get to experience the Los Angeles Super Bowl, considering the last one was before I was even born.
Yep.
Wow. Making me feel old.
Yes. Well, constantly, Vinny makes us feel old.
I will never feel old.
Hey,
you're all looking good for your age. Don't feel bad.
Thank you, Vinny. You're very kind.
Sometimes I look old for my age, considering my beard. I know that, on the podcast we're in, Jeff feels pretty envious that he's like 40 years old and he can't even grow out a beard.
Wow.
He's essentially hairless.
Well, it's barely like comes up, but
There she is, your national anthem. Excuse me, your American
the Beautiful.
Right.
And
right.
she, once again, my compliments to the maker of that dress.
Yeah. Well, my compliments to her personal trainer.
Yes. And heck, her parents. Let's cover all the bases.
There you have it.
Woo. So I've got more from that.
Game MVP, Odell Beckham Jr.
I think it's going to be Joe
You
Burrow.
realize that if Odell Beckham Jr. wins a team MVP, he's lit up your boy Apple, right?
I said it was going to be a contradiction to my pick.
It really is. I thought you were joking. No, you are actually picking a direct contradiction to your own picks. I guess it's that Walt Whitman. Is it Walt Whitman I'm thinking? Yes, Walt Whitman, right? Do I contradict myself? What of it? I am vast. I contain multitudes. Wait,
Walt Whitman is such a legend over here. We have the whole mall, the Walt Whitman shops. It has, the Bloomingdale's and the now out of business Lord & Taylor and the Saks Fifth Avenue. It's a really nice upscale mall. Maybe the next time you come over here, I can take you there.
Okay, so we got Odell Beckham, says Donovan Richardson. Anybody else?
I would say that my MVP, if the Rams win, my MVP is Cooper Kupp. And if the Bengals win, my MVP is Joe Burrow. And as for my wild cards for both, I would see Jalen Ramsey or winning for my wild card for the Rams, and for my wild card for the Bengals, I have Trey Hendrickson.
So you said that really fast. Okay, MVPs, Vinny. Give me one MVP for a team, however you want to do it.
MVP for the Bengals, Joe Burrow.
Okay. And of course, Cooper Kupp for the Rams, right?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right.
I know it's very milquetoast and very traditional, but hey, I'm going with based off of a Cooper Kupp, not Cup or Cup. It's Cooper Kupp, Kupp.
Thank you.
His name is a bit of an alliteration.
Cool.
You think Al Michaels is going to Amazon after this year?
Oh, I didn't know that was on the table. It wouldn't surprise me,
Well, either that or he retires. I mean, I think those are the choices.
I think it's time for both of them to sit it down.
Well, I think Al might. I don't think Collinsworth is going anywhere.
Collinsworth has been one of the biggest faces of the NFL for the last 40 years. Back when he played for the Bengals, it also as a broadcaster, as one of the people that's been uplifting Pro Football Focus into the national stage. Always having his face, he's always there for me. Both when he was on Fox and now NBC, and also making, like I said, PFF. His contribution is making PFF also in the national stage, at least for me.
Making it. I mean, he took it from being, basically a bunch of nerds in a basement to be something everyone's heard of. That's what he did.
Oh yeah, like he made PFF big. I'm not saying no disrespect. He obviously didn't make it, but he made it big.
Right.
That's what I mean.
I mean, I know the guys that started PFF, and we've known each other for years. And he was, obviously the thing that allowed them to go from being, like I said, a bunch of nerds in the basement to now something that everybody's familiar with. Everybody who pays attention.
I'd love to speak with the creators of PFF.
Isn't that cool? There's your shot.
An average of $8,000 per ticket.
Yep.
Jesus.
Yep. A
Billie
bargain
Jean
at
King.
any price, right?
That's something else, man.
Oh yeah, it is.
That means the American economy is okay.
Billie Jean King, such a trailblazer.
I think. Oh, let me be more clear. That means the have versus have not economy is intact. How's that?
Yeah, correct.
It's always been intact.
Maybe it's like it's more intact, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only time I noticed that there was a little bit of trouble as far as Super Bowl attendance was 2009. Because I worked security there, and I did see empty seats. They may not have showed it on TV.
Oh, I mean, there's always one or two empty seats, but those
No,
seats
no,
are
I'm
sold.
not one or two empty seats. I'm talking rows.
Really.
Yeah.
Well, but here's the thing that I want to
Those seats were sold. Somebody sold those seats. Now, somebody might have showed up.
Time out, folks. As the only person in NFL history to form the bid for the Super Bowl we played in Oakland, we lost to Jacksonville. There are some seats that are not sold and they're deliberately empty and taken out by the NFL. In our case, over 3,264 seats were taken out because they were deemed non-sellable. Most of them were the bowl, lower bowl. Some of them are other areas of the stadium. So Donald, yeah, sure. It's certainly the case that you saw empty areas, but it doesn't mean the Super Bowl wasn't sold out. What it means is it deems those seats non-sellable for whatever reason.
Billie Jean King's going to do the coin toss.
Yep, she's doing the coin toss. Of course, a terrific all-around athlete herself. Her brother, Randy Moffat, of course, played in the majors. And Randy Moffat says with no fear says that she was the better athlete.
Hold it, Bill. Hold it. Here it is. Hold that up.
Stafford says tails.
It was heads. Head Cincinnati ball.
They're going to defer. Here we go, guys. Super Bowl 56 is on our way.
Hey, Google broadcast. Hey, Mom, the game's about to start. You okay?
Okay, broadcasting now.
Well, so the first prop bet of the game is paying off for somebody.
To make everything complete, becoming a world champion. His opportunity comes against an offensive line that scaled up 12 steps this postseason, including an NFL record-tying 9 to send Tennessee.
Also, got to say, I love the Rams white jerseys.
Oh.
Your field looks good. They look like they really did it. It looks like it's a faster track.
Just me and his Joe Burrow look like Macaulay Culkin.
Well, that's what people have been talking about for years.
I think you guys might be 4 seconds ahead of us.
And I would say that when it comes to Stafford, he either looks like Elon Musk or Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, well, I see a lot of Haley Joel Osment stuff, especially when you find the younger pictures of Stafford. Now,
to my video game fans, that's Sora from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, hey, by the way, I'm going to have more about this later, but Bill Carroll is covering the HBCU event, right, Bill?
The Legacy Bowl?
Yes.
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 I will be in New Orleans for the Legacy Bowl.
Tell them what date that is.
So it'll be this coming Saturday. So that's the 19th. I'll be there for the 17th, 18th, and 19th.
Awesome. Congrats, Bill.
Yep. And
yeah, go ahead.
So the Legacy Bowl, of course, celebrates, as the name sort of implies, the legacy of HBCU football. And HBCU football, amongst other things, has contributed tremendously to not just our life in terms of football, but think of how many important figures in the history of America were HBCU athletes. I mean, people like Jesse Jackson, people like Bud Holland, right? Charles Drew, right? These were all people who were athletes at the HBCU level. And, I think about, what America would be like without that. It's almost difficult to imagine our nation. So many.
The new Jurassic Park movie.
Yeah, I see. This is wild.
This is crazy. I can't wait for this one. Here's like the last one in the series, essentially.
So when you look at the face of America and you look at everything from people who served on the Supreme Court or the Senate or, have been mayors or have been almost anything important. Yes. But I will definitely let you know. I will call you back though. Okay. Okay. I'll talk to you soon, Bunny Bear. Okay. So bye, honey bunny. So we're looking at, and here's one of the things that people don't realize is that in Super Bowl III, a record was set, right, for the number of players who were in the starting lineup of the two teams combined from one educational institution. And most people would think, well, is it USC? Is it Alabama? Is it Ohio State? Is it Michigan? No, it was a school that didn't even have a football program anymore. Maryland State, which is now called University of Maryland Eastern Shore, an HBCU, right? Had 5 starters and one team, and then I think 2 or 3 on the other. And that's a school, like I said, ended up having to shut down its football program because they couldn't afford to keep it going.
Yes.
Dwayne. I like how you think.
Got the Rock out here.
We got the Rock.
It's always like so exhilarating seeing him on screen.
Yeah, see, I remember him as a college football player trying to replace Russell Maryland at University of Miami.
I love him.
His time with the Calgary Stampeders.
This is only in America.
But I mean, when Maryland went to the Cowboys, the person who took over the 3-tech position that he held before was that guy. Well, tried to. He ended up in a rotation, basically.
Who day?
Who day? Who day?
Huh. There's a lot of Bengals fans there. Look at that.
Yeah, they travel, man. Like, they're passionate.
Wow.
Oh.
They're actually one of the most engaging fan bases in the league. This is from last year.
Shout out to my friends Vance and Blake Meek, my buddy Joe Goodberry, and many others.
Me too. I want to give a shout out to Jim Foster, Tom Justin, Jeremy, the Bengals captain, Tony the Tiger, the Bengalorian, the Orange Arrow, and the many, many, many other great Bengals fans I've met. This is truly a historic season, and I am forever grateful that I chose your team as my final project for one of my classes at Hofstra University for sports and social media. You guys are engaging, and you're some of the best fans I've seen, and I'm being serious. You guys are amazing, and you absolutely deserve this.
Brandon Powell, who joined the team in November, playing with his 15. Back to receive.
Yeah,
new score bug.
I'm happy to see the Bengals doing it for
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go, guys.
Yep.
Let's get ready to rumble.
And once again, more prop bets will be activated depending on what happens with this.
I know somebody that lost 200 on the.
I predict a trick play for the first play.
Ooh, let's see. Let's see. You're not betting money on this right now, are you, Zennie?
No, he is not. That's why he was able to say that with such conviction. When you've got money on it, there's always a little bit of trepidation.
Arrogance. Hold on a second.
No money lost, no money gained. So you both lose and you win at the same time.
Hey, look at. Boom. Oh. It's a good run.
And that's what I think you're going to see a lot of. I think they want to really establish the run and then hit them deep off play action.
So they're going without but they're going without a huddle. That's a trick play.
I don't know if that counts as a trick play.
Yeah, it counts in my book. You know, Sonny Dice.
Hey, give Zennie the W, Bill. Give him the W. He earned it.
Okay, fine.
First down. Let's see if they keep doing this.
Here we go.
Sonny Dice says that this is as effective as a trick play or a pre-shift, going without a huddle.
The thing I think we should look out for, and of course, Matt Stafford's not exactly, one of the great athletes at the position, but I think but don't be surprised if he runs the ball a little bit more than he usually does. If he doesn't see something he likes.
I will say one thing I've said to my dad, like I'll feel probably like whoever loses, I'll kind of feel bad for more than I'll feel happy for the winner because I like both teams and like I just don't want to see people just go rip apart the loser. Nice hit.
Okay, there go your man Henderson with the sack. First sack of the game.
Yeah, well, Trey Hendrickson is the player I think might actually lead the entire game in sacks. Now, I don't think.
Yeah, I picked him to be my my dark horse MVP.
Yeah, I don't think the Bengals will have as many sacks. Yeah, Trey Hendrickson. Yeah. Well, I don't think their team will have as many sacks as the Rams will, but I think the Rams are going to have their sacks spread around. Well, I think Hendrickson's going to basically dominate that for them.
14 sacks. In the third and 19.
So he took a really deep, they call it a really deep drop pass play. And that line was not ready. Wow. And I'm surprised the Rams didn't go play action.
Wow.
The Bengals got close.
Yeah, well, what you're seeing there is that Whitworth is 100%.
Yeah, like the Bengals defensive line is having their way with the Rams offensive line.
Oh, but also though, you know what? That's structural. You don't call a play like that. I was having a huge argument with Brian Baldinger about that. You don't call a play to the weak side. We have no tight end help. You got one blocker, and the defense. And you're allowing the defense to pursue from strong side to weak side. I see this a lot in the NFL over the past 6 years. It's stupid. I mean, you're not being idiots.
I'm a huge BJ Hill fan. I've liked this kid since his days at Sam Houston State University. Big fan of BJ Hill. Very quick, very explosive, very powerful.
Here we go.
When I watched him at the East-West Shrine game practices, he was literally right next to Poona Ford. They were the two D tackles on the same team. And everyone was talking about Poona Ford. I kept saying, I think BJ Hill is the better prospect.
Hey, Bill, talk to us about Malik.
Malik Willis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure. I know other Maliks, but yeah, Malik Willis is a guy with a very high ceiling and a somewhat scary floor. So the things that you like about him: smart, natural, leadership, natural charisma, very live arm, and a very, very, very good athlete. He has played obviously in a fairly simple offense, so sort of from that sort of fedora, that sort of tree where it's, which is sort of similar to what you see at Oklahoma State, and a lot of other sort of similar schools where everything's built on creating easy reads for the quarterback. But despite that, I think he does show enough ability that I think he will pick up the ability to read disguised coverage. He hasn't seen it very much so far, at least. But I think that at some point he will. I think that he has the things that you look for that allow him to succeed, even though he's come from, like I said, one of the more simplistic spread 'em and shred 'em kind of offenses. But yeah, he looked really bad day one down at Mobile.
Yeah, he sure did.
And he looked much better day two. And then the rain day came, and everyone else looked terrible except him. He didn't look great. He looked better than everybody else. And then, Thursday, he continued to look pretty good. And he, didn't do a lot in the actual game, but, he didn't embarrass himself. I think he was 4 of 9 for like 31 yards. He also rushed a lot. But yeah, I mean, he's a talented guy. He needs to be in the right situation, and he needs to be in a place where he's brought along by people that actually know what they're doing when it comes to developing quarterbacks, which, as we've discussed before, isn't every team in the NFL. Not every team knows how to develop quarterbacks. And we get reminded of that.
Is he going in the first round?
What was that?
Is he going in the first round?
Oh yeah, he's going in the first. I mean, quarterbacks get pushed up the board every year. I think minimum 2 quarterbacks go in the first, so more likely 3 go in the first, and I think another couple go in the second, and I think at least 1 goes in the third.
Who takes him?
Teams that could take him include Washington. I think that Dale's going to kick the tires on him. I think almost all the teams that aren't settled at the position, and I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Carolina kicked the tires on him. And then if one of these teams that has a veteran quarterback but moves on from him, so if there is, say, a pre-draft trade that moves Russell Wilson or moves Derek Carr or moves somebody, right? If one of these guys moves,
there you go, 5 wide. I knew it. 5 wide.
Nice throw.
you know, then you've got to replace that guy. So he could go to one of those teams that if they move on from a veteran. So that's what I think.
He's going to go in the bottom of the first round.
Well, he's probably where he should go, but he'll go earlier than that.
Anybody see Boyd's route inside then out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Variation on the shake route that Coach Walsh brought or popularized, I should say. Sometimes. Hey.
Always a debate that the Cincinnati Bengals is just letting Joe Burrow and these wide receivers take over the game and trying to establish a run game, which has been okay, but certainly not what the passing game was. They get the first game first.
31.
How much faith do you have in that offensive line?
I would be surprised if the Bengals passed. I think they're just going to run and get the first down.
Fourth down.
Oh, it's 4th down now? I get to play late.
4th down. Time for the punt. Here comes Kevin Huber.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I think they're going to have trouble all day trying to get anything done in the run game.
Wow. I don't understand that delay prospect on 3rd down like that.
Oh, yeah, that was a dumb.
Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, man. Well, tell me what happens. I get the play late. So
And incomplete. Rams get the ball.
There you go.
Dumb. Oh, here we go. Marvel.
Oh, dumb throw. Dumb call. Because Zach called.
Oh.
You know, the Saints have a variation of that play too.
Moon Knight.
Actually, four of the teams do. But
Yeah,
I don't
so
understand why those teams do.
Ernest Jones and Jalen Ramsey did a really good job of playing in and out.
Uh-oh. Marvel. That's smart.
Moon Knight looks pretty awesome. Can't wait for this.
Is that based on a comic book?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's Marvel.
I had the first copy. I had Moon Knight #1, Vinny.
Wow.
Mark's
The story of Mark Spector was first seen by a young Bill Carroll.
What's Moon Knight about, folks?
In
Moon Knight is
1977, maybe 70 something.
It's about, think of it as like Batman, except he
More
has multiple
mystics.
personality. Except it's multiple personality disorder. He has
Right, and it's more mystical stuff
Yes.
included.
Hey, Mom, is there anything I can do?
It kind of tried to tie it into stuff that had to do with, you know, the ancient, spiritual practices of Kemet, the mystery faith.
Mom, is there anything I can do? Okay, sorry about that. Just checking on my mom. Okay. So say it one more time, Bill.
Oh, I was saying that, but things that tied in more mystic, like more. A lot of the things are tied into the mystery faiths of ancient Kemet, which people tend to call Egypt.
Sure, it has the babies back.
At the time.
You McGregor. This can't be for Obi-Wan, is it?
Great.
Oh, Bitcoin. This is like a Bitcoin commercial. Couldn't go. Oh, Expedia. It's an Expedia commercial.
It's Expedia.
I'm waiting for the crypto.com commercial.
I'm waiting for the Coinbase commercial. Wait, there is no Coinbase commercial. How many people have a Coinbase account?
I don't. I thought about it, but I haven't done it just yet because it's a lot of money I got to pay for like a Bitcoin. It's a lot of Ethereum.
How many people have a Coinbase account given to them by Brian Armstrong?
0, not me.
I met him at Mars Bar in 2013 at a fundraiser for Brian Parker, who was running for mayor. That's how I found out about the whole thing.
Nice.
So, and I mean, I'm not going to tell you, oh, yeah, I thought I was going to go places. I did.
Man, it's like running the ball. Like the defenses are really having their way with both the offensive lines.
But you know what, though? It's this thing I was saying to my mom. One thing I can't stand about the way the NFL is played today is this total lack of recognition of time motion study. How come you have to have him all the way back in the backfield and give the defenders time to just shoot the gaps like that and respond? They ought to play the old Brown formations and blues, closer up. Sacked again. Watch. Nope. He runs.
He ran just a few yards before the first down. They were actually thinking about making.
As you might remember, I said to you earlier, take the over on rushing yards for Matt Stafford.
You did say that.
That's why you're the expert, Bill.
I think the over-under was something like 22. It was really low, so he's going to end up over.
Oh, by the way, those who wonder, I don't know if anybody cares, but one of my Twitter accounts is suspended. It'll get back. I'm on the other one. I've got 5, so whatever.
Welcome to the club.
Cooper Kupp. Nice run at the 24-yard.
Woo! There's your MVP.
If they win. I picked him as my MVP for the season personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, my guy missed the tackle.
He really is great after the catch. And people just don't. Part of it's because he doesn't look like a guy who'd be as dominant as he is. So people
Why?
still.
Because he's white. It's because he's a lanky white dude.
He's not even tall.
Hey, this guy is saying we should turn down our. I'll turn down ours a little bit. So yeah. He said the audio is distorted. Thanks for that. I just turned mine down a little bit. Thanks.
Anderson. Let's see. Crazy that Akers tore his Achilles and now he's playing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I think the time when Kyle Schwarber tore his ACL and he's been in the World Series not too long later.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Or, when, obviously Terrell Owens playing on what I don't think could have possibly been fully healed broken leg. I mean, there's no way it could have healed that quickly. Of course, speaking of the Rams, right? We saw Jack Youngboy play on a not at all healed broken leg, just played it broken. Right?
Let me see. Check this out. Oh. Let me try muting mine a bit here.
Oh my goodness.
Each team averaged 27 points per game during the regular season. 33.
For my MVP touchdown.
7 points per game during the regular season.
Odell, touchdown.
Well, I mean, he really is one of the most extraordinarily physically talented receivers.
Yep. Odell Beckham, touchdown.
Yes. There you go, Zennie.
My dad's not liking it.
Touchdown. Yes. There you go, Zennie.
Hey, Dad, you want to say hi to the guys?
My dad's not liking it. Touchdown. Yes. There you go, Zennie.
Hey, Dad, you want to say hi to the guys?
My dad's not liking it.
Bit of an echo
How
there.
would you send them away? Oh, I'll send it to you. You send it.
There's an echo coming in, Zennie.
I'm putting in your Twitter DMs.
Oh wow, was that touchdown on Eli Apple?
No, it was on
Shocker.
Mike Hilton.
Shocker.
Oh, it was on Mike Hilton. It wasn't on
It was
Eli
on that
Apple.
time. Okay.
Okay, good.
Eli Apple was covering Cooper Kupp. Let's see what commercials next. Yes.
I've seen this commercial before.
What is it like? Going through a wall. It's like Joe Burrow. Was that the new Bud Light? Yeah, it sounds better, Zennie. Ooh, nice memes. Or was that an NFT? A Falcons fan forever. I recommend on ZENNIE62MEDIA, please go and watch my video where I said that I became one of Matt Ryan's biggest fans because they lost the Super Bowl. Please see that in case you haven't yet. A big shout out to Ryan Michael on Twitter for giving me the stats for that. I really appreciate you.
Oh, look at Joe.
Oh, okay, bro. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Like, it's really good. Unspoken voices inside media. It might be the mics, the Bluetooth earplugs. Is that Arnold Schwarzenegger as Zeus? Palm Springs.
That's Arnold Schwarzenegger as Zeus.
Yeah, and that's like a tiny little Pegasus. It's like their horse. It's like their, I'm sorry, it's like their dog or something like that. Oh, Peggy. Ooh, all electric BMW.
Hey, it's Arnold, folks. Yes, it is.
Electric Avenue.
And what's her name? Selma Hayek.
I like Selma Hayek. Oh my.
Well,
God.
yes. Join the crowd there. Get in lines and. Yes, dawn to dusk.
Eddie Grant for Electric Avenue. Great British one-hit wonder.
He had more than one hit, actually, but
oh, he did. I just know him for Electric Avenue.
Oh, so you don't remember Caribbean? Wait, no, sorry, that was Billy Ocean. Sorry, that was Billy Ocean.
A lot of people think of just Wang Chung as just having one-hit song, but
they did almost the whole soundtrack for "The Live and Die in L.A."
Oh, everyone thinks, and like Devo, same thing, but they did a lot more.
Well, they did a lot of side projects. So Mike Mothersbaugh was college roommates with Bill Pullman, the late Bill Pullman, at Ohio State University. They also had a band together called Martini Ranch, and they had a minor hit called "How Will the Laboring Man Find Time for Self-Culture?" In case you were wondering.
One of the most famous roommates I remember is like Tommy Lee Jones was roommates with like Al Gore or something like that.
Yes, indeed. And, Tommy Lee Jones was a football player, obviously. Well, I said obviously. But that was graduate school. That was after, after they got back. But in college, of course, he played for Bear Bryant.
Do it.
So far, no gadget plays. We had one no huddle, and that was it.
You don't worry, Zennie. There's a whole game to go. We're only 10 minutes in the first quarter. But don't worry, I want to see more too. Is that Beth coming in?
select it, and it'll say copy text.
Beth, we can't see you. It's just a black screen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see what I can do.
Very poor thrown ball, Mr. Burrow. That ain't gonna get
That's
it.
way over the head. Off for Kevin Huber again.
Did anybody pick him as a possible MVP?
Who?
Kevin Huber.
I picked Johnny Hecker as my Super Bowl MVP for the Rams a few years ago.
Got it.
I'm not joking. I was serious. I actually wanted Johnny Hecker because he was the best player on their offense. I mean, I guess you could say defense in a sense, punting, special teams. Johnny Hecker for the Hall of Fame people.
Yes, there you go. Well, the special teamer I'm trying to get in right now is Jarrell Superfoot Wilson. Jarrell Wilson. If you haven't looked into Jarrell Wilson, Benny, I highly recommend you check him out.
Great punter back in the AFL days.
Dominant punter. Like, it's a term you don't hear very often, but he was a dominant punter. He was everything Ray Guy was, but even more powerful. Like, he was an absolute powerhouse.
For the upcoming class, like, you thought I was big with like Sean Landetta. You have not even seen me in my Shane Leckler phase yet. Like, that's on a whole different playing field for me. I'm not just saying that because for the Raiders fans, I legit absolutely adore, and I mean adore, Shane Leckler.
Yeah. So Leckler, in terms of punters, is probably the one that is the closest to being Jarrell Superfoot Wallace. But Wallace was truly special in terms of just pure, partially because he's just a good all-around athlete, right? I'm just a really good athlete. But he just had ridiculous power.
I guess a Mercedes-Benz commercial.
Horace Gillum, I'm also a big proponent of too, back with his time with the Browns.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a Mercedes-Benz.
Hey, Beth, how are you? Hi, Beth.
Hey, Beth, how you doing? It's
Can you
been
see
a
me?
while.
Oh, good. I'm in the show.
Yes.
Hi.
We can
How are
see
you guys?
Andy.
Yeah, I've been backstage. I don't know what happened, but I've
No,
been
that
listening
was
to you all.
me, boneheaded. Boneheaded me. Sorry.
Welcome to the Super Bowl.
Welcome
There
to the
you go.
Super Bowl party. And
Okay.
Beth, thank you for
I'm gonna
Valentine's
turn my
Day. Happy
microphone.
Valentine's Day. Happy
Thank you.
Valentine's
Look,
Day too. Woohoo.
oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Are those
I
Super
just
Bowl
wanted you to
coasters,
see
Beth?
some of my old seat cushions here.
Oh, geez. That's been to. we've
These
been
are
to
the seat
Super
cushions.
Bowls.
This is from 2004, Houston and Atlanta. Remember, Zen?
I remember. Oh yeah, I sure do.
Yeah,
That was my first Super
a lot,
Bowl.
a lot.
What I'm going to always remember about
lot together.
the one thing I'm going to always remember about Super Bowl 38 is not just the halftime show. The fact that, the aircraft Columbia crashed a year prior and Josh Groban saying, "You raised me up."
Well, I'll tell you what I remember from that is, Beth, remember when we walked in on Jerry Jones and Jerry Jones and Al Davis?
Yes,
we
Jerry
were walking
Jones.
from suite to suite.
Yes, that was
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah.
But
and
Vinny, which
Well, what, Beth? You kind of cut off right there.
Vinny,
Or
which
is he
one was 38? Was that the one in Atlanta?
No, 38 was the one in
What
the
was
first one in
38?
Houston. 38
Super
was
Bowl,
the
what did you
Panthers.
say
and the
that
Pa-
with Josh
was the-
Grogan?
That was the Panthers and Patriots. That's the one where Justin Timberlake pulled the bra off Janet Jackson.
we were there too. In fact,
Oh, right. Yeah, that's
we were
it. Here we go. Yeah,
Rachel
we're
Cruz
there.
and I were on the 20-yard line, and Beth and Steven were on the 45. And I went over to and I went over to Steven, and Steven said, "Did you see that? He took her bra off." Remember that, Beth?
Whistle.
Yeah, I remember. That's crazy. Yeah. Wow. Well, I thought the national anthem was very nice, and the
me too.
beautiful. They did a nice job.
Yes. Both of them did a beautiful
Marco
job.
did a great job at
My
America the
mom's
Beautiful.
waiting high, Beth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. The harp was
And
also
I
majestic.
always love the
too.
NFL honors. I love how they I love how they honored all the nominees for the honors award. Love that.
Yeah. Yeah, ditto.
See,
Vinny, you're in New York, right? Long
yeah,
Island?
I'm on the Long Island West Side. So,
Vinny, where are you?
where am I?
Yeah,
West
that's what I
Side.
thought. And Bill, where's Bill?
Bill, where are you?
No, Bill.
Well,
Bill, where's
I mean,
Bill? Where's everybody?
I live in Chicago, but I'm right now in Virginia visiting my mom. I grew up in Virginia and North Carolina, so I'm visiting my mother. It's her 80th birthday.
Hey, happy birthday!
I see.
Today's her birthday.
Oh, happy birthday!
Well, actually, 2 days ago was her
Wonderful.
birthday, but I'm with her for her birthday weekend.
Whole birthday week.
Beautiful. And where's Donald from? Where's Donald tuning in from?
California.
We're in California, Donald.
Weather is good always.
No, I'm in
Oh,
the
where are you, Donald?
Where?
I'm in San Francisco.
I'm in Napa Valley.
Oh, nice.
Wine country.
Yeah, we both said it. Wine country.
Oh,
Great mind.
nice.
First catch. The Rams are punting. Wow. The Rams are punting. Newsflash. The Rams are punting.
What wine are you drinking? Donald, what wine you drinking in Napa right now?
I've never been a wine fan.
Oh,
but out here, what a lot of people don't know is every vineyard, every winery, they have wines, and they also have brandies.
Yep.
And they all of
cordials, right? Yep.
And they all have the tomato sauces. So when I go, I'll drink their brandy. Like Charles Woodson has a brandy out now.
Yeah.
That I like, but like a lot of there's a place in Yountville that has and it's a no name. I can't think of the name of it. I just know how to go there. And they don't sell it. You have to show up 420, and they'll give you a bottle for free.
420, huh?
Yeah. But you got to be there. You got to be there around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The line is crazy. But it's I got a bottle somewhere, I think.
How many people looking forward to the halftime?
Cool.
Me.
I am. This is going to be legendary.
We're going to be lit.
What am I doing?
Legends.
Right.
What am I
Don't
doing?
you just scan this QR code right here on the screen? Like bouncing like the old DVD logo.
I see it.
Got it. It's Coinbase. Already got Coinbase.
Good for Brian. Woo!
It's a Coinbase. It's a link to Coinbase.
Coinbase.
I can't say it.
With the $3 million.
It says Coinbase. Let's talk more Bitcoin. Get $15 in free Bitcoin for signing up, plus a chance to win $3 million in prizes. Whammy!
Whoa!
Coinbase sign up and get $15 already at Coinbase.
I'll be back.
No purchase necessary. Coinbase. You Telemundo ad.
That's
Go.
That's Coinbase, Ma. Mom thought something went wrong with the TV. I don't blame you. No, I don't blame you. Well, no, Mom, I don't. So we all did.
Wow, the World Cup guitar.
Hello, David. How are you? Welcome.
Hey, sorry, I had to leave. I was driving on the way to a party.
Oh, nice. What kind of party? Super Bowl party, I'm assuming?
Oh,
or?
definitely.
Yeah, how's the party?
Right now, I know if the score is where I want it to be. Hey, but the party is good.
Yeah.
Tell them, hey,
Nice
lots of
run.
meat.
Nice run.
My bad.
Whoa. Oh, Mr. Tackle. 13 yard
Zennie,
game.
where's Mom? I don't see her.
She went back in the back. Mom is she's cooking, she's here and there, she's buzzing around, making stuff happen. So she's watching on the fly.
Oh,
She says hi.
Oh my God!
No, big throw. Oh, Jamar Chase caught it.
Yes.
3-5. What? Oh, deep.
Deep throw.
Whoa. First and goal.
Wow.
First and goal. First and goal.
I think you're delayed, Zennie. I saw it before you.
That he is.
I'm very delayed. Yeah.
David opted out again.
You'll be back. Wow.
Wow.
Ah.
Oh, deflected pass.
Wow.
Okay, not bad. So
you're lucky.
If you put $25 down for Odell Beckham Jr. having the first touchdown, you'd made back about $250 for that $25 investment.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, on the tips, Mixon's down. He's getting up.
You know what? If that throw were thrown better, it would have been picked off. It would have been picked six.
You know, David's coming in, but he's kind of buffering. Now he's gone again.
Okay. Hey, Jose, how you
Jose's here.
Jose, welcome. This is a new friend. Jose is from our Bank of America group. Hey, how you doing? I love you.
Dropped, incomplete.
Welcome.
Giggins. Are they going to go for it or are they going to kick it?
Whoa, it's almost picked off. Field goal time. Hey, Jose, who you got?
Oh, I got it. I'm going for the.
Say again?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear you. I think Jose said he's going with the Rams.
The Rams? Yeah, Jose is part of our Bank of America Payroll Protection Program group. We all had problems with the forgiveness problem because Bank of America lied to us. So they're about, I don't know how many in the group now, 40 or something like that nationwide. So, so Zay and I become great friends, and we've done a live stream and do another, and we're making progress. Wouldn't you say, Jose? Or
Yeah. Zennie, are you guys streaming again?
Say again? Say again, Jose?
I'm picking up on this call. I don't have a good connection.
Oh, let me try. I didn't hear what you said. You have people
I
around you?
have a bad connection. I have a bad connection.
Oh, I can hear you say you have a bad connection. Oh.
Now, Jose, bad connection too. So sorry, Donald, but it doesn't look like we're gonna have a 28-7 game now, unless somehow 25 points exactly are scored by the Bengals.
So all you need now is a safety, touchdown, and a extra point. That would then put them at, let's see, right, 5. That would
You
put
need
them at
2
12.
field goals and then a touchdown and 2 touchdowns with extra
There you go.
Yeah. Let's see if stats wise here. I'll read the stats off to you.
Again, the running game is Von Bell taking down Cam Akers. Looks like they're gonna go to the break here. Or maybe there's another play. And we're going to end at the first, guys. 3 more quarters to go. In Super Bowl 56.
Switch side.
Time to switch sides, and let's see the commercial.
Hey, Matthew Stafford. He's 6 for 6 for 1 touchdown, 56 yards. He has 1 carry rushing. He was actually the leading rusher. 1 for 7. Sonny Michel, 1 for 3. Cam Akers, 3 for 3. Daryl Henderson, 1 for 1. Cooper leads all Rams receivers, 1 for 20. Odell Beckham,
Okay.
17. Cam Akers, 1 for 7. Ken Skrodak, 1 for 5. Van Jefferson, 1 for 4. Daryl Henderson, 1 for 3. No interceptions as of yet for the Rams. So that's the stats up right now. For the Bengals, I used to call them the Bengals. Joe Burrow is 4 of 9 for 60 yards. Joe Mixon has 2 carries for 14 yards. Jamar Chase has 2 catches for 52 yards. He's targeted 3 times. Tyler Boyd has 1 for 8. Joe Mixon 1 for 2. T. Higgins, no catches, but he was targeted twice. Chris Evans, 1 target. And that rounds out a fairly even contest right now. So there you go.
A Facebook commercial. Oh, sorry, Meta.
Meta. Who likes the name Meta better than Facebook? I don't.
Yeah.
Who thinks this whole thing is just a gimmick to get people to forget about what Facebook has been doing?
It definitely is. It absolutely is. No question. Daniel Kaluuya. Is this the new Jordan Peele movie?
Ah, I didn't know that. Okay, here we go.
Kaluuya is in all of his films, it feels like.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. Nope. Nope.
Oh. What is this? Nope.
There's the Hall of Fame inductees: Cliff Branch, Sam Mills, Tony Baselli, Leroy Butler, Richard Seymour, Bryant Young, Art McNally, and Dick Vermeil. A sleeper, really, really underrated class. Hopefully, one day they're going to expand it to 10 people. I'm really
Hey, folks. Vinny Laspinoso should be
Charles
for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. There's Dick Vermeil, the legend.
Philadelphia Eagles, St. Louis Rams.
You realize that Dick Vermeil was the first special teams coordinator?
Oh, he was?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice, with the Rams. Or was it?
It was overthrown, almost intercepted. He missed a wide open Cooper
That's
Kupp.
his first incompletion of the night.
Yep.
Regardless what happens, this will be Eric Whittle's final game.
Yep.
So here we go. It is 3rd and 11.
Nice catch by Odell. Oh, Dad, just so you know, Donald had Odell winning Super Bowl MVP. Guys, my dad said icing in the cake only in America.
He was right. Your dad.
What?
So your dad's right.
Oh, look, there's Eli Apple.
Yep.
Former teammate. Yep. He says 2 high character guys.
Mr. Apple.
I always thought sort of the quote-unquote character, whatever. I mean, was always overblown with Odell. He's an emotional guy. He's an expressive guy. But everyone who's ever played with him or has been around him says
throwback pass.
He's a super hard worker. He really wants to win. And he's, not any more selfish than really any other really good wide receiver.
We're in New York. There's a lot of sour grapes here still.
Well, I get that, but that's nothing to do with Odell. I mean,
of course not.
Well, I think that was a lot of that was Dave Gettleman and the way they treated him. I thought Dave Gettleman should have been fired a long time ago. I'm not a Dave Gettleman fan. Sorry.
My dad said
he's another dinosaur. Another guy that didn't believe in information.
I'm not a fan of how he ran the organization. Okay.
Right, but once again, he's a dinosaur. I mean, he was proud of not believing in information, basically. Like, people like to sort of take shots at metrics and take shots at analytics, take shots whatever, and call it nerdy or whatever. You can call it whatever you want, but it's just more information. And the people who want less information rather than more information don't tend to work out well.
They like to be told they're wrong. That's why.
Definitely. I mean, I look at baseball, for instance. Isn't it funny how some of the best teams in baseball are the ones that invest very heavily into their analytics department? Funny how that works.
And to me, the best sort of everyone talks about Moneyball and the A's, but the team that I think perfected it to some extent is really the Tampa Bay organization. The Tampa Bay Rays hit it right when it comes to how they manage. I mean, their roster, there's not a hard salary cap in baseball, though I guess for the Rays there kind of is. There might not be one, for the league, but the Rays seem to have one because they just say to themselves, this is what we can afford. We're not going above it. So they develop a lot of players for other teams, quite frankly.
But the team that popularized analytics was the Dallas Cowboys under Tom Landry, Gil Bryant, who I've interviewed twice on this.
Yeah, and the team that sort of invented it was really the Browns. They were the first ones to actually have systematic study of tendencies and things like that.
No,
they didn't take it to the extent.
That's different. That's different.
Right, but I'm saying they were the first team to actually have statistical analysis. Is what I was saying.
Because the Dallas Cowboys are the first team to use computers.
Right. Oh, I'm agreeing with that. I know that. We all know that.
And play design. And
Cooper Kupp touchdown, guys.
Yep. We're not even disagreeing, Zennie. Just so you know.
I agree with you. We're not disagreeing. I agree with you. I agree with you, Bill. Hey, Bill, I don't agree with you. We are agreeing.
Hey, guys, you want to see my dad's opinion on that touchdown?
Yes. How you doing?
Now that one was on Eli Apple, right?
Hey, how are you?
I don't know how he's not double covered. I don't get this.
Because they figured the shutdown corner Eli Apple could take care of it.
No.
Definitely no. He got toast on that. He was wide open.
Oh,
no, because when he breaks So he gives a tiny little nod move towards the post, and Eli Apple bites so hard that the apple had a big old chunk out of it.
Eli Apple's drafting was Jerry Reese's final nail in the coffin.
Whoa!
Yeah, that play, they missed the punt. They missed. There was a bad snap, and they tried to convert, but they just couldn't.
So does that qualify as a trick play for Zennie's purposes?
A botched trick play, but I guess still a trick play.
The operative term is botched.
Yes, it very much is.
It was 7-3. Either way, Mom is still not. The only time where she was lucky was back with the Cowboys game. It's Peyton Manning.
So the term botch dates back to the early 17th, late 16th, early 17th century in England.
Wow.
And it was a term for a patch, right? So early tailors were called botchermen. And so that's where the term botch comes from. It's from something that was like a patchwork thing would be called botch work.
Kind of reminds me of, I know that the term, like, cap for us, for instance. I mean, when we think of cap, it's on top of our head. But like when Ray Shremmerd, I think, said it, there was like, there's no cap to it. Like there's no cap to it. But because the term cap was seen as so extravagant, like so absurd, it became popularized like that's BS. Another term for us saying BS.
Right.
I'm telling you, Gen Z lingo.
Thank you for that. I'm surprised you didn't just tweet out the little blue cap emoji instead.
Our generation simplifies things that are very, very complex. Like, it's a big reason.
Your generation simplifies things that are already simplified, is what I've noticed.
We it's with memes, for instance. Like the a good one is like the troll face Pepe the Frog, and like another absurd ones. Like if you want to see Shaggy Rogers super extreme powerful.
Wait, anybody looking at this commercial?
It's not.
Yes.
Is it a hybrid?
It's electric.
Yes.
That's the new Silverado. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
All electric Silverado. Wow. When I think of the Silverado, I think of the iconic American truck. And wow.
Hey, remember Jamie? Wow.
Nope.
Does anybody know what Nope is about?
Nope. What? Nope. Nope.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Nope. The new Jordan
Nope.
movie.
The movie Nope. Okay. Yeah.
Nope. I don't know about Nope.
I
think it's an anagram. I think it's an abbreviation for something.
I'm gonna go on a limb and assume it's about something that seems very normal at first, but there's something very dark underneath it. I'm just gonna go on a limb, and then at some point, there's something that alludes to America's racial history, probably pops up at some point, and then there's some jump scares. That's just a guess.
Either whatever happens, I know Jordan Peele is going to do absolutely wonders with it.
Yep.
Because he is so diverse and so gifted. He's gifted.
Hey, the Bengals have to make a move here.
They just got a touchdown right here on this play. Kiki Palmer, I remember back on Nickelodeon when she was in True Jackson BP.
Yes.
First down.
And I remember, obviously her work in Pimp sort of announced, that she was moving into a phase of her career, was going to do things that she wanted to do, even though some people thought they might not be the right move for her. And I always like when artists take control of their own careers.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird that the ones that ended up being big weren't even the ones that were the stars that weren't even the big faces. Like Kiki Palmer was always, True Jackson BP was always second fiddle to like iCarly and like, Ariana Grande. I mean, that was Victoria Justice's show, but
yes.
And like the ones I expect to get really big were like Drake Bell and Marina Cosgrove, but
wouldn't work out for it. I mean they're doing okay. You're not collecting. We're not doing a collection at church for them. And then Sam and Cat or whatever. Yeah, right. I mean,
yeah, Sam and Jen McCurdy actually retired from acting.
Yeah.
But Drake Bell, man, like, screw him. Like, screw him.
Yeah, well, he's a menace. And people knew it even then that he was already, you know, a bit of a problem for people.
So that's a nice way to put it. The dude actually, the dude's now shilling crypto, and he's like scamming people in cryptocurrencies, which doesn't shock me knowing him. And he actually named his kid Baby.
Named him what?
He named his kid Baby.
Oh.
Because he likes alliterations, he says. Nice run by Joe Mixon here.
Good cutback. Woo! Do or die time. But the Rams are right for a off tackle fake play action post to the wide receiver if they have such a play. Man, they really need to go play action. I don't understand why they're not doing it. I mean, the Rams are just asking for it. What do you think, Bill?
Well, here's the two things I think there. One is I think they do really actually want to run the football. Now, I too would be trying to see if I can get a big tough play action. And you don't have to, despite what some people might say, and getting back to analytics have proven you don't actually have to have an effective running game. You just simply have to get the defense to believe you're trying to run the football. And as long as you have really good-looking run fakes, even if you're running,
I hate that.
Bad.
Yeah. God, I hate that. He's way out there.
Yeah, there are teams that are poor at running the football who still manage to have a good play action game. That's the last thing I see on that.
Wow.
Raheem Morris, offshore alumni. First down.
First down. Yep. You got third down. No, excuse me, first down. And they are on the Rams. They're in red zone. They really need to come out with a play action that they don't. Bill, you're right. They insist on running.
Yeah, they really want to. I mean, I think they think they can get something going in the run game. And maybe they're right. I mean, I don't think it's the best use of their opportunity.
And I think that you think that what they think is right.
So, yeah. I mean, that's what I think. I think they think they can. Now, I'm not sold on their running attack, but they seem sold on it.
I'm not sold on what you're saying they're sold on. But you're saying they're not sold on it, but you're not sold on it, but they're sold on either.
For whatever reason, they seem to believe, so we'll find out. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe they're right, but I think they should.
So close.
They really like playing with fire with those throws.
Yep.
Ultra short passes because they're quite literally throwing to the Rams defenders, hoping that the receiver gets the ball there first. And
very gutsy.
The way they had that play design, is playing with fire. These guys some ultra short.
Go.
Throws.
Go.
Well,
hey, Beth.
Hi. I think I was having internet issues.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this play. Barely gets the first down. God, I hate that play. I don't understand why offensive coordinators, and some offensive coordinators, think that fake up the middle actually makes a difference when all it does is it slows down
the execution of the play
to the point of attack. I mean, like by the time he gets there, guess what? They're already over there. You know, I can't stand that. And they're better off not faking. First and goal.
Second and goal now.
Okay. Good. They have absolutely got the score. This is a great drive. I mean, even if it's a field goal, they need a touchdown just for their psyche in the Super Bowl.
They've been down by 18, and they were able to come back and win the game.
Yes.
Woo! Touchdown?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Touchdown?
You wanted a trick play, Zennie? You got a trick play.
Hey, there it is. Hey, halfback pass. Woohoo! I got it.
Woo!
Nice.
Zennie, there's a little delay. I'm seeing it before you.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. I'm just thinking, I'm just going with it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's part of the show, right? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you know that Bill's frozen for some reason. I think his internet's frozen.
Yeah. Mine froze before, too.
Hey, Bill, your screen is frozen there. I think. I don't know if it's frozen anywhere else. It's frozen.
We got a game here. We got a game.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
We got a game indeed.
Yeah. See, Bill is frozen. Hey, Bill, try to unfreeze the camera there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hey, that's from hey, Bill, is that okay? That looks like it was from hey, and then there's me. 13-10 Super Bowl score, folks. Here it is. Rams. Okay, Rams 13. Yeah, Rams 13, Bengals 10. Whoops. Let me take that out of there. Try that again. There it is. Rams 3. Now let's take a look at the stats. There he is. Hey, Bill's moving.
All time.
Woo! Okay, so let's look at the stats. We have Matthew Stafford 9 of 10 for 127 and 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's still have a leading rusher, 1 and 7, and Odell Beckham 2 for 52 yards, 1 touchdown. Cooper Kupp 2 for 31. Darrell Henderson 2 for 28. Cam Akers 1 for 7. Vince Bonek 1 for 5. Van Jefferson 1 for 4. We go for the Bengals. And we have Joe Burrow 9 of 14 for 93 yards, no touchdowns. Joe Mixon 1 of 1. Joe Mixon is actually leading in touchdown passes.
There you go.
Joe Mixon is now Joe Mixon throws another one. We got a story here. Also leading rusher, Joe Mixon 7 for 40, 5.7. Jamar Chase 1 for 4, and Jamar Chase is the leading receiver, 3 for 62. Higgins, 2 for 20. Tyler Boyd, 2 for 19. And we have a touchdown. We got a good game, huh? This is a good Super Bowl. Yeah, this is a good Super Bowl. I like this. I mean, usually we get a Super Bowl where it's kind of lulls. But this is starting to, get something. Uh-oh. Who's that? Joe Burrow's mother. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that bear look. Oh, they got out of it a little bit. Defensively.
Got myself some snacks for the game, some ribs and some wings.
There you go. I got salad here. I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to check on my mom, see how she's doing.
You do that.
Nice play with Jefferson.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised at all if, while I think there will be some big plays in the passing game, I truly believe each team thinks that establishing the run or making the running game important is going to be helpful, at least in part, in wearing down the other team's defense. I think it's part of why they're so committed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think they're thinking will facilitate some deep shots later.
I think so too. Got a couple yards there from Akers.
Jermaine Pratt, Pittsburgh State, the Gorillas.
Beckham dropped. Oh, God. Another injury. Beckham's down.
Looks like he extended his knee, almost like his cleat grabbed the turf for a second.
I don't think it's that serious of an injury, but I do think he's going to be out.
No, I mean, have you ever hyperextend your knee before?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the initial shock, because it feels bad at first. Like, oh, I don't like that feeling.
All right. Caesars.
Yep.
Hey, guess what, folks? In 2 short years, I think I'm going pretty fast. The Super Bowl will be in Las Vegas. That's going to be exciting.
Yes. What could go wrong?
Want to elaborate on that, Bill?
Well, I mean, Las Vegas is a fine town, and a fun place to be. And each year, right, the gap between the last playoff game and when the Super Bowl happens, each organization, some of them admit it, some of them don't talk about it, but there's a certain amount of, holding your breath and trepidation because, we've seen stuff happen, right? I mean, Eugene Robinson, a few others, had more free time than they were used to, and some of them found some unusual ways to fill that free time.
So do you mean to say that you think, Odell's out? Oh, man. What happened?
I'm not sure.
No.
That's right. You weren't here when to me, it looked like a knee hyperextension. Now, I'm not a doctor, but you'll see it in a second if you haven't already seen it.
So it's going to be out for a while now?
It's that turf. It's that damn turf.
Nice catch.
Hey, I like the shift. And what? Oh, yeah. Great throw. I'd like to see that placement there. That was cool.
Yes. So for those who are wondering, Bryson Hopkins, the son of Brad Hopkins was a student of mine at University of Illinois.
Oh, really?
I taught him Theater 263. At the time, he was a sophomore out of Matson, Illinois, and about 6'2.5", about 292 pounds.
Oh, that's good.
But he could turn cartwheels, as I saw him do in my class.
You said theater.
Yeah. So Brad Hopkins, who is now a broadcaster in the Nashville, Tennessee area, took Theater 263, Theater of the Black Experience, from me at the University of Illinois.
Yeah.
Small world after all. Like the classic.
Teaching thespians.
So getting to watch the son of someone that I taught. There's a feel old moment.
That's a very feel old moment.
Oh, no. Oh, play action, finally. Oh. Do it away. Bengals defense is clamping down.
Beckham's walking to the locker room. Well, at least he got a touchdown out of it.
How you doing? Yeah. Bengals defense is clamped down.
Yeah. And
good.
And once again, there was some room as Stafford decided to take off and run. Now I understand, it's not really the strength of his game, so I get why he decided just to get the ball out of his hands. But he's known as one of those guys you might play a fair amount of two-man against, and two-man gives you, as a quarterback, a chance to just get some 3 yards.
Stop running the ball, Jesus.
Uh-oh. This is going to be one of those deep. Oh, no, it's good option style run. Without the option. Look at those cross bucks. Weak side cross bucks is what I call it. 2:24 left. 3rd and 14. This is critical for the Bengals to stop it. If the Bengals after this game.
Interception.
Whoa.
Jesse Bates.
Yep. One of the best young safeties in the league.
Whoa.
Wake Forest University.
Picked off.
Yep, by Jesse Bates. Ironically, it was one of the times when he went away from Cup that he probably shouldn't have gotten off of Cup.
Is that a McVay decision or is that a Stafford decision?
Well, I mean, this is a secondary play. This wasn't the play that was called, right? So it's a scramble play in essence. And for whatever reason,
he was going deep anyway. You saying he was scrambling? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that wasn't the play that was like it's a reaction play, the second reaction play, right? Mm-hmm. So Jefferson's changing the route that he was originally running, and I think I don't know for a fact, but I get a feeling his initial first read was probably supposed to be Cup, who I believe is breaking towards the post. But once he starts rolling, not that it's impossible, but it's obviously harder to get it to, to Kupp, who's now, this way as you're rolling this way.
Yeah.
So that's why I believe why he probably came off of Kupp. But
Yeah,
Kupp,
he's not known for throwing well to his left anyway, is he?
well, I mean, most quarterbacks aren't. Now it happens more now than it used to. The old days, they'd bench you for doing it. Now they give you a little more freedom to do those things. The world has changed a little bit. It's no longer an automatic sit next to me and I'm putting Wade Wilson in. I saw Tommy Kramer's career in Minnesota end after a play like that, basically. And it's like, oh, you come sit to me, I'm sending Wade Wilson out there.
Wade Wilson both died, was born and died on the same day.
Bill Walsh and Bill Montana popular. They had that to science. Those scrambles were they had plans for those scrambles.
Right.
Not that they planned the scramble, but they had planned when they needed to. And they did have plays that looked like they were spontaneous, but they're actually designed, like the catch.
Right. I mean, every team has quote unquote scramble rules telling, who's going to go deep, who's going to what. But the difference is, as you're talking about, is still essentially setting up a second set of timing, right? So instead of it just being free for all, or you run past the Buick and turn left or whatever, they still had a second set of landmarks, a second set of timings to still basically have a second play, as opposed to a make it up on your own kind of thing.
And it was Bill Walsh who started that. The genius.
Here.
Died a little too early, I think. Yeah, oh well. Yeah. Beautiful day.
Absolutely outstanding, gorgeous stadium.
What's your dad think of the game, Zennie?
What?
Who's your dad think of the game so far?
He's inside the other room.
Is he making ribs?
He wants to see the Bengals win because he's not really a fan of Beckham.
Okay.
He thinks the team's too cocky.
So basically, that's crazy. Odell Beckham is giving him a bellyache.
Right.
Yes.
So you can see that originally it looks like the route that was supposed to be run looks kind of like an over route, and then he takes it further up.
Yeah.
On the second reaction.
Here's the Bengals. Ooh. You see what I'm talking about, guys? The way they throw short passes, they almost stop patterns between 7 and 10 yards downfield. They don't have anything that they're calling that's short. They're talking a lot of liberties.
Right. Because they know what you and I both know, that they don't want to have to protect for very long.
There you go.
They want the ball out of his hands as quickly as possible.
But here's the thing. What I'm thinking is that's a great play. But my point is that I'm concerned that with the Rams' coverage,
that eventually somebody jumps one, probably Jalen Ramsey, and you get a pick six, which is why I predicted that at some point that will happen.
Yeah, they're jumpable. That's my point.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's why I predicted that at some point Jalen Ramsey scores a touchdown.
Good prediction.
Well, who is this idiot that ran on the field?
What? Oh, so you guys are ahead of me.
I think that's a.
Oh, right there. This guy's ran on the field. Wait, what? What
it's
is
an
it?
inactive player.
Yep.
He ran on the field. He's not a player. He's just a fan.
No,
he is a player. He's inactive.
That's Vernon Hargreaves, the corner from Florida.
Okay.
I'm always curious what it's like to be on the sideline of the Super Bowl and you're not playing. I've always been curious about what that feels like.
Well, it happened to me a lot, so I can answer what that's like. I mean, you stand near your. Yeah, I was suited up. I just didn't play. But you stand near your D coordinator, in my case, and with big puppy dog eyes. And then if the game starts to get out of hand, you sort of make sure you're in his field of vision, just in case he decides to pull a starter.
47 seconds left toward halftime. I can't wait. Woohoo!
Just like Geely, Jennifer and Ben. That movie was
Oh, that's sorry. Hey, there he is. It's Jay-Z.
Emmett Smith, too.
Yeah. Boy, look at that. Who is that?
Jen and Ben.
Oh, it's Charlize. LeBron, of course.
Matt Damon's there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sack.
Emmett.
Yeah, and his daughter.
4th down, guys. Here comes the punt by the Cincinnati Bengals.
Sacked.
Yeah. So I thought Leonard Floyd would make a big play at some point. Now, I think he'll make a bigger play than that at some point.
Well, at least you have one play right there, Leonard Floyd, sacking Joe Burrow. An idle sack, as I call it.
42 seconds till halftime.
You excited for the halftime show, guys?
Yeah!
What did you do?
Remember back when it was Super Bowl 50, people were complaining that it was Coldplay and it wasn't like Metallica or some like local rock band.
Oh, how was it? Okay, excellent. So what do your nails look like? Oh, okay. So send me a picture later. So did you watch a bunch of YouTube videos?
I grew up on YouTube videos.
Which ones did you watch?
YouTube poops. 30 seconds. A lot can happen in 30 seconds, boys.
Hey, Bill, tell them to watch us on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yes. I guess I could send you I'll send your mother link. And then if you wanted to see us on YouTube, we're on YouTube right now.
Uh-oh.
Is it a Lincoln commercial?
But yeah. What did you watch today?
Yeah, my left leg hurts. Oh, why?
It's the crypto.com commercial, huh?
Okay. Did you watch anything else? What kind of things? Oh, okay. Did you do anything else today? Okay. Oh, I got your T-shirt. Okay. No. Tomorrow. Flying back tomorrow. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to tell me?
Thank you.
Okay. Guess what?
There's that lady again. You know who that is?
Very proud of you.
With the Gap too. She gets the other commercial.
Larry David.
Tomorrow, Bunny Bear. Bye.
Sales.
Larry David was funny.
Larry David. What?
Don't be like Larry. Don't miss out on the next big thing. FTX. Guys, I want to ask.
Okay, I just saw the commercial.
Oh, you just saw the Larry David commercial?
I have a question
Yeah,
for you guys. When do you think the NFL is going to implement an 18-game season?
Funny.
No, so not for a while.
I'll give it 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah. If that.
What about an extra bye?
Well, that's different, though. I mean, you're talking about what kind of configuration of season. I don't know. I don't know.
I think that it'll happen when they expand again, and add another couple of franchises, and then it'll make sense.
Oh, missed that one.
OBJ is questionable.
Ooh.
Cup. Short of the first down. Take the timeout here. Take the timeout here. Got to go for the field goal at least. He's got to get some points in this stretch.
Mm. 18 seconds.
A lot can happen in 18 seconds. I thought when you got the ticket or you got some questions. Did you give us That's not cool. Ooh. Incomplete.
That's an internet problem, folks.
They're gonna go for it here, aren't they? Oh, they're not gonna go for it. They're gonna punt it. Big opportunity, Wilson.
No, we just got the play. He overthrew him. I don't understand why they just didn't go for the first down.
Yeah, I would have gone for it here, honestly.
Well,
left.
and Van Jefferson's a fine young receiver, but he's not nearly as explosive as Odell Beckham Jr., so he couldn't get that late pull away just by being faster.
I think by the next half we'll probably see if Odell.
I can't wait for the next half, although I'm excited by halftime, but I think it's going to be explosive. Next half, they're figuring each other out, alter their game plans, and the emotions are going to set in. And come the fourth quarter, it's going to be touchdown here, a touchdown there, yardage here, yardage there. It's going to be exciting. I predict it. I have foreseen it, said the Emperor.
Let's see. Halftime. Bengals received the kickoff. Really should have gone
deferred.
They really should have gone for it on fourth down at this point.
Here we come, halftime. Halftime. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Yeah, we get ready for halftime.
Okay, folks, I'm going to put mine on mute so the music doesn't come through. I'm excited. Here we go. Here we go. This is crazy.
I'm sure the two of them hang out a lot, Tommy Lee. Oh, it's they also got Rashida in there.
Hey, Bill, you there?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think?
My mom wanted me.
Oh no, I mean, what do you think about the show coming up? Woo-hoo. It's something, man.
The Bel Air reimagining.
Yes.
A lot of Twitter really hates it because it literally exists, but I'm interested actually.
The what reimagining? I was thinking about the show.
Oh, the Bel Air. Oh, I'm interested.
Bel Air. What's Bel Air?
It's the reimagining of the Fresh Prince of Bel Air that Will Smith is helming.
Oh no, I was talking about the show, the halftime show.
Oh, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see these famous rappers from the area come on and.
Oh, I'm not. I'm trying. Here we go.
Good point, Dom.
Yes! Super Bowl champions once again. It's not over yet.
That'd be absolutely terrifying.
Come on, guys, settle up. We got one last shot. Hey, who's gonna run it? Who's got my back? We got your back. Ice cream, ice cream.
Are we still on?
Yes, indeed.
Whew, boy, what a man. Oh, good, perfect. I didn't miss nothing.
Here it is.
Okay, maybe I should mute my computer. Turn this down. How do I mute myself?
Go where you see the little microphone icon and click on it, Donald. Well, you know what? I'll mute myself. Turn it up. If somebody speaks to me, I'll let you know.
50 cents.
Here come Mary J. I can see it. I can feel it.
Incredible.
Yeah, I liked it. I still like Michael Jackson's performance better, or Prince or Michael Jackson. That's still.
Yeah, I mean, Prince is like obviously top of the top.
I would say it also helps when you're seeing Purple Rain literally in the rain.
That helps. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah, Prince's halftime show was crazy. That was just like,
yeah. I mean, that's the top. That's number one.
It's a good halftime show. The one that I know that a lot of people didn't really care for was I wasn't a big fan of it either. Like the Maroon 5.
Fine, crypto.com. Fine.
How about that? Oh, that was something else, man.
All right. You want to move through your phone. You ain't gotta let your cards. Yeah.
Seeing the young LeBron, original LeBron.
Not too much. Marie. I can tell you everything.
That's LeBron and it's a young self.
The cable guy is back.
Yeah, that's a good
Classic movie. Very underrated. Him and Broderick.
No, thanks. I don't need cable. I have Verizon 5G internet. 5G Ultra.
So what y'all think?
Way better.
Any commentary?
Yeah, it was definitely a solid halftime show.
Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Let me,
It's Dr. Robotnik.
Sure.
Is that who that is?
It's Jim Carrey. It's the same actor.
Yep.
Yeah, but he has a movie coming out.
Yeah, it's called Sonic 2.
Yeah.
I'm learning something. I didn't know about Dr. Robotnik.
Yes, it's Sonic.
Yeah, I know pretty well. I knew about this stuff way before. Like, people were upset that it wasn't the actor from the games, and I said, "You really want to pass up an opportunity to have Jim Carrey in your movies?" I mean, according to reports, they didn't even think they were even going to get him because they wanted him, but they didn't think he was going to say yes. But they said, "Yeah, I want it." And he doesn't take sequels, but he really wanted to take the sequel for this one. So yeah, April 8th, people, let's go. I don't see a Cable Guy 2 coming anytime soon.
You haven't been on the Cable Guy message boards where they've been talking about it?
Guys, so commentary about the halftime because my mom was saying it wasn't long enough, and I agree.
Yeah, I feel like it should have been longer, honestly.
Yeah. It's hard to pack all that star power into 15 minutes?
Yeah, it's extremely difficult. And, so you get essentially 40% of each song, sort of Frankenstein's monstered together. And some of them fit together better than others, right? So the Kendrick Lamar Eminem one actually blended fairly well. Some of the others didn't exactly dovetail perfectly.
It sometimes worked well, sometimes not as much. But, I thought it was a decent halftime show.
Oh, yeah, agreed.
I really do. It's always good to hear, Dr. Dre or Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, all of them on their own. But it kind of feels like together, it kind of feels a little out of place. But it's still amazing to see all these 6 great musical artists together on the same stage in the world's biggest event.
After so many years of trying to get the NFL to do this, they finally did it. I mean, this is the end of a complaint that is 17 years old. 17 years old, and it's a new day. It really is, because now we'll get solo hip hop artists at the halftime, right?
It's been so long. I've been waiting for that.
We haven't had that.
Yep.
So,
what about Nelly? When Nelly,
Bill, your screen is frozen. It's got you looking down like you're asleep.
I'm interested in this Bel Air reimagining, like having like that story in like a modern day, like very gritty, suburban Los Angeles area. That could be pretty interesting.
Pass.
Hey, Bill.
Yep.
Yeah, your screen has got you looking down, frozen.
Yeah, I heard you.
Oh.
Are you sure you're not sleeping, Bill? Your
Hold
screen's
on.
sleeping?
You want me to put you in timeout so you can fix it? There you go.
I'm interested in the Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power. I've been waiting for that commercial to come out.
There he goes. There. Yay!
Yep.
Thank you, Thomas Jefferson.
Live Bill, not mummified Bill.
Yep. Not mummified. Not buried alive. None of that. Not in cryogenic or carbonite or any of that.
Hey, Mom, do you have a favorite act of the show? No. My mom is cooking up a storm.
Hi,
She's resting right
I'm there
now.
to help. I know tax season can be a little messy. That's where filing with TaxAct can make all the difference. And with TaxAct, you get your maximum refund.
Oh, the Scientology commercial that appears in every Super Bowl's here.
Oh no!
Let's really clean up.
He said the Scientology commercial that appeared in every Super Bowl this year.
Was that the Liquid Death
Getting
commercial?
himself on the piano. And,
Yeah, I would say that sometimes watching anything Scientology is like Liquid Death, but I stand corrected. I do wonder, like, without Odell Beckham, this could easily allow the Bengals to win. But at the same time, the Rams can easily make adjustments. Both need to make adjustments. Because this game is not over, folks. It's only different by 3 points. A lot can change.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that you'll get to see, because this is what we see with the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers really only have one true threat at wide receiver, and they do a very good job of scheming him open, even though everybody enters with the game plan to stop him. So we'll see if McVay can essentially, it's not like he and LaFleur are exactly strangers, right? Clearly they've coached with each other.
You okay there?
I'm assuming we'll see some of the same sort of things where you create those openings.
Chevy Silverado EV, powered by the Ultium platform.
Whether it be through shifts and motion or flooding a zone, there are ways to create that.
Again, the Rams on top by
Fourth player with 2 or more touchdown passes in 4 games in one postseason.
Stafford, fourth player with 2 or more touchdown passes in every week 4 in the postseason. Cooper Kupp, fourth player with a TD in 4 games in one postseason. Burrow, his numbers. 46
Not bad at your first game.
yards coming on that one long pass to Jamar Chase. Nixon, not quarterback with a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl. First time he's thrown a pass in his 5-year career. Aaron Donald as well. Since he's done a good job on his 19 passes, rush snaps, only one quarterback hurry. Sean McVay. 5 winning seasons now in his 5 years at the helm.
Here we go, folks.
Yeah.
Here we go.
10 consecutive losing seasons. Matthew Stafford.
Here comes the explosions. Yeah.
Cincinnati will get the ball. Down by 3.
The Bengals will get the ball. Here we go, Mom. Woohoo! Yeah.
Oh, it's this.
Beckham's return from knee injury doesn't look good.
Oh no!
No, that you could tell based on his reaction that it would be unlikely.
Was it an ACL like Winston?
I don't know if it's an ACL. It could be an MCL.
Oh no! Touchdown Bengals.
Oh, you got to play before I did. They scored on one play?
Yep.
What?
Whoa. T. Higgins.
Yep.
Yeah.
There he goes.
Just like that.
Wow.
Whoa. 20, 10, 5. Touchdown Bengals. Woohoo! I told you it's going to be an explosion. Didn't I say that?
You did indeed, Zennie.
I told you.
He said he knew he had a feeling there was going to be an explosion in the first play.
Boom.
There it is.
Whoop! There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Oops! There it is.
How much money do they make off of that one song? Like, man, that's gold.
I know.
I want the
Did you read his
Bengals
lips?
to
Did
win.
you read Sean's lips?
I want the Bengals to win, but I really, 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 really want Matthew Stafford to get a Super Bowl ring. I like that guy.
Yeah, I like Stafford too. I mean, you know, regardless of what happens, I know with a loss, it's definitely going to make people look at him differently. But with me, I would say I'd give him more leeway, honestly. Like, it's way more complex than just that. Ramsey got toast on this play.
Yeah, well, he's going after the ball, and I don't know if he thought he had safety help.
It was
Well, I guess
offensive
just
pass
take a
interference.
look there.
Is that allowed, the face mask grab?
So
No.
Nick Scott.
That is definitely not allowed.
Oh, yeah, he's now. That's why he's so mad. Yeah, that would do that.
Oh, the refs. They're gonna try to dox the refs tonight.
Wow. Yeah. That's a big play.
Yeah, they're mad, as they should be. I mean,
yeah,
they'll be talking about that on Sports Center. Oh, come on!
They'll say that the
And of course, they've been holding the daylights out of Aaron Donald all day, but I guess they're never calling that.
I don't know. It's like when it comes to like fans, it's like they can't decide whether or not they want every single play to be flagged or no plays to be flagged. With
to some extent, it's probably not a bad strategy. Just hold him every play and dare him to call it.
Hey, a little ZENNIE62 info for you. You can watch my interview with Matt Stafford right here from the NFL Draft. Right there, a much younger looking young man, as you can see. There.
And he hadn't-
I'm not gonna
he
play the
hadn't,
full thing now, but it's there for your.
He hadn't made the dietary and workout changes. Also,
Oh no! Interception. Sorry, Dennis.
Whoa, face mask.
Oh,
Stafford threw an
interception. Interception. Well, no, it was out of the hand of Cup, it looked like.
Oh, wait. That's weird. It hit his hand.
His hand. That's not on Stafford. That's
nope.
No,
If you hit a receiver in the hand,
it bounced into the Bengal. Wow.
And Von Bell catches it. No, not Von Bell.
Chidobe Awuzie.
Chidobe Awuzie.
Is this
former Dallas Cowboys,
The Bengals gonna blow
Colorado,
Colorado
Buffalo.
See right there. Wow.
Looks like the Bengals are gonna blow them out now.
I don't think it's gonna be a blowout. I mean, I think they're gonna get obviously, get a. I'm assuming at least a field goal here, but hardly a blowout.
They're going to go for the end zone.
I'm certainly going to go for it. I'm just saying they're not guaranteed to get there.
Oh, they were, but anyway.
I mean, everybody wants the touchdowns.
This would
People
be
go
the
and play to
perfect
get
time
field goals.
for a trick play. This is a perfect time for a trick play. Perfect time.
Actually, you know what, Donald? In my opinion, they missed that window. The first play is your perfect time for the trick play. The idea of the sudden change, right? They missed that. They missed that boat.
But the first play of the half of the second half, they got a touchdown.
No, I mean this first play. This first play should have been a trick play. So this drive, I mean. Okay. Need help? Okay.
Here comes a trick play.
It's like with Stafford, it's like, that was not on him. The ball literally it just came out of the receiver's hand, so that should not be on him. That's why it's like turnover-worthy passes what PFF has.
Second down and 10. Chris is so right.
Quick plan.
They were expected to be here when they got here. The Bengals, people say house money. They're tired of being the underdog, but in a way, when you think about it, 6 wins over 2 years.
Woo!
He's running. No gains.
Second and 10.
They're fighting. They're pushing the referee.
Oh,
People really want to see people I've seen more and more actively really like.
There's no flag.
They
Well, he was in bounds when he made contact. I mean, you're still allowed to tackle. if the person's a step inside the
why people
surface, you're allowed to make contact with them. That's legal, yes.
Why more and more
if
people
you can't make contact with people in the playing surface, the defense is dead.
Oh, that's the flag right there. That's the flag right there.
They're fighting with each other. They're no flags though. Surprising.
Yeah,
what are you throwing a flag for? He shoves him in the shoulder in the field of play. How is that a flag?
No, because they were in the referee. The referee was in there.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, that could be a flag. Yes.
Just saying.
But you're allowed to make contact with players in the field of play.
Are they going to go for it? They're going to get McPherson out here.
They better go for it.
Left one on fourth down in midfield early, didn't make it.
Sha-la-la. Snoop Dogg. I love it. Hey, everybody know it. You know Snoop Dogg bought Death Row Records?
Yes, from Entertainment One. Sorry, Hasbro.
Yes.
That's huge, man.
Let's see if he goes here. Oh, first down Bengals. My friends in Cincinnati are probably going crazy right now.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Red zone, red zone, red zone, red zone, red zone. Red zone, red zone, red zone.
Get that four-man rush look. Look how wide they are. Basically going to give you that lane. And Joe is
Man, this whole momentum just kind of changed right here.
Oh, like kinda? You think?
I would say so. It's an all Bengals here.
I would say on a sizable level. Wow.
Yeah, it's been all Bengals. Like the Bengals just feel like they've taken all the energy out of the Rams here.
If the Rams lose this game, I'm going to start looking at Sean McVay with the same eyes that I got from Marv Levy.
No.
You know, here's a little fun fact, kind of unrelated. Is it just me, or does Marv Levy look a little bit like Jeffrey Epstein?
Fact.
Well, here's the big difference. I mean, not between Marv Levy and Jeffrey Epstein, but literally Sean McVay could coach for 30 more years. You realize that, right?
Oh yeah, but is he actually going? Is he going to? Because
that.
there's some rumors saying that he might decide to do broadcasting. But
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Like when guys do that, usually they're doing it as a palate cleanser. I mean, obviously Madden ended up going out on top and didn't come back, but you know, Vermeil came back.
John left Bill.
Gruden tried to come back.
He had heart problems.
Right. I mean, I'm right. I'm saying that he's one of the few that actually could stay away. Most coaches are lifers, and after a few years in the booth making that easy TV money, they get the Jones to coach again for whatever reason.
Yeah, well, John had to stay away. I mean, he was getting.
Oh, right. Yeah, he would have died.
Oh, stack on Burrow.
But
now they're gonna have to kick the field goal here.
Here's the deal, though. The Rams went all in for a Super Bowl this year.
Huh?
Fourth
If
down.
they lose this Super Bowl,
He's a
That's
rookie.
a win for the Rams.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, containing them to a field goal gets a lot more momentum.
Yeah,
which is what I kind of predicted would happen here. They ended up kicking a field goal.
Would you say that? Would you kind of argue that, in a sense, their MVP is McPherson, in a sense?
Well, I mean, I'm going to go as far as MVP, but finally Aaron Donald got single. That's the first time they didn't double him, and look what happens.
Yeah.
So that's why you double it. Because if you don't,
There's a lot more football up, guys. There's historically camera technology hasn't accurately into darker tones.
Great Super Bowl, man. Great Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, it's been very intense, very combative.
We have
It's
lead
not,
changes.
not a
We have lead
blowout.
changes, you know?
It's not like a shootout. It's like a perfect balance.
The Bengals are ahead 20-13, but what should have been another touchdown, they got held to a field goal.
We could have been taking these pictures. Get a real camera.
Well, yeah, but now you have on your phone, Donald. Thank you, Google. Seeing on picture.
Hey, Beth. Hey, Beth. Everybody say, hey, Beth. Hey, Beth.
Hey, Beth.
Hey, Beth.
Hi, guys. I've been listening, even though I've been backstage. I've listened to all the commentary.
The momentum really shifted in the Bengals' favor. Good on the Rams here for stopping them on this play. Only limited to a field goal.
Yeah, well, like I said, they decided for some crazy reason to just single block Aaron Donald. Like, I don't know what made them think we should stop doubling the most dangerous defensive player of the other team, but they did, and they paid for it.
Just wait to be
right here.
Is that Lindsay Lohan?
There's like so many cameos in this.
Yeah.
Danny Trejo's in this ad too.
Oh, hey, Beth, what'd you think of the halftime show?
Oh.
William Shatner's in this ad as well.
Well, so?
Yeah, it wasn't my favorite.
Why?
I'm not a big rap fan, but you know, it was cool. It was very cool.
Oh. I loved it.
I mean, the whole ambiance and energy was really great.
Yeah, Mary J. Blige can sing. I never looked at it as in terms of like music I like or don't. I've always looked at it in terms of the event and the personality.
The production, yeah.
So I know it took 17 years for what we just saw to happen. And it's way past about time. But because they're iconic, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it was really entertaining.
I remember,
to me, Prince was the best. That was my most favorite halftime show with you.
Yeah, well, that's because he was the best ever.
Prince.
Everyone, I think the
That's
world
what I told
agrees
him
with
earlier.
you there,
Prince.
that's because you got drenched. That's because you got drenched.
Right.
All right, folks, the story is we were at the Miami Super Bowl, and the entire week it did not rain, right? Right, Beth? It did not rain.
Yeah.
So then, the morning of the Super Bowl, we go to the NFL tailgate party, and it started to rain. And I thought, well, I'll buy this jacket, thinking that, this is all I'm going to need. She was wearing all black.
How drenched were you, Zennie?
Oh, hold on a second. The person who was drenched is this one. Her.
Beth, how drenched were you?
Her. Solo layout. Excuse me.
I was sick for a week, and my brother had to use a blow dryer to dry off his license. Remember his wallet? Everything was drenched.
Vinny, she was so drenched.
Yeah.
And she was wearing all black, and I went up. This is the old Joe Robbie.
Yeah.
And I went in, and they were giving out ponchos, and I went to get one for Beth. I brought it back. She was like this.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious. I said, Beth, why don't you come outside? She goes, no, I got to see Prince. I got to see water's like drenching all down her. I got to see Prince. Oh, that was fun. That was massively fun.
That was great.
First down, Los Angeles Rams.
The Rams are on the move.
This is a game.
Yes.
Really competitive game. I think all of us thought it would be close. Well, almost all of us thought it would be close. I think only one person called for a blowout. I said these teams are too evenly matched for it to be a blowout.
Yeah. What was the over/under on this game?
It It was the Rams 3.5. It was Rams 3.5.
Yeah, no. What was the over/under? What was the over/under?
Rams -3.
No, some of the over/under
No,
for the
the over/under.
Like over/under is a number.
Right, was it 51 or something?
Hey, Dad, what was the over/under for the game?
I'll ask Raisin. Does he?
Hey,
yeah.
try to raise it for me.
I will. It was 4.5 Rams. I know that, but I'm gonna ask him what the over/under is.
I saw 3.5.
Stop. That play has become in vogue. You know, the Kansas City Chiefs have a version of that play, and they have two play actions. One they just absolutely murdered the Raiders with. Oh my Lord, that's when I fell in love with the
49ers. The 49ers have a version of it as well,
but not out of that. Not out of the trips. Not out of the trips though.
Cup, first down.
The Chiefs have it out of the trips. Man, we got to do a chalk talk, Bill, because that would be so much fun to do. That thing is devastating, you know?
Yes.
If you do it trips on that side, it confuses the crap out of the defense. It's wild. I mean, on the side of the running back side. Oh.
My brother doesn't know the over/under.
Nope.
He wasn't paying attention.
First down.
It's 44.
Oh, wow.
Move.
Oh, the over/under was 48. My dad says the over/under was 48.5.
Oh!
48.5, did he?
Yeah, 48.5.
Whoa. Oh,
48.5?
That's probably about right.
Yeah.
Bryson Hopkins, the son of my old student.
When was the last time we spoke to your old student? Cup. No, not Cup. I'm thinking of Shornick. I always seem like him as 18. 18 should be retired for Roman Gabriel.
I'm trying to think of some of the other sort of father-sons that have played in the Super Bowl. I'm trying to remember if
being more comfortable not playing than two people. They can come on, support the run, maybe have a little more coverage.
7 minutes left.
Loss of yardage. Come on, you can't go out of field goal position here. You have to throwing the ball. You got to stay in field goal position.
So again, coming up empty on the ground.
They're trying to wear them down like.
Averaging less than 2 yards per rush of the way.
They can't block them. They just are not blocking these guys. They're blocking that time. And it is the edge players of the Cincinnati Bengals that are locking these
Trick play.
cutbacks.
Oh!
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
That didn't work.
Oh, good play. Cooper Cup. Oh. Too high. Cup threw it too high. At least they're in field goal range for them.
Oh. He threw it way too high. Hey, that was the Rams version of the Philly special.
Yeah, well, everybody has in their playbook now.
We call it the LA special, right?
Yeah, if they were to catch it, it still wouldn't have been a touchdown because it's to deal with Hilton.
Well, I think they were trying to get a first down. I think they were trying to get a touchdown. I mean, Matt Stafford isn't quite that wriggly. I don't think he's going to make a bad miss or two. He would probably make two people miss. Well, at least one. He would make, he'd have to make one person miss in the open field, but it's not really the strength of his game.
Finally.
Yeah, field goal. 2016 Bengals.
Lord of the Rings.
Here it is. New Lord of the Rings show.
Rings of power.
Show. Amazon. Before the King.
Uh-oh.
Before the Fellowship. toward the ring.
You all right, Ma?
Hey, Donald, how's your mom?
A new legend.
All right.
So it's like between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings.
All right. Why did I turn the light on in here?
The Rings of Power.
Please.
This has been a big thing for them. They've been trying to make for the last few years.
Yep.
No, it's on Amazon Prime.
Yep.
I cannot wait.
It's an Amazon Prime original, right?
Yeah.
Nothing better than Creed.
It should be James Franco, but yeah.
Mom. Mom. You want some?
Lay's potato chips. Are they a new movie on Apple together?
Oh. Okay. No, I thought you didn't read. I didn't see you read. Okay, I understand.
It's a new roller coaster at Universal. Velocicoaster. It's Orlando. Wow. They're now open. Like the animatronic that came in the pregame with Jeff Goldblum. Oh, that was something.
Yeah.
Join the pack. The hunt is now. Super Bowl Anthem.
What is that? No.
Joe Burrow backing the first Joe
Not much. You only have like 5 more minutes left of the quarter, Dad. Nice run.
Super Bowl.
You can tell Joe Burrow went to school in Louisiana.
Yeah. Yep.
He was thoroughly immersed in that culture.
Yes. Oh, it shows.
Absolutely.
It's always nervous time for the family, especially in a 4-point game.
Sack.
Now, 6 to the Rams, 16.
Ernest Jones with the sack on Joe Burrow.
And the pressure down he goes, and it's Ernest Jones who made a big play on a pass breakup in the first half. A rookie out of South Carolina, 3rd-round pick, gets the sack.
Here's what they've been doing. So they end up with rushers over here. So you end up one-on-one with the pass rushing linebacker up against the back, a decent block, but nowhere to go. And so Jones ends up with the sack anyway. That is, and if there's been one thing,
Open.
Yeah, was that 3 and out?
Incomplete pass. Time to punt. Out comes Huber.
Wow.
Momentum's now shifted in the Rams' favor.
Yep.
Now, there's another reason why I also wanted the Super Bowl to happen. It's actually a Super Bowl where it's not logos, it's what they're supposed to represent. Bengal tiger, Bengal stripes. Bighorn sheep, ram, ram horn.
It's a good point, Vinny.
Yeah, it's a big reason why I wanted it.
Yeah.
Now we finally have it. Like
So I guess next year rooting for Patriots and Commanders.
Cannot do
No.
it.
You didn't say that, Bill.
Well, I mean, he said he likes it when they have things that are directly and I guess very
He was saying Patriots are like
visually representative of what it is
Commanders,
supposed to be,
military,
I guess.
like match military with military. So, yeah. Anyway.
I mean, or what? Cardinals, Dolphins? Was that? I'm trying to think of the other ones that would be equally, obviously, clearly representative.
Raiders, Buck.
I would personally be interested in, like, in terms of like uniform matchups. I kind of want to see. Guy Fieri. White hard soda.
There he is, Guy.
Yep.
He was also on ZENNIE62, by the way.
Twice.
Big Raiders fan.
Yep.
Yes.
A couple of times. I got him at the Raider their last not mini camp. It was OTAs.
You got an interview?
In Napa.
Right. Right. The Mayor Flame Cat, yeah.
I wonder how they managed to, like, do the CGI effects for this.
Oh no! Oh,
That was a heartwarming.
Oh, that's what's her name's husband from the Bold Type.
Thanks to a reconstructed defense over the last 2 years, they managed DJ Leader and Von Bell last year. Then they went out and they got 4 guys this year. Mobility is hurt. Not only the tremendous stop on Tyreek Hill in the Kansas City game in Pittsburgh, you've got basically 7 new starters who aren't with the team 2 years ago. And all very significant contributors.
play action. Oh, wow!
My guy Eli Apple in
Now, they snuffed that one out really well.
Button apple.
Is
Is the mother still working for ESPN?
Say what?
Is Annie Apple, Eli Apple's mother, is she still working for ESPN?
I don't know.
They're loose.
Got out on the field for this player. All right, so they called now from upstairs. Well, that happens, everybody comes standing up right now. The spotters upstairs saw something. And Corbett calls a fault for the moment.
Well, Trey Flowers is in, the former Seahawk.
Oh, David, thank you.
Hey, David. $20, bro. Thank you so much. Also, thank you again for the $5 in the Matt Ryan video.
Is a much bigger
Yeah.
guy, 6'3", over 200 pounds, runs 4.45. But
We're down.
you want to test that if they're not going to allow. They're going to be 2 deep safeties.
The legs, okay.
Yeah, so Flowers is one of those rare situations where a guy who played safety in college was converted to corner in the NFL.
Usually it's the other way around.
Usually it is, yes. But it's something that I've seen Seattle do twice. Take guys who were college safeties and turn them into corners.
Whoa!
Both of the defensive lines have had their ways with the offensive lines. And Stafford looks like he's kind of limping.
Well, I look at it this way: their time passing is awful. Because it would be nice if when they drop back, he's limping. When they drop back,
oh, his foot was rung up.
See Hendrickson around the back, force him to step up in the reader.
Oh, if he's done, forget it.
Well, no, unless there's like bones sticking out of his sock or something, he's not going to be done. If you've watched his career, and I've watched his entire career, he's come back from way worse than
He's
that.
a tough kid. That's why I like him. He's tough.
He's played through some pretty. He's played through a lot of stuff. I remember he got his non-throwing shoulder separated, came back in, won the game.
I remember that too. He went on the sideline, got it popped back in, and ran right back out there.
Yep.
That's when I became a fan. That particular game.
No, his name is Kai.
Oh, you must have saved the world first.
Yeah, you can take off a diaper. Hold on, I've got it. I will help save the world first, then take over the world. She literally just said that. But you just don't get it. What? Yeah. Right back again. Can't draw me about it. You act like a child. You can't push my buttons anymore. Okay, let's do it. We're going all electric. Not you, strong.
That's what we sucked before.
that was funny. That was funny.
For all of these commercials, can we get a movement on the market? How about that?
In other words, for the power of social investments. I'm defeated. I'm so happy I'm feeling strong because I'm paying so much for a whole infinite and I've just wrong. I feel happy, very happy. Look how much money I'm saving right now. There's no disease, no price hikes, one cold
Oh, big news, guys. Odell Beckham Jr. has been downgraded to out.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's really big news. I think we all kind of figured he was out as soon as we saw him go down, yelling about how his knee felt.
See now Beckham and Stafford. Wow.
Yeah, well, Stafford's not out. Stafford's going to come back.
Think so?
But injured.
Well, yes.
Wow.
But he's played injured a lot. I mean, I've watched his entire career. This isn't new to him.
Ouch. I can promise you one thing, though. Matthew Stafford has a long history.
He's in street clothes now.
Hey, folks, 228 people on Oakland News Now right now, concurrently.
2022.
200. Look at that. Great day.
Yep.
You too.
Welcome, everybody.
219.
Hey, Zennie, I was thinking World Cup is this year. We got to do a couple of World Cup games.
I agree.
Oh, sack.
We definitely got to. I have to pull out
your bracket?
My polos. Yeah, and my bracket.
Once again, A'Shawn Robinson, here he is right here. He's just going to press his way. He's not a big, fancy move kind of.
Oh, no.
Pressure from the other side. Von Miller brings it the other way, runs him into it, and makes a play. And A'Shawn Robinson's at it.
Oh, another sack by Von Miller this time.
Yep. he just missed one a couple of plays ago. He kind of chased him up in the pocket, and Ashawn Robinson
there. Whoa.
If not for the fact that he stepped up into the arms of Ashawn Robinson, he would have had a sack 2 plays or a play before that.
6 years ago, he comes in and they get a third.
And he almost had a strip sack.
Yep.
Which I actually think I predicted he'd end up with a strip sack at some point in the game, so we just missed.
Back inside. So you want to turn your center.
I mean, the even though the Bengals are winning, the Rams' defensive line is having their way with the Bengals. I mean, god damn.
Well, yeah, because the Bengals keep trying to throw these deeper passes. They throw like short passes, they wear them down. I mean, really short, like that one. See, I love that play. Personally, for me, that's the best call they made all day long. I love it.
You know, speaking of like, you know, considering we are a mostly Raiders focused channel, when's the Super Bowl going to be for Las Vegas? 2024?
Yep, 2024.
I'm excited for that. Think there could be a chance we go there live, all of us?
Yeah.
God willing, yeah. It's in the card.
So you get the 2 youngest coaches in the league. We were talking the other day to Zach Taylor on the hot seat after you went 16 to 2 years. He said, "Thank God I had a patient owner in Mike Brown." He goes, Sean McVay got the job. He's 30 years old. He can bring in Wade Phillips as the defensive coordinator. And the Rams felt if we don't sign him at 30, he's gone by the time he's 32.
And I think that
Phillips deserves his own bronze vest and cancer.
the pressure really shifts to him personally because he's out of weapons. He is going to have to get so creative here to win this football game. And if he does, he'll deserve a ton of respect.
Boss. Okay.
Almost the entire game. They got, let's say, 4, 2nd and 6 at the Cincy 48-yard line.
But it's a big play, though, and there's that defensive front end so many times.
We're going to wind this down to the fourth quarter.
Of course, another reason that you call runs is to slow down the pass rush. You know, when we talk about why sometimes a team is running the football, sometimes it's literally to slow down the other team's pass rush.
Stronger as the game has gone on.
You know, when a defensive line group wants to get up
more minutes
field,
left, folks.
go after the quarterback. You know, you let your offensive line bang on them.
Here it is, the witching hour. Who's going to win? Is it going to be the Cincinnati Bengals or the Los Angeles Rams?
Watch out for the explosions, folks. You think this was explosive? The fourth quarter will be more explosive. Watch. You heard it here first. You mark my words.
Good deep voice.
Everyone should have access to the tools they need to achieve economic stability. We believe every call to national domestic violence hotline should be answered. We believe that this is the beginning of what we can do together.
I'm going to get some more water.
Well, I guess this is good for the weekly re-up.
I think that is coming.
Ben Affleck and Shaquille O'Neal.
A minor announcement. I know we don't cover this a lot, but the crypto market is in the middle of a crash right now.
Who is?
The crypto
stock market.
No, that's on. Hey, read Oakland News Now, and just type cryptocurrency. It's all over it. We have a great presence in cryptocurrency now because of the automatic system.
Right.
Okay, Ethereum's down.
Yep.
Everything is down.
Yep.
Bitcoin's down.
In about probably in the next couple of weeks, you can start jumping in and buying the dip.
I'll be buying. I have no choice because I automatically buy every week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, every week.
Ooh, Western and Southern are giving a local Cincinnati commercial a national ad spot.
Who's a Stella?
Yeah, I mean, what better way to advertise, one of the teams in it than, a commercial about Cincinnati?
Hey, wait a minute. It's Mike McDaniel. He's doing a YouTube commercial.
He was once the ball boy for the Broncos. He looks so unrecognizable.
Well, at one point, Kyle Shanahan was a ball boy too. So that ball boy to coach things happened for a few people.
Rich McKay was also a ball boy too.
Yep.
You got any black ball boys?
Larry Fitzgerald was a ball boy.
Yep, that's true. Larry Fitzgerald was. Yep, for the Vikings.
Yeah, that's right. Larry Fitzgerald was one for the Vikings.
Yep.
Oh.
Would you consider it nepotism if your father's the head coach, your brother's on the team as well, and you are the ball boy?
Yes.
And the NFL is built on nepotism. So, you think Scott Ireland, on pure merit, got where he was? You don't think marrying Bill Parcells' daughter helped?
Same thing with Chris Snee. He marrying Tom Coughlin's daughter also helped too.
Yeah.
3rd and 7.
I mean, incomplete. Time for the punt.
Wow. They love that throw.
Johnny Hecker out again, the MVP.
They call it second chance you. In this secondary, Eli Apple has bounced around. He really has never found a home.
Eli Apple, good play.
Here he is, Page, taking plays
Eli Apple,
against
Super
the
Bowl
Rams and Jefferson, and they have to get something out of him. They really desperately need it, without a doubt.
The field at 16-yard line.
Woo!
Taylor.
Well, let's take a look at
Jalen
it.
Ramsey been getting toasted this game.
It's been the story of Jalen Ramsey, arguably the best quarterback in all the football. Play against them there, but then comes right back, and here's the controversial.
If the Rams lose, that's going to be all over SportsCenter.
Yep.
Ramsey by T. Higgins making the
Hey, so
play as Ramsey goes to the ground.
what do you guys think of having a social network on Oakland News Now?
Why not? Go for it. I think it sounds pretty awesome. We're building every day.
What would be the downside? I can't think of a specific downside.
I mean, everyone's making their own social media.
I can't. Tables.
I mean, everyone's making their own social media companies. Why can't we?
Yeah. Tables.
That's what it is. Your best
To figure out a different way of doing it.
on their best receiver, and if you get away with it, then great things can happen because you help everywhere else around the field.
Told us the other day, thanks to coaches to put them on the
Database tables are bare. That's the only problem. We mix it with a blog. But trying to work out the tech there. Run, Joe, run. Oh. Whoa, good.
You can tell that Odell really wished he would be able to go out there.
I mean, every player wants to make an impact in a game like the Super Bowl.
This is Joe
Of course.
We've seen him in so many clutch situations this season.
And that desire is only intensified if you've played mostly for bad teams, right, in your previous career, and you get an opportunity to play on a really good team. Because unlike some players, you realize how different it is when you're on a good team.
I mean, it's not like you're always not going to be on the Packers or the Patriots or the Steelers. A lot of teams go for the ebbs and flows.
small town in Ohio.
Right. I mean, most do. Most do. Teams that are consistently, very good or above average are the exception, not the rule. The rule is peaks and valleys.
Just tell me when 94 is on the field.
What's the other extremes, like the Jaguars or the Lions? Those teams that are generally always bad. Is that like the other extreme?
Yes, the other extreme, right. You get 3, 4, maybe 5 teams at the top. You get 3, 4, maybe 5 teams at the bottom. But in the middle, it's constantly flipping around. The Vikings could be an 11-win team next year, right? And then they go back to being a 4-win team. I mean,
They're very up and down, the Vikings.
that's the nature of most teams, though. That's the rule, not the exception.
Mr. Cruz is in the stands.
10. On third down. Donovan wants to crowd in with it.
LeBron.
There's LeBron looking on.
Oh, sack from Burrow.
Oh,
Another sack.
Well, yeah, I mean, I told you the Rams are going to get a good number of sacks.
Joe Burrow's out. He's out. It's over.
I wouldn't go that far.
He's not getting up, though.
He's out, bro. Look at his
No,
leg.
I'm saying this doesn't always mean it's over.
But you don't understand. Donald Richardson's an actor. He's a thespian. He brings drama to everything.
Oh, he's limping. He can't really.
Back.
Flag as well.
Yeah, I mean that didn't look great, but I'm just saying we've seen players, go out in situations where everyone says, "Oh, it's over," and then you send out Frank Reich, right, or whoever, and they lead. Yeah, that doesn't look great, but it doesn't look like he's done.
That ankle been really, really.
Oh yeah, but I don't. It doesn't look like he's
That's
done.
the issue. It's like the old offensive lines for the Bengals. I mean, they're fortunate to be in this situation, be in the Super Bowl, because he's grabbing his knee, he's screaming in pain.
They have only 2 of their offensive linemen are even average NFL level starters. They're going to have to do something about that. I mean, they've gotten away with it so far, but it's like playing Russian roulette. At some point, there's a bullet in the chamber.
Mm-hmm. That's a good way of describing it.
I think Hakeem Adeniji has a chance to be something. Spain's a good run blocker, but not a great pass blocker. I mean, they've got some stuff to do. They've got some work to do on that offensive line.
Jeez, I hope Burrow's not out.
I mean, he looked like he's in pain. He didn't look like he's incapable of playing.
Yeah, he's going to be limping a little bit, though.
Yes. Oh, yes, most definitely. It's going to hurt. He's going to be sore tomorrow and all that, but
that looks bad. Wait a minute.
It's the Super
Be
Bowl.
sore tomorrow, honestly.
It's the Super Bowl. I think he's going to be back.
Whether you win or lose.
It just means he won't be able to move around as well.
This isn't like the days of the playoff poll in the 60s, where if you lost the conference championship game, you would fight for third place in another playoff game in Miami.
And then remember the College Bowl, whatever, where the runner-up would play the All-Star team, college All-Stars.
Those are a lot closer than people realize. I mean, people always wonder,
they were actually some very good games. Back when I was working at WSCR in Chicago, and they had the Bull and the Bear, Doug Buffone and Norm Van Leer had a show. Doug Buffone had some great stories about, he and Paul Horning both went to Louisville, and Paul Horning was in town for the game. He was going to play, them the next day. He said, "Come out with me," right? And things were very different in those days. And so he took a young Doug Buffone down on Rush Street. They were out till 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And the difference is that Paul Horning was how to put this, a more experienced and he had a liver that was conditioned differently than young Mr. Buffone's, who was 21 and a half years old or something at that point. So Horning was fine the next day. Doug Buffone was praying that he would not survive.
To be clear,
so he did not have his best game in that next game. He did not play well.
I mean, seriously, we named ourselves Booking.com, which is kind of lit.
Is it yourself going to be the next James Bond?
But it's who we are. We're good at helping you book travel.
Maduris.
Amazingly good.
Yeah. So supposedly the estate
Looking dog. Yeah.
of Sir Ian Fleming or whatever was not a fan, apparently, from what I've been told.
Oh, then where did the rumor even come from?
What'd you say? I mean, they don't own the. I mean, once you sign the paper, the movie company do whatever they want. They bought the rights, so it doesn't matter what the estate feels. I mean, they can feel what they feel, but they can't stop it.
Ian Fleming died like 55 years ago.
Well, I said the estate.
Oh.
Because
hey,
I said the estate of Ian Fleming wasn't a fan of the idea of, I don't know if it's his son or his grandson, but whoever the spokesman is for the Ian Fleming estate, said they weren't enthusiastic or whatever about the idea of Idris Elba.
Not to be that guy, but does it have anything to do with,
I mean, you can just ask, but the answer is almost certainly yes if you're asking what I think you're asking.
Oh, sack! No.
Whether you gets it or not, he's still an exceptional actor regardless.
Yes.
Man, most times sacks at Super Bowl 10, Staubach, Joe Burrow, Jesus Christ. Even the Rams offensive line is so suffocating.
Super Bowl 10. He's already matched number of times Roger Staubach was sacked in Super Bowl 10.
Yep.
That's an accomplishment right there.
It sure is. And it once again puts into focus what I said the Rams were going to go kind of nuts on them because it's the nightmare matchup. It's this exceptional, amazing defensive line against a well below average offensive line. You have to expect that that's going to happen. And they've been getting the ball out fast for the most part, though the few times they've held the ball, it hasn't worked out for them.
3rd down and 5.
Hey, it looks like Joe's in pain here, so we'll see what happens.
Well, he's going to be in pain for the next few days. I mean, best case scenario, but doesn't mean he won't play. I mean, he's a football player. You play with pain all the time.
Yeah.
That's why you do painkillers.
Thank you, painkillers. Yeah.
That's why you get those, and people get addicted to them. Man, it's like the issue is that the Rams' defensive line is so suffocating, but yet it feels like their offense can't really deliver on this.
Oh, jeez! Come on, Rams, catch the ball. Well, I want it to be a game. I don't have it.
I mean, that wouldn't have been an impossible catch. It would have been an extremely difficult catch. But yeah.
Hey, you want some cookies? Yeah, they're good. They're right up there. Yeah. We got the best cookies, Archway oatmeal, iced oatmeal cookies. Woohoo!
Hey, Bill, do you see that do you think the Rams are eventually going to result in a turnover here?
Well, here's what I think. I think that they're feeling like their defensive line is taking control of the game, and I don't think they're wrong. And so if you're the Bengals, you have a nicked up quarterback, an offensive line that can't really hold up. It screens and draws all day, right? Pretty much. You almost have to. And the question now is, will the Rams also have that same mindset and be playing to take away the screens and draws? And that's really, to me, the chess game from this point forward will be quick game, screens and draws, and can they take away quick game, screens and draws? Are you now bringing everybody up, right? We're going to go man free, right? We're one free safety, man across the board, and we're going to bring 6 at times, and we dare you to try to beat us deep. I mean, it takes guts, but it also can flip the game in their favor because it means you're going to take away the ability for the offense to get anything done at that point. But if they can somehow get a deep one off, it means they probably win because they get an easy touchdown, right? So are you willing to swing your sword, as Mike Leach would say?
That's what Walking Dead. How long has this series been going on for?
We're going to remake the world. So don't just stream.
How you doing, Beth? What do you think?
Irish Spring soap. It's really.
How you doing?
I'm watching this commercial.
Oh.
Irish Spring has been around since like the 30s or 40s, I think.
I'm having some tea. Which commercial do we like the best so far?
Oh, I kind of like the electronic dog commercial.
I like that one.
That was cute.
I think probably the. Think about that.
Which one?
I'm trying to think of which one I liked.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I know they weren't that memorable. Oh, woo.
That's a bust through the line.
I like one of the car commercials, but I don't know which one.
Yeah, right. The Jim Carrey cable guy one was kind of. I mean, it wasn't a mind boggler, but there's another one that had the Seth Rogen, Paul Rudd one was kind of cute.
I like the Kia one.
Yeah,
I like the Kia one. The robot dog. I like that one.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
They weren't as edgy this year. I kind of wish the commercials were a bit edgier.
Oh.
What they're doing here is somewhat smart.
Running game is
they're
back.
trying to keep their quarterback
Another
from
running
getting snapped around some more. So establishing the run would, lead the clock, but also it keeps your quarterback from taking more.
There it is again. Wow. Love that play. Love it. Draw play. The last art of the draw play.
Yeah, well, I mean, I told you screens and draws is what I'd be looking for based on, what their offensive line has showed us. And obviously, once again, you're trying to keep the quarterback from taking more punishment.
No game, it looks like.
Two. Keep it on the ground. She picks up about one. Before it's hot time by Justin Collins. 3rd and 1.
Here you go. Here's Zach Taylor.
We're seeing 5 defensive backs, 3 wide receivers, and a tight end.
Critical.
Yeah.
Barely. Wow. Yeah.
Takes that pass and the clock is rolling underneath.
Just enough of the play there. They bring the outside receiver in. They know the man coverage is on the inside and on the
Michigan.
And just make him go over the top. That's all you're trying to do.
Go. Zennie Raisin says hi. Says hi.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The over-under was 49. Yeah. He's at a party. Otherwise, he would have joined.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Uh-oh.
With a little pressure again. For Matthew Stafford, to me, that's as much of the story as there is. So much pressure on Matthew Stafford. They make the huge deal. They bring him in, give him a chance. He takes him to the Super Bowl game, and now I'm going to have to find something creative way to score. There's a guy that's doing some of the pressure on his own.
When that gets up, has to come out on play as he jogs to the sideline. So it's 3rd down and 9. 40. This is Cincinnati that he takes. Oh, it's number one for where? I'm walking. Oh, that's good. I think what you'll see in the Super Bowl here is it's a short play
Drop pass.
Wow.
Boy, drop pass.
Well, that's a Super Bowl. Oh, you look at his head went like that.
This game has got really physical near the end. It's like a little over 6 minutes left of the game here.
Created space.
Uh-oh.
Got exactly what they wanted.
David on the coverage.
Ooh, it's interesting. Between Levy and Brie Larson.
Nice ride. Want to give it a sec? Coffee's enough excitement. Right.
Catherine O'Hara.
Yeah.
Second City Television. Batista. Like, we're out here now.
Hey, David Bautista. Hey, trivia, folks. David Bautista works out at my gym here in Fayette County, Georgia.
Wow.
Do you spot him, Zennie?
Yeah.
Clownist conformist. Clever.
All right, I like the Taco Bell commercial. That was fun.
I didn't think that was a Taco Bell commercial until the very end. Oh, Gerard Mayo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that, Beth. You're right.
Pete Davis. Oh.
Don't touch that.
Oh.
Fun.
Oh, Pete Davidson. Remember someone on Twitter saying that Pete Davidson looks like the kind of guy that would be the antagonist in a Kanye West movie.
Oh, no. Mom's there to tackle the food waste, man. Very hittable. Hey, girl.
Classic Universal movies and well, some of these aren't Universal. Here's Russell Wilson and Roger Goodell sitting right next to each other.
Mr. Roger Goodell. But now, for the moment, Russell Wilson went to man here.
I'm looking for Byron Allen.
Who do you think is going to buy the Broncos? Do you think it's going to be him, or do you think it's going to be Robert Smith?
It'll be him.
Which one? Do you think it's going to be Byron Allen? You think that also Dan Snyder, Florio said that he might actually have to sell the team?
Say again?
Mike Florio said that Dan Snyder might actually have to sell the Commanders now.
Good.
Yeah, that's no some. Well, I would discount that big time. In fact, I'll do a video, and the reason I will is I should. Hold on a second.
Kendall Blant, the tight end who was filling in for the injured Tyler Higbee, has not seen much action lately. They put a white shoulder harness on him. He's been pacing the sidelines. He's dejected and just trying to keep that shoulder loose.
We're gonna run the ball here, or what are we gonna do?
Denied.
I honestly, you're down 4 points in the Super Bowl. I try to run. I try to hit first down. Would you go for it, or do you think, or would you punt it again?
No, you better punt from there. You kidding me?
And there's still really a lot of time left.
They're
in the
going
game.
for it.
Not that much. 5:31 and counting.
That's a lot of time when you're down by one score.
At that position on the field, you don't go for it.
I think he might have.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of time left in the game.
I wouldn't do
He
that.
actually might have went over. I'm not too sure.
They got it. First down.
I got it.
They're going for it.
Hand off to Cooper Cup.
Fortune favors the foolish.
Indeed, fortune does favor the.
Wow.
You made that one. You gotta try to see if they can score on this drive.
But that's back to the old saying that coaches say, players not plays. That's what that was. Like, we just want to get the ball in Cooper Kupp's hands.
Oh boy, that was poorly ran. Oh, from the start.
Now let's go back to that cup run, because this is one that it either looks great or you look like a complete idiot if you call it. And that time it worked out. Somehow, some way, Cooper Kupp has to be engaged in this comeback effort. He just has to. He's the one guy who knows the way he runs routes.
Five.
Emotionally, you have to do something to get him engaged.
Cup. Third and second. It's like a pass play.
They got the first down.
Yep. First down, Los Angeles Rams. Here's Hopkins. Whoever wins, who do you think? If the Bengals win, who do you think is going to be the MVP? And if the Rams win, who do you think is going to be
Well,
the
if
MVP?
the Bengals win, it has to be Joe Burrow.
And if the Rams win, who would you say?
Well, I mean, Kupp's had an okay game, but the only time they can ever give it to a wide receiver is he has an off-the-charts ridiculous game. So unless he has an off-the-charts ridiculous game sometime in the next couple of minutes, they're going to give it to a quarterback. They give it to a quarterback unless someone forces them not to.
Yeah, a lot of people have really criticized against that. So with me, I would always say, let's give two different MVP awards. Let's give an MVP award to the offense and give one to the defense.
But so far now, we have seen the ability of this offense to make some catch and runs. Here's the miss. Extra point. They just rolled off the football. No choice now. You have to go play for the touchdown.
Good throw. Wow.
Yep, great throw by Stafford.
We knew that was coming.
Here's a question: If the Rams win, does Stafford make the Hall of Fame?
Yes. I mean, his numbers are Hall of Fame worthy even before this.
I mean, there's always
and now
those
he
that
gets the thing that a guy like Phillip Rivers didn't get, right? Or Kenny Anderson.
Yeah, it's like a lot of those things. Like, I mean, Rivers never really had the infrastructure in place. With Ryan, the team failed him. With Stafford, he's in that situation with those other guys didn't really have that opportunity. So, it's like I'm usually a very large haul kind of person. I'm like very, very large hauls, more than the average. It's because I'm really grateful to be in an era where I'm truly witnessing the best QB play, and I feel like even leaving one out would be unfair.
And I think that Stafford will take that all day. Because Wilson walking out.
First down. First and goal from the Los Angeles Rams. 2-minute warning. Sorry, 1:55 warning. Okay, guys, you ready for this? The witching hour, 2 minutes.
Well, that fourth down call was a key call.
Yep. Okay, Zennie.
Yep. Yeah.
I wrote this on the 22nd of January of Virginia football. I analyzed the legislation to form the financing for a stadium for the Washington Commanders. I don't think Dan Snyder is anywhere close to selling the team. Okay, and read that, by the way.
On Virginia Football Stadium Authority legislation for new Washington football team stadium, January 22nd.
Yeah. It's been involved, but if you want to learn something about stadium financing,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, I don't personally think they're going to sell. I mean, there's some that say, they were even kind of inferring to, Stephen Ross could potentially sell the Dolphins if, the Brian Flores thing goes through, and I can't really see that either. But I didn't want to ask you guys this, but because I did think it was a bit of a sensitive topic, but what do you think of the lawsuit that Brian Flores put against the NFL?
Say again, please.
What are your thoughts on the lawsuit that Brian Flores made against the NFL?
It was just. I mean, I don't know why. I think the criticism against it are, in some cases, racist. In some cases, ridiculous. In some cases, a combination of both. Even among those who are African American who criticize it, it's almost like a fear of attacking an institutional system that they think they can benefit from, or they think we can benefit from. But look, there are people who died waiting on things to change, and at some point you have to start doing it. Stop doing that. And stop hoping for the best. Stop, sitting in your little corner and thinking things are going to improve, and doing what everybody else does in the United States and in the world that does something. You take action. That's all he's doing. Now, were parts of it reckless? I think so. But did they have an impact? Are they having impact? Yeah, they are. It's absolutely, look, I've said this before and I'll say this again. And that comes from a guy who I wanted out of Avalon Park. I went to the principal, said I was bored. They gave me an IQ test. They said I was 156. Then the lady tells me you can't be that, basically because she didn't expect that because I'm black. All right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a mental illness when you look at somebody and you think they're supposed to be something because of the way that they look or the color of their skin. And that's what's stopping the NFL from having black coaches. They're all extremely more than qualified. Mm-hmm. And the media
it's sickening to me that someone like Eric Bieniemy still isn't a head coach yet.
And not only that, I'll say this, I'll get back to the game. Let me get back to the game, but I'll say one thing. Does anyone know how many times Mike Vrabel was arrested?
No.
Three
times.
Right, and you never heard about it, but you hear about Eric Bieniemy.
I mean, I heard about it, but
I knew about Vrabel, but I only heard about Bieniemy because my dad said, it's because of the stuff that said, but that was like 25 years ago. I mean, if it was really that much.
Dad, but you should bring your dad in here because tell your dad, look, ask yourself the question, how come you're not hearing that about somebody who's white? I mean, Blaine Gabbert, for example. Blaine Gabbert was detained all the time. They were making bad stuff about Cam Newton. Anyway, let me get back to the game here. Sorry.
3rd and goal. This is the game right here.
Well, they'll go for it on 4th if they don't get it on 3rd. But yes, it would be easy. It'd be better to get it on 3rd down.
3rd down, obviously, you're a 4-down situation. Even if they don't get it, they still have all of their timeouts, and they use them obviously on defense in Cincinnati when they go.
Okay, here we go.
In motion somehow. If you just leave him on one side of the line of scrimmage, he's going to get a point. And you've already seen he is the primary weapon, and especially in the red zone where he is.
Deflected. Flag. Flag. I think he's on the Bengals.
He's into the inside squat. On the left side.
I've never liked that referee.
Stafford fires.
Whoa.
It also looked like, it also to me like Hendrickson actually got a little bit of a head start on the snap too.
Either way, it's still first down Rams now.
Oh.
You mean
Yeah, he was holding him.
Yeah, he was definitely holding him.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think Hendrickson was just a tiny bit early off the snap too.
Hey, he draped him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a borderline call; it's an obvious call. He grabbed
touchdown.
Did he land in bounds or did he land out of bounds?
Now you're asking a linebacker to cover Cooper Kupp, so I'm going to give the linebacker, like, still considering that you're a linebacker, that's still not bad that you've even managed to be in position to hold him, but you don't have to get 2 feet in.
Hold on a
side
second.
or butt basically counts as 2 feet.
What's the penalty?
Okay, let's see what it is.
What's the penalty?
Well, we'll know in a second.
Might be on the Bengals spoon.
Rams are beginning to walk back.
Oh, touchdown don't count. Replayed it down.
Penalties offset.
Oh, offset.
David's back. Ball on him.
Oh, takedown.
When the quarterback scrambles outside.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I'm like sweating
bullets.
bullets.
Well, that's one way to try to keep Kupp from beating you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Rod Bell. 3 of the penalties on Cincinnati have been unsportsmanlike conduct, personal foul, killer in this instance. Offsetting a minute 38, first and goal.
A ton of stuff going on here, obviously, and the clock and trying to figure out.
So the good news, if you're the Rams, is you get a chance to run some more time off the clock.
Yeah.
Oh,
or bad news.
Oh, another flag.
It was in the backfield of Stafford.
What the heck is this?
Grab Apple. Eli Apple.
Yep. He knew he was beat. I mean, once
Eli.
again, if the choice is a touchdown or a penalty and they're already inside the 5, that's an easy choice. He just moves the ball a yard and a half or whatever. Oh man, yeah, he got his money's worth too. Way to go, Eli. He didn't get cheated at least.
Eli, what were you doing, man?
He realized he was beat. What do you think? What is he doing? He's
No,
not giving up a touchdown. Like, admittedly, you're not get dapped up in film study, but it wasn't a touchdown.
Dumbest call ever.
I mean, he's grabbing to pull it and grab it. Like they had to call that.
No, here we go.
We're going to the game, guys.
Not quite the game.
I mean, no.
Oh!
Half left. We've seen teams come back in 17 seconds and less. So, no, it's not the game yet.
Ask Peyton.
Cincinnati taking a timeout.
That's a lot of teams.
2 rushing touchdowns.
Oh,
Ask-
I know. My friends in Atlanta are still pretty mad to be game reminded, not every day.
Peyton's the master. Or ask Roger Staubach. Used to call him Roger Staubach.
Would you throw here or would you pass?
No.
Neither. I would run.
He said throw here or pass. Vinny, that's funny.
He tried to trick me. Very good.
I did try to
Good on
trick
you, Vinny, but I saw through it.
That's why you're the expert, Bill. That's why you're the expert.
Oh my God.
Same thing, knowing they're going to have to go make a stop.
Told you it was a pass. I was right.
I mean, you shouldn't have been right. You shouldn't have been. That wasn't the right answer. Just because they did it doesn't make it okay.
Since Bill, it was. Maybe I'm the expert now too.
Touchdown.
Crazy work.
And somebody said Eli Apple was going to give up a game-winning touchdown. I think someone said
Eli
that, right?
Apple.
Yeah,
but didn't somebody say that when we were talking pre-show? Didn't somebody say that? I could have sworn somebody said about a game-winning touchdown on Eli Apple.
My dad said it. My dad said it.
I think someone else did too.
It's not over yet.
Wow.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's over, but I'm saying somebody knew that Eli Apple was going to get victimized.
Hey, I remind you, a field goal ties it. We could see overtime.
We could.
Overtime.
This is a great Super Bowl.
It is.
It's a really great, very competitive, down to the wire Super Bowl. It's what you.
Overtime.
And their field goal kicker is amazing.
Oh, they're coming back.
Evan McPherson.
He
should have gotten some votes for Rookie of the Year. He's been great.
I would have honestly. Well, it's because you have Jamar Chase on the team, but why isn't? Well, there's a special teams Rookie of the Year, isn't there?
There is not. There is. Sadly, there is not. There probably should be.
McPherson should be. McPherson should be
Yeah,
special teams Rookie of the Year.
One of the great.
Just me, his cup have like a red spot in the back of part of his head.
Whoa. Hey, guys, take a look at this. Guys and gals.
Man buns and shaved around the sides.
I gotta hurry up and put this up. Wow, this is something.
This is a game, folks.
Let's see.
A minute and 25. There's a lot that can happen in a minute 25.
Hey, good one, Prince. Folks, look.
Yes.
Super Bowl halftime. Snoop Dogg.
Suge Knight.
Oh, God. And gambling Super Bowl. Top 4 real-time searches right now. On top of all, now on top of all that, daily search current Super Bowl halftime show 1 million searches. Super Bowl rules today. Period.
Peacock, then Puppy Bowl,
and then Janine Aiko. Remember that?
America the Beautiful.
Yeah. Boy, the NFL. Look at how.
All right, here we go. Let's go, Burrow.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Jalen Ramsey, what is going on with you, bro?
Yes.
What is going on with you, bro?
He's not had a good game. He's not had a good game.
He getting ate up.
Whoa! Go Jamar. Whoa.
Yes. Well, he is one of the best young receivers in football, as we all know.
Hey, Jamar did that against
Anybody.
Kansas.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Trouble for anybody.
Hey, Bill, you got that picture laying to sleep again.
What?
Wake up.
What are you talking about?
Here? Boyd.
Oh. Here he is. Whoa!
No way.
Tyler Boyd.
Deep. Now 3rd and 1. There's Evan McPherson.
There is McPherson, who's had a perfect postseason.
Come on.
An enormous amount of confidence comes into this. Couple of penalties. We're moving on.
Oh. 4th and 1. They're going to go for it here.
Well, I mean, yes, you have to. You can't punt.
Well, you can, unless if you're done and you really trust your defense.
I mean, Joe Judge isn't in the building, Vinny, so no.
Is Cincinnati going to take a timeout?
That's a good point, Bill.
Now here's the game.
Right.
Here's the game.
Right. Now you could say here's the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the game, folks. Here is the GAME.
Done so many times. We think about it as the past.
I would recommend doubling Aaron Donald. No reason to get him into the Hall of Fame tonight. You
I'd
better
rather keep going away from him.
Donald's already in the Hall of Fame already. Forget if they win or not.
Right, yeah, it's true. But I said
that
tonight.
also
No reason to put him in tonight, though. No reason to.
Come on.
You know.
That's a first down anyway.
Rams win the Super Bowl. Rams win the Super Bowl.
Holy shit! The Rams win! The Los Angeles Rams won the Super Bowl.
Oh, they missed it?
What I thought.
Yeah, well, we'll get to. You'll see it in a second. Zen.
Super Bowl win.
Oh, that's it. Wow. What a stupid call.
Yeah, well,
got it.
I mean,
listen,
remember I said about Aaron Donald and wrecking all your,
This is all I gotta say. For my friends in Cincinnati, what an incredible game! Like, of course, who better to do it than Aaron Donald?
Aaron Donald is special. That's all I could say.
Yeah.
He's the greatest. I'm going to say this right here. Aaron Donald's the greatest player I've ever seen live.
Mr. Donald.
He's the only Donald I will respect.
I wonder if he's going to win
Donald Glover, I
MVP.
respect him too. No, I respect you too, Donald. There's lots of Donald I respect, but there is one Donald I will not respect.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you. Matthew Stafford finally gets it off his back. Finally, I'm so happy for him.
Well, I mean, but if you're a Cincinnati fan, you have to take heart in realizing they got some things to fix. But in Joe Burrow, you have the kind of quarterback that can keep you in contention for the next 15 plus years, probably. But they need to get some work done on the offensive line.
Hey, can somebody tell me why they didn't quarterback sneak it? He needed 1 yard. 1 yard.
But they're also out of timeouts then.
No, they got one. Oh, now, yeah.
Wow.
That's the game, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
I can't see McVay retiring.
Matthews,
By the way,
The Los Angeles Rams have won the Super Bowl. I feel bad for my friends in Cincinnati, but listen, I got to say, this was an amazing game. And
it was a great game.
Also,
tough game. It tested both teams.
Man,
both teams had to overcome.
Great game.
Yeah,
this
great
is a
game.
game
Both
I'm
teams
going to
had to
remember for the rest of
overcome.
my life. Like, no, guys, thank you so much for making this possible. You all being here together made it even sweeter for me. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome, man.
All good.
Yep.
I'm happy for Odell. I'm happy for Von Miller. I'm happy for. Listen, the Bengals. No one ever thought the Bengals would even be here. The fact they made it here is amazing.
Well, I mean, if you placed $20, if you bet $20 that they would make it to the Super Bowl, I think you won 1,000 or something like that. I mean,
there's one guy I know that bet like 2,000 to have a Bengals-Rams Super Bowl matchup.
Obviously, emotional. What's the immediate feeling you got by now?
I want to get so bad. I dreamed this, man.
Huh?
I dreamed this, and it's like,
wow.
Look at this. Look at this, Madison. I feel amazing. I feel amazing. I feel great.
What did you see on that last play that enabled you
The second team will play at their home and win. The Bucks did it. They did it. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Great game.
Yeah.
Amazing game.
Fourth down call was it.
It was a great game. Yeah.
It's the best thing in the world, man. God is great. God is great. I'm lost for words. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's a blessing. It's a blessing.
You had talked about wanting to possibly call it a day and retire after this. What do you think?
Wow.
I'm just doing this right now with you guys. My kids gonna live business. So maybe my daughter when she was 5. So we gonna play like a family for a minute, man. I'm just gonna leave it alone. So
I'm so happy for Matthew Stafford, especially with every single thing that the man has dealt with in his entire career, with being on the Lions, being like ripped apart nonstop by others of the media, saying, "Oh,
his wife's bout with having a brain
cancer,
tumor.
everything that this man dealt with, and the fact that he won it makes it even better." And as upset I may be a little bit for the Bengals not winning, because I have lots of friends that are Bengals fans, at the same time,
but the way the Bengals team is constructed, they should be a better team next year, quite frankly.
Oh yeah, the fact they made with such a bad offensive line and with a relatively weak team, the fact they made it here is testament to that organization. I'm so happy that they made it here. And but at the same time, I knew deep down that there was more on the line if the Rams were to win than if the Bengals were to win. If the Bengals were to win, it would finally get that off his back. But for the Rams, it's so many great stars on this team, especially Stafford, with every single thing the man has dealt with his entire life.
And if you did bet the Bengals and you got the 4.5 or whatever, you still won.
That's true. I mean, I bet the Bengals. I didn't bet any money, but
Congratulations, Stan.
and Eric Weddle comes out a champion.
He didn't do a lot, but yes, he does.
He was the play caller in the defense.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to diminish the Beard's contribution.
Hey, everybody, the groundwork for this was laid when the Rams and Stan Kroenke bought that land 10 years ago. 12 years ago. That laid the groundwork for this.
I can't believe this era has so many Hall of Fame worthy quarterbacks: Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Ryan, Matthew Stafford, Russell Wilson.
Yeah, it's a golden age. You were born, Vinny, at a time you get to see a golden age of quarterbacking.
I want literally every single one of them to be inducted. If there's one out, I'm going to be upset. Every single one of them deserves it. Every single one of those people absolutely deserve it. And the Gatorade is
I'll be right back.
And the Gatorade is blue.
Yep, another prop bet.
Someone lost some money and someone will gain some money. I want to tell my dad.
I still have my scouting nights on McVay as a player. He was a wide receiver 4/5 in his days at Miami of Ohio.
I'm muted. Oh my gosh.
That's hot.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m.
Bring hair oil.
Here you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to an
And the only way to be verified, fact versus fiction.
11 Alive did verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Care. It has the power to change.
It was just a bogeyman used to rile up the conservatives and whatnot.
and goes out of its way. When you start with care, you get a different kind of bank. Trust. Born to care.
I got mine.
I got mine. I got mine. I got mine.
The vaccines and booster shots are tested, safe, effective, and free.
I got mine.
I got mine. I got mine. I got mine.
To everyone in the state of Georgia, it's important that we all go get the vaccine.
Use water from a can.
It's really the right thing to do.
Okay, of course.
For more information, visit dph.georgia.gov/COVID-vaccine.
11 Alive News Verified. It's where you see viral claims put under the microscope.
This Facebook post is all over the internet.
Where the fight against bad information begins with your good question.
Laura from Marietta asks, can this program
And what experts read between the lies.
The fine print shows, goodness and rating.
11 Alive News Verified, where you know what's fact and what's fiction. Watch weekdays at 5, 6, and 11 p.m.
11 Alive investigates national ties to a suspected local theft rate tonight.
Welcome to the Samsung Galaxy PlayStation. Here now, Al Nichols.
Great game. 20 from 20 to last on top. Plenty of celebrations. You have the season here. But no wonder Delta Foyer retiring from sportscasting was showing up. It was so much fun. And we'll hear a lot more from her. You and I don't know what the future holds now, but 13 phenomenal years, and we get this game.
You're the best. Well, you're just the best. I tell you, Aldo, that was so impressive. Aaron Donald, back-to-back games. The NFC Championship game, it was his play that ended it. You come right back here into the final 2 plays by Aaron Donald that ended this one. But that drive by Matthew Stafford and by Cooper Kupp to just do it themselves. They just did it themselves. Will go down in my mind as one of the great drives ever.
Agreed. What a game. So 7 fabulous postseason games in a row. Who would have thought? Another beauty. And we will be back.
Yep. Well, folks, I got a little surprise for you here.
Pre-order now and get up to $200 Samsung credit with a free storage upgrade.
All I do is win, no matter what. Money on my mind, that can never get enough.
Now they stay there, now they stay there, now they stay there,
For books and military together, set up and work. New business, new problem. And I'm not ashamed.
Yeah. Movement that is right.
Sweet, sweet eats. We have used them to get this next. Oh, it's so wonderful. Boys. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's with butter chicken sandwich. That's the one thing that brings comfort to the sketchy. God, you say good. I don't think sketchy for illegal anyway. No. Just Skechers. Skechers. If you like comfort, they got the will. Now, get the deal. The Los Angeles Rams have won the Super Bowl. And you can get your hands on the official trophy collection of NFLShop.com. Including the Super Bowl t-shirt and celebration towel, along with two bags. They were up to it. Super Bowl 57. Now you can get early everywhere. Shop now at the free shipping at NFLShop.com. Welcome back to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, I missed the procession. God, dog. That's my favorite part. Sure did. Sure did. Yep.
All the
Yeah, so amongst the free agents, after this game has now ended, include Odell Beckham Jr., who's indicated he would be willing to renegotiate downward his contract in terms of base salary in order to stay. Von Miller, who I think likes winning championships, so he may also be open to the idea, but he hasn't said as much. Darius Williams, who I think is gone. Sonny Michel, I'm almost sure is gone. They'll just draft a running back somewhere in the middle rounds. Austin Corbett, it's about 50-50 to me. Deontay Deacon, I think Deontay Deaton probably gone. Joseph Noteboom, they can't afford to let him go away, especially if Whitworth retires, is what I'm expecting him to do. Matt Gay, once again, you can always just draft or even bring as an undrafted free agent a kicker. Troy Reader and Will Compton are all players who will be unrestricted free agents with the end of this game.
Cooper Kupp, Super Bowl MVP.
Yes, that's good news.
Oh, how about that?
What an incredible season for the ages.
Wow.
It was a season of age. And
one of the greatest.
And it's the right decision. Normally, they just decide to give it to a quarterback. I'm glad they didn't.
Cooper Kupp had one of the best seasons by a wide receiver. No, I'm sorry. The best season by a wide receiver I've ever seen. In my 10-plus years of watching, it's the best I've ever seen.
It's not the best season I've ever seen, but I will say this much. It's he had as much impact on the team's success as any receiver I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Right? And then in the same season, the guy breathing down his neck, right, Debo, is right there with him. Now, when I think about how certain people's seasons changed football forever, like Randy Moss changed football, right? I mean, it's like he changed things. He made people do certain things differently.
The last decade.
Right. I know you're just talking about more recently. I'm just thinking about all the people I've seen.
Obviously, I don't think it's ever. My time watching it's the best I've seen.
Congratulations, Cooper.
Right. No, I get that. I've certainly seen Jerry Rice have some ludicrous seasons. But thinking about, more recently, you have to put him in the conversation amongst, the best,
Robert Woods goes down.
And for the second
They bring in Beckham Jr., which takes a little while to, it takes him a few weeks to really find his feet, to really understand the offense.
world champions, Aaron Donald.
So for a few weeks of the season, he was,
We'll see you right after breakdown.
the first and second option, really, in terms of the passing game for a little while there.
Folks, here's a little surprise for you. Backstage, welcome. Isn't that cool?
Yes, it is.
Now that's a good game, yeah. So momentarily, folks, to keep an eye on this. Oh, here we go. Let's go and join Joe Burrow now. Open link, launch meeting. We have to reset this, I believe. Hold on a second. That. And
recording in progress.
Okay. It's not there, so I got a little time here. Go back to StreamYard. Go to share. Stop screen, share. Share screen. There's Zoom webinar and allow. This is where Joe Burrow.
Payback.
That's what Joe Burrow will appear momentarily. Is that? Am I okay? Or is that? Anyway. Yeah. So we're waiting for Joe Burrow at the podium. There's also Taylor at the podium. Let's see here. Check the availability. Got that. The Rams are not coming up yet, but it's those two. So let me see if. Yeah, there's Joe Burrow. We'll just clock it there for Joe Burrow because I don't want to shift away from Burrow and then go to.
Zach Taylor said he felt it was a well-officiated games, but he wouldn't throw the refs under the bus.
Yeah, good for him.
Good. I mean, because I think I agree, because I feel like way too many people in general are willing to just throw the refs under the bus and just say that they're the enemy of the people.
Well,
and
my
stuff
thought
like that.
basically is, why did they call a pass on 4th and 1? They had 1 yard. Yeah, that's what I don't. They had 1 yard. They had 1 yard. Now the chances I get a chance to get a question are, I don't know. I'm assuming everybody else is in there too. And raising their hand.
Bengals still win if Mike Pence has the courage.
Say what?
It says Brian Taylor Cohen says the Bengals can still win if Mike Pence still has the courage.
Oh, that's you see Odell? Odell's celebrating the new kid to come and celebrating with his dad. That's the way it ought to be. I'm happy for him. He found himself as a man, as a player, and as a wife, a husband, excuse me, and now a father. That's huge.
They're blaming the turf and saying fans are blaming the turf and going after people that make turf. Can people stop just attacking people that do turf? Like, seriously, what would you like? They didn't have that kind of technology of an enclosed stadium to bring in turf in until State Farm Stadium was made in the mid-2000s. I mean, people need to understand that.
Stupid 4th and 1 call.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that.
First Super Bowl win since 1999. I was there. I was at their last Super Bowl win. I was there. That was in Jackson. That was in Jackson. That was in Atlanta. That was my Super Bowl familiarization trip. That was when Beth and I went
Eli Apple press conference.
Huh?
Well, Eli Apple press conference. Well, for being honest here, I think Jalen Ramsey got toast even more, honestly.
He did. Jalen Ramsey got major league toasted.
He got toast. Like, yeah, Eli Apple may have had the one at the very end, but I mean, bro, it was.
I know everybody thinks that would be the answer. But teams have tried that. They get back balls and they create turnovers that way.
Let's see if Coach Taylor.
Just the reason to give it a time like we believe it. Everybody get it done. I'm sure it's like the accuracy things like that.
Joe Burrow got sacked 7 times, right?
Wow. Right. If you don't count that last one, because I guess that probably should have been a sack. We kind of flung the ball perpendicular to the line of scrimmage while he's going down, but that was
Still, that was so stupid. Let me see if Coach Taylor is in. Waiting for Burrow. Let me switch back here. Oh, geez, I hate this.
Recording in progress.
You guys 4 times that you're a single-digit lead, and the ability for the team to constantly bounce back, even though it's going to be a different team next year, kind of the bouncing back from this year to next year. Yeah,
my fate.
We're not afraid of adversity.
Here he is.
We don't want to be in that hole, but sometimes we found ourselves that way, and this team just believes that we can pull ourselves out of anything and find a way to go win. I just want to give credit to the Rams. They won this game. They're a tremendous organization. Those people are special people over there. I know more than anything. I wish we would have won, and we didn't want celebrating, but they've done things the right way too, and they get to be Super Bowl champs. So first class organization. That's not really for me to answer. That's for other people. We're proud of what we've done. We've done it the right way. We are a first-class organization from top to bottom. I think that we've given the fans something really to be proud of and cheer about, and that's a pulse for us. Thank you. Thanks, Zach.
That didn't last long, so we'll leave that one. And
well, I mean, there's no reason to prolong the agony when you're the losing coach.
I suppose. So, we'll go to the other availability. Joe Burrow should be there now.
Everyone's throw.
Vinny, hold on. Vinny, hold on.
Recording in progress.
He's still not here. I'm not sure I know what to make of that. Sure. Yep, he's not here. Zach Taylor gave probably the shortest speech by a losing coach in the world. Shortest presentation. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
No. Yeah, I know I saw her where they went over there.
I'm still shocked they did not run on 4th and 1. I mean, all kinds of things they could have done. They could have spread it 5 wide and quarterback sneak. Yeah, 1 yard to get. That's it. There's yeah. My mom is not happy. She really wanted the Bengals to win. are you reading? Oh, Jenny, what are you reading?
What?
What are you reading?
What am I reading? Oh, I was just reading how like Joe Burrow was sacked 19 times during the playoffs. That's the most by any quarterback ever by the playoffs in history.
Wow. I mean, no, it's remarkable to be that sacked that many times and yet win. That's unheard of. Yet that's what happened.
Oh, Ivan Reitman died.
Ivan Reitman?
Yeah, Ivan Reitman died.
Oh, no. I met him. When they were filming Draft Day at the NFL Draft in 2014. Bill, you were there, right? I think. Or anyway. I have an interview with Kevin Dotson from that.
Welcome Canada, is that what he said?
Yep. Aw. Kids. Meanwhile, we see where Matt is. He's on the field. I don't know where Joe is. Probably on the field, though, still.
No.
War Eagle. I don't know why I wanted to say War Eagle. Hey, I know why I wanted to say War Eagle. Hey, Bill.
Yeah.
Guess who's coming back?
Who's coming
Guess
back?
who's coming back?
To what?
I give you War Eagle. There's your hint.
Oh, Cam Newton? I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of guys it could be.
The coach.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was never actually gone.
Welcome, everybody.
Well,
I mean, unlike with Bobby Petrino, there was never any smoking gun. There was a lot of innuendo.
No, there was no smoking gun, just a lot of fake news videos.
Well, it wasn't even all fake news. Like, people just made connected dots.
No, it was fake news. There's a video that was running around with him hugging a woman, okay, which they said was Clessy Couture, and it was his wife.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about some of the actual stuff that was true.
Well, I'm talking about the stuff that was. That's why I said it was fake news. And there was a lot of attention put on her and a lot of allegations made against her that were basically, well, baseless. And of all the lexicon of words associated with this matter, her name was at the top of the list, along with sexual assault. First, one person actually went sexual assault. I thought, where's this coming from?
Well, I mean, I didn't bother paying attention to that stuff. I mean, there was, like I said, there was a little bit of smoke that people tried to pretend was a fire.
There was no smoke.
There was a little bit of. I mean,
sure.
I can't say definitively that
he didn't have any sort of relationship with her. I can say that no one could prove anything.
His wife.
Like I said, unlike Petrino, there was no smoking gun.
His wife denied it. That's different from Petrino. Carson's wife came out and basically called everybody an idiot.
Yes, she did.
No, they saw an attractive young white girl and went nuts. That's what happened. That's sad. That's sad. Well, another Super Bowl is in the books. What's the first thought about this Super Bowl that comes to your mind, Bill?
Defense. In an age where people keep trying to force offense down our throats, the story of this game really to me is the story of defense. And big defensive plays that either were made or weren't made.
Yep.
So when I think about this game, I'll think about a handful of defensive plays that turn the tide of the game in one direction or the other.
There's Cooper Kupp and McVay. I guess are on the way. Bengals have Joe Burrow, where we are, and then Kobe Awuzie. And that's it. We're still in the room. So. Hey everybody, welcome. We are waiting for Joe Burrow to come to the podium. Yes, this is real live post-game action presented by ZENNIE62MEDIA. We have a backstage pass to Super Bowl 56 from the comfort of your living room. You don't have to get on a plane. You don't have to call a limousine. You don't have to board a Greyhound bus. Can you do that? You don't have to do anything but sit on your tail in Houston along with the rest of us and enjoy the world coming to you. That's cool. That's cool. So any moment now, that chair over yonder will be occupied by ostensibly Joe Burrow. All right. Ooh. Aww.
Here's a question: who do you guys think is gonna? Who do you think the Rams are gonna be hosting in the opening game?
The Bengals.
Well, no, they can't because they're not going to face against them next year.
Okay, and then well, that begs the question. I mean, what are the lists of opponents they're supposed to face?
Well, I'll tell you their home opponents. They're their divisional matchups. You know, the Cardinals, 49ers, and Seahawks. Then you have the Falcons, Panthers, and the Cowboys. Then you have the Raiders, and for the 17th game, you have the Bills.
The Raiders.
You're going to be the Raiders?
Yeah, because that's the one that's going to make the most money.
I was thinking maybe the Cowboys would probably do that, but I also don't think it would be the Cowboys because they just did the kickoff game this year, and I don't think they'd want to do it back-to-back seasons.
Nah, the Raiders. The Raiders will make more money.
Yeah,
The Raiders make more money, especially if they play it at SoFi. Either way, but if they play it at SoFi, the Raiders and will make a ton of money.
Yep.
I'm wondering if this is the longest sustained drought. Joe Burrow is not in the room.
Oh, that kind of drought. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're all waiting. My hand is raised.
For a second, I thought you were talking about droughts like, the Detroit Lions drought.
No, you know what, though? I'm not upset because my hand is raised. Other people may decide they want to bail out. If they bail out, my name moves up. Hey, get chosen. We win 2 ways, I mean, 3 ways because we're already in the room, right? Then we get to call on them, right? And then we get to hear him say something, right?
Yeah.
We get to have that anyway, right?
Yeah, I shudder to think what's happening with those cigars he was originally planning to celebrate.
Oh, I forgot about all that, man.
Probably saved. But the fact of the matter is, like, win or lose, the perspective on how people view the Cincinnati Bengals and just the city of Cincinnati itself, it's changed forever for the better. Like, honestly, like now people are going to view Cincinnati as a winning culture with a bright young quarterback, a nice young organization, bright young future, and people are going to want to go play for Cincinnati. Like, it's.
No, I don't know. Benny, but I don't know. I have to say, I'm used to the Bengals being in the Super Bowl. For me, this is their 3rd time?
This is their 3rd time. I'm not used to it because I'm used to the Bengals always losing in the playoffs they ever make there, and whenever they aren't there, it's usually pretty bad.
Right, because you're 20, right? 21?
I'm 22.
22, right. Whereas I remember exactly where I was. I was my last year of college, about to leave when I watched the catch. And I was in Texas, Arlington. In fact, we lived a mile away from where Cowboy Stadium is now. And then I remember the rise of, I remember the rematch of the Bengals, right? So I don't know. And in my life, when I think of the Bengals, I think of Ken Anderson. And I think of Booby Clark. And I think of Isaac Curtis,
In my era of the Bengals, when I think of them, for my era, I think of I generally think of AJ Green. I think of Andrew Whitworth. That's like mostly from my era. But I'm very familiar with their era with Ken Anderson, Ken Riley, Lamar Parrish, Willie Anderson,
Clark, Isaac Curtis.
Isaac Curtis, another one. Like he's another very underrated.
Bob Trumpy.
Chris Collinsworth. Yep. A lot. Usually when I think, and I generally when I think of the Bengals,
McAnally.
Like the Bengals, oftentimes I don't really think of like Bill Berge, another one. Coy Bacon, he was like before then, but Coy Bacon, like that's another name. Yeah, I mean Charlie Joyner was also there for a bit of time, like
until about halfway through, maybe his 3rd year. I'm trying to remember when that trade was made. I think it was in his 3rd year in the league. They traded him.
Yep. Von Miller's got his yellow hat on. No, I mean, I'm sorry, that's not Von. God, what's wrong with me? Von Miller's got his black hat on, and Maurice Jones-Drew has got his yellow hat
on. With Joyner, he was with the Oilers for a few years, then he was with the Bengals for a few years, and then he was traded to the Chargers, where he's mostly resided, known for.
Yep. Where that's really where he became a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Great player. Charlie Joyner.
NFL Network. I don't know if anybody else is.
I'm watching NFL Network because NBC has the Olympics.
Mugging for the cameras.
I'm happy that the Bengals fans are being very, very active for people they want to make the Hall of Fame, and I wish that more fan bases were like that. To show, because the dedication that this fan base has shown to their team. Like I did a project for them for my sports social media class. Like despite the fact that they were one of the least popular teams in the NFL, in fact, in some areas they were actually the least popular team and they had the lowest, Forbes ranking. Yeah. They were like consistently top 5 in terms of viewership and mentions and notifications in general. Out of all the teams in the league, they were consistently top 5 on social media. This is like, and this fan base is special. And I got to say, to Jim, to Jeremy, to Tom, to everyone else there, win or lose, your city and your team, the perception has changed for the good forever. And I'm very, very happy that you guys got to experience something that you will never forget. Yeah, it might not have been the result that you would have wanted, but at the same time, I was very grateful to experience it with all you guys.
Oh. Aaron Donald's kids are making like bunny signs behind his head. That's funny.
Yep, because they're kids.
That's funny.
That's how Steph Curry's daughter became a superstar. Well, a bunch of other things she did, but yeah.
Oh, he's happy.
Hey, did you guys? I know this sounds. I know this sounds a little dark, but did you hear that Adrian Peterson was arrested for abuse?
Yes. Yeah, like 6-7 hours ago. Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, this morning.
Adrian Peterson was arrested for
at the airport.
Wait, say that one more time. I heard both of you at the same time. Adrian Peterson was what?
He was arrested. He was arrested for domestic violence.
Yeah, at the airport.
Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
Oh God. It's not the first time, is it?
No.
That's sad. That is sad. That is sad. That means that things aren't going well. He can't handle it. Somebody, wow. You okay, Mom? Every time Adrian Peterson, running back, he was arrested at the airport this morning for domestic violence. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not the first time.
I don't want to see McVay leave.
We're still waiting on Joe Burrow, folks. He has not appeared at the podium. Ever did that?
Oh, here's another information. You hear that the Colts are looking to cut Carson Wentz or maybe try to trade him?
God, that was fast.
Yeah, well, cutting him won't really work, but they obviously are looking to try to move him. Yeah.
Yeah, trading. Yeah. Boy, Carson was overhyped. Whew, man, I don't usually say that about a quarterback, but yeah.
I often say it about quarterbacks because a lot of them.
We say it a lot because quarterback. I mean, Josh Rosen was very overhyped. I mean, I kind of feel bad for him because he wasn't in the right situation. But the fact that he's on his his fifth team in just as many years.
Athletes First did a great job of putting both he and Jared Goff into situations above their level. Really did. And although Jared, I thought, if he played in a more like a passing game, more like what Tony Franklin had it for McCall, he would have done better. He would have done and would do a better job in the league. But
those players that they were had one great season, like Vic Beasley had one great season, or and then they just flame out. Carson Wentz is the example.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
And Carson Wentz is like the poster child of one great season careers, in which he had that one great season where if he didn't tear his ATL, there's a decent chance he probably would have won MVP. But ever since then, he has been an average quarterback at best, and in some cases below average.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's extenuating circumstances, like with Dwayne Thomas, he got blackballed. But yeah, there's been a lot of those actually in the history of the NFL, where a player will have one amazing season. I mean, even Scott Mitchell isn't a bad example of that.
Well, I would say even with Scott Mitchell, I mean, Carson Wentz is a far more extreme example, I would say. Like Vic Beasley's another he had one season where he led the league in sacks, and just everything else, he was just an average player. Everything else, and he has not been in the league the last 1-2 years.
Nope. Now he's the kind of guy where if he gets himself in shape and shows the right workout tape to the right person, somebody will invite him to come to camp, and on a show me situation. Because guys who have pass rushing ability will get second, third, and fourth chances.
Anybody have a reaction here? Matthew Westbrook Stafford tried to give the Bengals the game, this person says.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't think there were some instances where he did have some bad pass. But
yeah, he had about 3 or 4 that I'm sure he'd like to have back. But overall, he played well enough.
He played well to win. I would also say that, sometimes in these games, the QB that plays better doesn't always win. I think Joe Burrow, considering what he was dealt with, he had a really, really good game. I would probably say might be a little bit better than, Burrow. Another example I think of is oftentimes is, 51, where Ryan had the better game than Brady, but because the defense blew the massive lead and because the line wasn't really that good, the Falcons lost, of course. But it's one of those instances where it's it's a big reason why I'm not one that's really willing to just crown quarterbacks. I mean, I'm someone that is more lenient towards them, but I'm not just going to crown them whether they win or lose necessarily. There's a little bit more nuance than that. Even though I'm a huge Eli Manning fan, for instance, there'd be a real argument to be made that
that's such a strange thing to hear anyone say. Huge Eli Manning fan.
I'm from New York.
Oh, I guess that helps.
I'm from New York. Well, it's mostly because I don't know. I think it's just because whenever I would always see a game, he was just always there. Though at the same time, there's still real contentious debates on whether or not, it should have been Justin Tuck that deserved both of those MVPs, not just one, both of them. Which is why, in my opinion, I think that the Super Bowl should be like the Pro Bowl, in which they give an offensive player and defensive player a Super Bowl MVP award.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
In fact, Bill, maybe one time we can actually go through the Super Bowls and actually decide who's the MVP of both.
Who should have been the MVP of several of the Super Bowls? Well, here's what I will say. And once again, I'm not one of those people that has a weird vendetta against Eli Manning. He was a very good quarterback for a couple of years. He was an average quarterback for a lot of years, and a below average quarterback for about 3 or 4 years also. So it's funny because, of course, the connection between he and Phil Rivers, and it could be argued that for more than half of the time they were in the league, Rivers was the superior quarterback in terms of
I would say personally
performance.
as much as I love Eli Manning, I would say Roethlisberger, and to a further extent, I would say Rivers as a quarterback himself was the best out of all three of them, honestly. And I would honestly say, with Rivers, he wasn't in the same situations as like Roethlisberger or Manning, which they were with competent organizations and in general, like
organizational stability matters for those who,
of course, people always keep the credit. They keep saying like, oh, it's way more nuanced than that. It's way more about the organizations at hand. And with Roethlisberger and Manning, they had those, they had stability at the coaching position. Manning at the very end of his career didn't, but for the most part, he did. And for Rivers, he never really had that.
Right.
I mean, Steelers are the definition of stability. They're one of the best run organizations in the league. Giants, you had Coughlin there for all those years as well. But, you can't say that for Philip Rivers. And the Chargers went 14-2, and they still fired Marty Schottenheimer.
Right, and even though Jim Fossil sort of gets lost in the wash or whatever,
he took the team to the Super Bowl. He took the Giants to the Super Bowl.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, people have a tendency to sort of erase him from their memories, but he was a better coach than he's often given credit for.
My dad he mentions Jim Fossil, but that Giants team, in terms of like Giants teams that made the Super Bowl, that one often gets lost in the shuffle because that's the only one they lost. Not counting the times the NFL championships were against, not counting the ones the NFL championships where they were against the Bears often. It's a big reason why I'm a bit more lenient with that. But I feel like the contention about Eli Manning
we're in St. Louis.
I would argue that the contention with Eli Manning gets way too extreme. Way too much. Because, it feels like the ones that are more in favor of Eli Manning generally are like the more traditional aspect, and the ones and are more like the area, whereas the ones that aren't generally seem as more like a victim of being liked because of the last name and whatnot. So the one question I say, do you give the edge to like the Rivers or the Ryans, or do you say like the Manning? Honestly, I'm gonna plead the fifth and say both, because why does that have to be a false dichotomy? Why can't both say yes? Why can't you be down for both of them?
Yeah, well, having watched the entire careers of all of them, if you were to say reshuffle and dispatch them all to different franchises, so Eli ends up going to the Chargers, Rivers ends up with the Giants. While it might not be quite as dramatic or as fun, I could see them winning a Super Bowl or two with Philip Rivers. I think if Roethlisberger ends up there, I could see him winning a Super Bowl or two there. And I definitely think Philip Rivers would have won multiple Super Bowls if he ends up with Pittsburgh, where he would have had, a somewhere between very good and elite defense most of his career. And as we just talked about, that stability he lacked when he was with the Chargers.
It's a big reason why it's and that's why a lot of people kind of still have a kind of a grudge against Eli Manning, because they view it as, his daddy forced him out of, did not make him go to San Diego, because they kind of see him as an elitist, dynasty son. They kind of view him negatively in that respect. Oftentimes, it's and I think oftentimes people that just scoff at Eli Manning, they kind of just see him as this very daddy's boy kind of mentality. And I think,
my point is, even though that's true, still, if you just look at his career, he was certainly good to very good for a good solid 4 to 6 years.
Yeah.
Average probably another 4 to 6 years, and below average another 3-4 years. I mean, when he was awarded the starting job, Kurt Warner was still the better quarterback.
He was.
But they just, quote unquote, wanted to see what the kid could do.
Do you personally think the Eli Manning debate for the Hall of Fame will be one of the most hostile, toxic, and divisive?
No, there's some that are even worse.
Well, who do you say is even worse?
Terrell Owens, that was an ugly one. I mean, there were some ugly.
No, well, I would say in terms of debating against each other with fans and the media, like sometimes I try to avoid Eli Manning discussions because it gets way too hostile, way too quickly, and I don't like to be any part of it.
Oh, you're talking about? Oh, I thought you were talking about like in the room where they're voting. You're talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that would be one of them. The Zach Thomas one gets pretty heated pretty quickly. The one on Rondy Barber is surprisingly full of.
With Zach Thomas. Zach Thomas, because the Dolphins fans get so intense, I almost feel like they're on the verge of threatening to murder the voters that they don't put in Zach Thomas. Like, that's how intense it can sometimes feel with them. But I would just say, I'm just very lenient in terms of just give it to Ryan, give it to Stafford, give it to Rivers. I mean, there could be a case that all three of them were better at quarterback position than Eli Manning, and I'm a big Eli guy. So what does that say about Eli Manning? But I think way too often people take that in the sense of saying he was the same level as like an NFL bust. Whether that's true or not doesn't matter, because oftentimes it's like you're either in the Hall of Fame or you're the equivalent to an NFL draft bust with how many people in terms of Hall of Fame discussions kind of take it. The color gray does not exist. It either has to be black or white. Do you think that's an accurate description, Bill?
Well, I mean, I think your assessment of the way some people assess, I guess would be correct. It's silly to think of it that way.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of very good players will never sniff the Hall of Fame. And there's some absolutely great players who have never even been semifinals. I mean, Louis Wright was a tremendous corner. Great corner. But it was a timing issue. He really played in the golden age of cornerbacks. I mean, his career overlapped significantly with a bunch of great corners to include, Mike Haynes may have been the best man corner in the history of football. It's only one of them. His career overlaps with, Mel Blount. His career overlaps with not really much of Lynn Barney. Lynn Barney was sort of coming to the end of his career by the time he enters the league, but overlaps a little bit. But he overlaps, 5 or more years with a bunch of great corners, to include guys like Pat Fisher, to include guys like Everson Walls, to include guys like
There's a lot of guys I want, and I want a lot of players. I want a lot of coaches, and I especially want a lot of contributors for me personally. And I think the reason why I'm generally more of a large hall kind of person as opposed to small is I find that the small hall people generally are very, very short-sighted. And I generally think that, generally they always like to say standards that they just make up, and I think sometimes they use it to keep people out than actually put people in, and that's a big reason why I'm not really one of them. And you're just saying with just the people from like your era growing up. What about the people before him? What about the Laverne Dilwigs? What about the Al Wisters? What about the Bud Chappell fans? The Charles Follison? The John Braley?
Ox Emerson. I mean, there's a long list.
Sweet Youngstrom. Peggy Pritchell, the guy from the Massillon Tigers. Like, there's a lot I want. And as for contributors, I understand it's not popular with fans to mention contributors, but I can tell you like 20 referees that I would want to see inducted. I could tell you the vendors I would want to see inducted.
Right. Well, and for me, Floyd AC Wells, who did for the Chiefs what Bill Nunn Sr. did for the Steelers.
The reason
and turning around the fortunes of the franchise by infusing a whole bunch of talent from HBCUs.
I think also the reason why, it also comes down to like, how you use it. I mean, a big reason why Brian Young made it was because of how well Matt Mayakos, he was able to coordinate behind the scenes a lot of people that went up against Brian Young and really pound the table for him, and as well as PR and everything else. That was a very, very, very coordinated thing. And I feel like that could take a lot out of people, but I think a lot of people just don't do it because oftentimes they're afraid of coming up empty. And whether that be for players, coaches, contributors, what have you, I feel like, I don't know, there's just a lot I've really thought of. But, though I would say this, as bad as and how intense the Football Hall of Fame stuff is, at least it's not even close to as much of an atrocity as the Baseball Hall of Fame. That's even worse.
Barry,
absolutely.
And Boo, Matthew Friend in the water. Boo.
And don't forget Dan Shaughnessy and George King for what they did.
Well, I don't blame them as much as I blame the guy I mentioned. He's with the Examiner, or was what was called the San Francisco Examiner. It still is, but it's on a different stage. But we had famous email battle because actually column too, because he basically said to me once, this is when we used to talk on the phone, okay, that hey, he admitted that part of his motivation for going after Barry was how he perceived Barry treated him. And here is Joe Burrow.
Oh, there we go.
And here is Joe Burrow.
About time.
Joe. Good. Joe, how much does this sting?
Yeah, it hurts. A lot of work into going out there and executing and performing well, and it didn't turn out the way we wanted, so it's disappointing.
Joe, what happened after those first 22 seconds there in the third quarter? You guys get the touchdown, get the interception, and then just offensively, what was going on after that?
You got to give credit to them. They're a really good defense. They had a good plan, and we didn't execute the way we needed to win.
Joe, how was facing the pressure of the Rams?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
How was the pressure of the Rams? How was it facing Aaron Donald?
I still can't hear this one. Yeah, I mean, we're a young team, so I'd like to think that we'll be back in this situation multiple times over the course of the next few years. So, we take this and let it fuel for the rest of our careers.
I was trying to say, how was the pressure against the Rams?
I still can't really hear the last part.
How was the pressure against the Rams in the pocket for you?
I'm sorry. Can you speak up, please? Yeah, I mean, they have really good front. Aaron Donald, Von Miller, and Leonard Floyd are three of the best players in the league. We expected that they were going to get some pressure, so they did a good job.
Joe, looking back on this season, what are you going to remember the most?
I watched the football life of Kurt Warner, last week when we had a little break, and I kind of thought about this in the locker room, and they lost one, and later within the documentary, he said that they let it sting too much that they didn't celebrate what they accomplished. So we're gonna, obviously it stings, but we had a great year. Didn't come out this last game the way we wanted to, but I think we still have something to celebrate.
Joe, when you were hopping off the field on one leg, really not much medical attention on the sideline, you kind of just went about your business. Were you just pushing it aside, saying, I'm not dealing with this right now?
Yeah, we get checked out after the game when we get back to Cincinnati, but I wasn't coming out.
Joe, 125 left, you got 2 timeouts, field goal divorce forces overtime. How frustrating is it that you get to midfield or close there and it just couldn't get that next first down?
Yeah, when we hit that first play, I thought we were going to go down and at least get a field goal to tie the game and send it into overtime. You got to give credit to them. They played their tails off for those 4 plays and stopped us on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. So credit to them.
Joe, the last play, what were you trying to do? And it was just to what? Kind of escape with your life and get the ball out. What?
Try to do anything you can to complete the ball. I was disappointed in my performance overall. I thought I could have played better, give us a better chance to win, but you live and you learn.
Do you view the playoff run and even the performance today as the start of something for you?
Yeah, I think it's going to propel us into next year. We're going to have a really good offseason. I know we have a lot of hard workers in that locker room that are going to attack this offseason like they did last year. Obviously we're not satisfied with what we did this year. We're going to keep getting better and attack next year with the same intensity. I'm sorry, Ben. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. You talked a lot about the Toledo Central loss. How does this one compare to that one?
Yeah, you lose a state championship, Super Bowl, obviously different media coverage, but it feels the same to me.
What's the biggest thing you can take away? Whatever you
Have to let it fuel us. And like I said earlier, we're gonna at least celebrate what we did this year. We had a really good year. Like I said, this game didn't turn out the way we wanted to, but I'm still going to celebrate with the guys and reminisce on the season that we had.
Joe, what would be your message to the Cincy fans? They clearly showed up today and were loud, and it almost felt like there were more Bengal fans than Ram fans.
Yeah, it did. That was exciting. When you could really tell, in warm-ups, when someone's head would pop up on the screen, you could really tell that the Bengals fans came out in full force.
Hey, Joe, they talked about how hungry you guys are. Do you think you get more hungry after being here and not taking them?
That's I'd like to say that we were probably as hungry now as we were before the game. We really wanted to win it, not just for us, but for the fans and the organization, obviously. But it is what it is.
Joe, did the Rams do anything unique up front or even in coverage that surprised you, or was it all on film?
They do a good job of finding one-on-one matchups with their really good players up front. They had a good plan. For the most, they had a few wrinkles, but for the most part, it's stuff that they've seen on film.
Hey, Joe, if you could redo any particular play in the game, what would it be?
It's tough to say. Without watching the film, I don't really have an answer though.
Jesse Bates at podium 3.
Joe,
I thought, for the most part, they played really well up front. They played really well up front today. I was proud of the way that they fought. I've been proud of the way that they fought all season. So we all have to get better individually, and myself included.
Joe, you didn't shy away from targeting Jalen Ramsey whenever you had one of your guys matched up in an advantageous situation. What was the thought process there, just wanting to attack?
I just have confidence in my guys in one-on-one situations. Whatever the coverage dictates me to throw it, I'm not going to let. Obviously, Jalen's a great player, in my opinion, the best in the league. But I'm not going to let that affect my decision making. I have the utmost confidence in my guys on the outside.
What's the next step for you? What's the next thing?
just keep getting better, improve my game overall. I played better and better throughout the season, and so I'm excited to carry that over in the next year.
How confident that you can go back into the Super Bowl?
Yeah, you'd like to say we're going to get back, every year, but that's not a reality. We're going to work really hard to get back to this moment and finish on top like we wanted to this year, and just came up just short.
Joe, it seems like you're getting the ball out so fast. Did you feel at all limited in needing to do that just because of how much pressure they're able to bring?
Every game you try to balance getting the ball out fast and holding it to create some more big plays. And so it's just kind of a balance throughout the game that you have to find to find completions, and then maybe hold it for that extra tick to create the big play.
Joe, it's frustrating. Start of the third quarter, you get the big touchdown, you get the pick down in Rams territory. You only come away with 3, though. Is that something you look at even during the game and say, that might be a play or a play here, a play there that might come back to haunt us a little bit?
Yeah, there's a lot of plays that could have gone either way, but that's one where you look where you could have really taken control of the game, and we just didn't execute the way we needed to. Good.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Well, that's Odell Beckham, folks. That is Odell Beckham Jr. So we're going to leave that one and go to another one. So, yeah. That was Odell Beckham Jr. He's done. So let's see. We'll leave that one and see if we can go to the Rams side of the equation. It took him a long time.
Man, Joe Burrow was sacked 70 times this year. Jesus.
That's sick. Yeah, that is
70 times. Now, granted, to be fair, this is also that he didn't play the final game of the regular season. Oh my God, 70 times this guy was sacked. The top 2 and the top 4 are David Carr from the Texans. Jeez. Listen, they need to find a line around this guy, or else his career is not going to last very long.
Well, they might try shortening their passing routes and installing some like no-step throws. That would help a lot.
That would help too, but
Recording in progress.
Oh, guess what? Cooper Kupp's not here yet. So let's leave that one. He's still celebrating. Out with people. Out with people, or is it up with people? There's only 2 Rams. That's it. There's Jesse Bates. There's everybody. Joe Burrow. Let's wait for Cooper Kupp. We got Sean McVay already. We missed that one. But let's see with Cooper Kupp here. Oh, by the way, folks, we can download these as well. I think what I'm going to do, however, okay. By the way, thank you all for participating. And there's a nice consolation. Well, it's not a consolation gift. It's a nice gift. Coming your way.
Recording in progress.
Coming your way. So we're waiting for him. And setting up the StreamYard so that we are in the room, per se. Share screen. Come on. Share screen, dang it. Come on, dang it. Oh, man. It is not shifting over. There it is. Da-da-da-da. Cooper Kupp, folks. Well, not exactly. But you get the idea. He'll be there. Hopefully not in an hour. Hey, Bill, how you doing? When is your flight coming out?
In the tomorrow morning.
What time you got to get up?
Oh, I wake up at about between 4:30 and 5 every morning anyway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, folks, I'm going to have this format more often, and we'll do it for entertainers, movie stars. It's been a great day for ZENNIE62 Media and Oakland News Now, traffic-wise, and I hope revenue-wise. I haven't looked at the numbers lately yet, but last time I did, they look good. So revenue sharing being the thing around here, these two gentlemen will enjoy that, as well as Mr. Richardson. I want to thank again Dave Compton. Dave Compton, who also added in as Las Vegas vlogger would call it a 20 bomb. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can and will do better. Thoughts, gentlemen, thoughts?
About the team or just about his statements?
Your choices. Your choice. I just said thoughts.
I mean, his statements are sort of exactly what teams that lose the championship always say. They say, the other team is a great organization. I mean, you can write these things and just drop in names. Team blank is a great organization. They played a great game. Team blank played a great game. They're a first-class organization. We're a first-class organization. We believe that we have a chance to get back and win a championship. I mean, it's the stuff everybody says. So I'll focus instead on the way the team is constructed. There's a lot of things to feel good about. This is a team that's known for being parsimonious, but when they did decide to go out into free agency and spend money, I guess the jury's sort of out on Eli Apple, but for the most part, Ogunjobi, Hendrickson.
You said they were cheap, man. You're trying to put a big word on people. You just said they were cheap.
Yeah, I did. But the point is that they careful with money is probably a nicer way to put it. They're very careful with money as an organization.
And the Bengals' criticism for all those years is that they wouldn't spend money, and then the year they finally spend money, they go to the Super Bowl.
So it tells you something, doesn't it? Right? But I mean,
yeah, it's like you got to spend money in order to win.
Right.
It's a business after all.
It takes
money. Lots of teams spend money and it doesn't work. They did a really good job because, like I said, the jury's kind of on an Eli Apple, but all their other free agent additions worked out and showed up and made their defense, especially because they really concentrated on defense, dramatically better. Now they need to turn their attention to their offensive line.
Hey, let me ask you about Eli Apple. Do you think that he made that holding call just knowing that, well, okay, I'm not going to give up a touchdown. I'll get us closer and, I'll take a chance. In other words, he's making a coaching decision without consulting the coach.
Well, I mean, you don't consult the coach. You're about to commit a penalty. That's not something you would do anyway. I was mostly a safety, but I played some corner. And they let you know, especially when you're, playing high school and college, which is a 15-yard. Once again, in that situation, it's half the distance anyway. But the smart move, frankly, is committing that penalty if you're about to give up a touchdown. There is absolutely no real downside to that penalty. You give up 1.5 yards or something. I mean, there's really no. It's actually a smart penalty.
So we shouldn't down him then.
I mean, you can down him because he did talk a big game, and he did turn out, to be something of a liability. I mean, if you're going to talk the way he was talking, you should at least be, the best corner on the team, and he's not. He's not even the best cornerback on the team.
But I will push back on that. I want a cornerback who talks. If it doesn't,
no, I'm not. I don't have a problem with the talking. I have a problem with the playing.
Well, hey, you just said he made a smart play.
Oh, he did.
Right. So I'm confused.
No. That one particular play was his play. If you take all of his plays that he made together or didn't make together and put them together, wasn't a great day at the office. But in his defense, Jalen Ramsey also didn't have the greatest day. But Jalen Ramsey was also on. I mean, those are two terrific. I mean, I think
Jalen got majorly torched. I mean, he got torch.
Well, right, and frankly, so did Eli Apple, but he was lucky that was
toast, but
more
it really
compressed
did
part
feel
of
like
the field
most
being
like
against the
Ramsey
Steelers
was getting
long.
one toast.
You say it again, Vinny?
I said, even though it was, Eli Apple that got toast in the final, play from the Bengals defensive side, it did feel like for most of the game, Jalen Ramsey was the one that was getting toast. I mean, if they were to give offensive, defensive MVPs, one thing's for sure, Jalen Ramsey definitely would not have gotten it.
Oh, Jalen was getting torched. That's what I'm saying. He made Eli Apple look all pro. So,
Well, I mean, like I said, both of them did not have great days at the office. The big difference was where you are on the field. You can only give up so many yards when the play starts at the 4. So you can't get beaten as badly simply because of the down and distance situation.
This is what I say to the Bengals. Like, whatever I said, going into the playoffs for them, whatever happens in the playoffs this season was a success. And they blew my expectations by winning against the Raiders, against the Titans, and coming back and winning against the Chiefs. This will be a season, even without a championship, that they will cherish.
Yep. And how would you rate LA from a distance as Super Bowl host?
LA, I think they did a great job. I think the stadium is, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful in the league by a big margin. I mean, come on, it doesn't even look like a stadium. It feels like, an amusement park because of how extravagant it is. And I think they had an amazing show, the way it was handled. I thought the Super Bowl halftime show was really good. I thought that, it was the second year in a row in which the stadium had the host team in the Super Bowl hosting the game technically.
Oh, so and, hey folks, the Cooper Cup appearance was ended by the host. So we just got.
I guess he was so much in the moment of winning the championship that he didn't have any words to say.
Yeah. Well, they've been also kind of weird because, for example, you can download these videos. So you download the videos, and one would think that the NFL would understand that if you're allowing a person like moi to download the videos, that I'm going to upload them to YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so why slap a copyright claim on it and then say it's going to be blocked? Why they did that, not with the videos I already uploaded, but with one I tried to. And I thought, wait a minute, why this change in policy? So now I got to go and harangue Jeff Pash for a little bit. Say, what are you guys doing? I mean, you have a list of people who are press. And what they need to have is a field where I can say, okay, my YouTube channel is X. And therefore, when they're going to their reports on YouTube about what other channels using their content, they can just check that against the list and say, oh, he's good, she's good, right? That's a simple thing. I mean, they've been at it for this long. You would think they have it together. So now I got to go back and take care of that. That's a headache.
Me.
This is what you get. I'm saying this publicly. When you have lawyers running your tech outfit rather than people who are engineers and programmers, or in my case, basically a full stack web guy, whatever. Anyway, parting thoughts, because it's 11:26.
I think, this will be because of.
Wait, David Compton's starting to fight. Look at this.
Yeah, no. People said, oh, was the game rigged for the Bengals? Was it rigged for the Rams? No, I would say, first off, I want to make a statement about officials. Like, I would never want to be an official because I feel like my life is at risk every single day when I go out there. And the fact of the matter is, it's one of the gutless jobs you could have in the industry. That's my thoughts on it. But as for the game itself, this will be one of the most memorable Super Bowls I can imagine. I mean, as the game itself, I would say watch them live. I think the best one I've seen outside, ones the Giants won, you could say, would probably be Super Bowl 52, in my opinion, because that was the most thrilling one I can imagine. But I would say, in terms of engagement with people, I would definitely say this has to be the top of the list. And I'm saying that because of the platform that we have at ZENNIE62 Media and us streaming the game for the last 6 hours. It truly is, it was amazing from start to finish. And I give big props to you, Zennie, to Bill, to Donald, to Beth, to David, and everyone else, the part of ZENNIE62 Media that has made this possible for all of us. And we couldn't have done this without all you guys that have, mentioned and clicked on our content and wanted to share it to others. So I want to give a thank you to everyone that has watched this stream from beginning to end. I greatly appreciate it. And as for the game itself, I think for the Rams, there's so many legacies on the lines that they were cemented. And I'm so happy they did. Cooper Kupp had one of the most incredible seasons I've ever seen for wide receiver. And Aaron Donald got it, and Matthew Stafford especially got that monkey off his back. And as for the Bengals, the fact that they won the division this year was incredible. The fact that they finally won their first playoff game was incredible. The fact they won their first ever playoff road victory was incredible. And the fact that they even made the Super Bowl after being down 18 points against the defending back-to-back AFC champions was incredible. And no matter what happens, this team has been changed to the better for a while. Now Cincinnati is going to be viewed as a winning team that wants to go far with Joe Burrow as their quarterback. One thing's for sure, if you want to make there again, you got to fix your offensive line, plain and simple. Yep. I mean, he got absolutely wrecked in this game. You're very, very fortunate that you were in it till the very, very end because you have someone like Joe Burrow as your quarterback. And it was tough for the Bengals. I'm a little heartbroken that they lost, but I'm even more happy that the Rams won because honestly, this was a great Super Bowl from beginning to end, and it's something I'll truly cherish for the rest of my life. And thank you to the Rams and the Bengals for having a show of a lifetime. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. Bill, do you want to add something or?
Yeah, well, okay. People love to say things like fix or whatever. Think about what it takes to fix just a game. Forget the Super Bowl, just a game. You have to orchestrate something where you have usually one or both teams, usually players on one or both teams are involved, right? You have supposedly officials involved. You have all these moving parts, but nobody can leak. Nobody can tell anybody, right? Nobody can tell their, groundskeeper. Nobody can tell their massage therapist, their personal trainer. No one can tell their wife or spouse or girlfriend or children or whatever, because this is the kind of thing, especially in the social media age, right? To orchestrate fixing the Super Bowl and have no one find out. Once again, I'm not going to say it's impossible. I'm going to say highly unlikely. And the other thing I would say is if you know anything about America's gambling establishments, America's gambling environment and ecosystem, and all of the hundreds of billions of dollars that are tied up in gambling, if you don't think that somebody, big and high up in one of these organizations that deals with, online betting wouldn't somehow hear about somebody's plan to fix the Super Bowl. Once again, I won't say it's impossible that they wouldn't know or find out. I'll just say it's highly unlikely. It's highly unlikely. It was even in the 1920s and 30s, it was difficult, right, to fix, a championship. But now we live in an age where, there's so much information disseminated so freely, so quickly. I mean, think of how hard it would be to keep that kind of conspiracy under wraps. I don't see it.
Mm-hmm. It's like the old saying, it's like the moon landing conspiracy. At some point in time, the conspiracy just to keep it quiet would be far more difficult than actually just playing the game and just seeing what happens.
I don't know about a perfect fix, but I do believe from evidence that certain teams, including the Rams and the Bengals especially, have been pushed along. And I cannot get out of my head that touchdown against the Raiders that should have not been counted. They could have very easily not counted that, yet they let it stay.
Yep. That's a little different as opposed to like completely fixing the game in every single integral part, whatever.
But here's my question. But that's my point is that's exactly the response. If I were fixing the game, I would want to hear from someone because it helps me explain away the number of situations that I set up that give certain teams a favorable, or excuse me, allows a certain team to take advantage of a favorable outcome. It doesn't mean that the Bengals necessarily would have beaten the Raiders, but they did spot them 7 points. And there's nothing you can say that erases that. They spotted them. Okay? And then in the Rams, if I may, the Rams got a number of favorable calls in all of their games. And you would say, okay, Zennie, what's the raison d'etre for this? Why do this? In the case of the Rams, I will tell you, Stan Kroenke is losing money. He's carried the league in its lawsuit against the Raiders, and he announced earlier last year, hey, I can't do this anymore. They have the ability during a recession to steer revenue in such a way that they can say, all right, even if the Rams don't turn out to be NFC champions, we can make it so that their media value is greater in terms of streaming, in terms of sponsorships, because the NFL has that kind of control. They can suggest to a referee, hey, maybe you don't call penalties. They do that. Mm-hmm. But it's couched in, oh, by the way, we're just going to let them play. Well, okay, when are you going to decide to turn that off? In other words, when are you going to decide to call a penalty, and on who and when and why? You know, if you're going to let them play, it should logically open the question of what the cutoff is. All right. The problem with society today is we have so many people, I don't understand why, who are afraid to question that they don't. And they let things go by. And it's to me, to have a media that does that is more criminal than the act itself.
I agree with you that, in general, like the only thing that's worse than the bad people that do bad things are the good people that do nothing.
Right. And look, everybody knows media is in trouble, particularly print. Entertainment Weekly's got to shut down its print, all right? You've got Mark Davis, owner of the Raiders, who's bankrolled a number of personalities like Vinny Bonsignore and Victor Fore, when I believe the Athletic couldn't pay them. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm glad that they've got the money to do what they enjoy doing and are good at doing. I like them both, okay? But the bottom line is that when you are in a situation where you are feeding media, okay, that crowds out a person like myself who would be critical, say, of the stadium deal. And when I say critical, I was technically critical of it, and Mark didn't like it. But my point is, it's not my job to rubber stamp, as I told anybody who even wouldn't listen, if what I did was I technically pointed out that, and I was right, that the hotel tax was too small. Now think about it. If I'm telling you how to fix your problem, if you take the advice, who at the end of the day benefits from that? You do, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I would say so.
Yeah. So my point is, but they don't think that way. It's a matter of, well, I didn't select you to be the mouthpiece. Well, I'm sorry, that's too bad. Now take this example and then multiply it to other examples outside of me. My point is, I can't be the only person or the only situation for which power and control are an issue. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying this to be personal to anybody. I like Mark as a person, but I understand the situation, although I don't agree with how they handle it. Okay? I understand the situation, but I don't agree with the way the league handles it.
Zennie, hey Dad, do you want to say your thoughts on the Super Bowl? No, Dad. I gave my piece. I want you to say it as well. What did you like about it? Anything else? My dad said it was a very competitive game from start to finish, but he was kind of annoyed that the refs finally started getting involved at the end.
Yeah, well, ask your dad. Don't you think that's suspicious?
Dad, do you think it's suspicious? Yeah. He said yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know, it's all of a sudden you're going to get involved, and how? Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that's the case, how come a penalty wasn't called against Aaron Donald when he pushed Joe Burrow out of bounds? And he did push him.
I think the refs were.
It was 100% legal. He was in bounds when he pushed him.
No, but Joe Burrow was headed out. I can make an argument the other way.
When he pushed him when he was out of bounds, that was a defensive play. But not only that,
but when he pushed him, he was still in bounds. He was still about a foot and a half in bounds when he pushed him.
Does it matter? Because, you know, how many times have we seen a penalty called in that situation? We have. You can't say we have.
Right, but I'm saying that's an erroneous penalty if they called it because it's completely legal play.
I disagree.
It's a completely legal play.
I disagree. The man was headed out.
Disagree, but the rules tell you it's a legal play.
And the situations also tell me that on infinitum number of examples where that's been the case, where a defender would push a person who's already headed out of bounds, that was considered roughing or unnecessary roughness, and a penalty was called. You know it, Bill.
That doesn't make it right. This is what I'm pointing out.
Well, my point is, in the context of a discussion of when the refs get involved, I am right to ask that question in a context. Okay, I mean,
I said you can ask the question, but it's not an illegal play. That's all I'm pointing out.
And I completely disagree. I think it could have been.
You can certainly disagree.
No, but wait a minute. This is where I believe
you're allowed to make physical contact with players in the field of play.
It could be judged the opposite, and you know they could judge it that way.
It could be, but players change direction sometimes, right? We've seen that too. We have.
No, we haven't. We have seen.
I have. We have. We've seen guys fake slide. We've seen guys.
That's not what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying is trying to avoid it. What I'm saying, pure and simple, is that a referee can choose to look at that same situation and call a penalty and say it was roughing out of bounds. It doesn't matter. Okay, we can sit here.
But he wasn't out of bounds. He was in bounds when he made contact.
And my point is that a referee could easily look at that same situation differently and make that call. And the question is, why didn't that happen?
Well, here's what I would say.
And that's what
that rule is not written as a judgment call, right? It's not written as a judgment call. Are you in bounds or out of bounds? It's not supposed to be a judgment call. If the player's in bounds, you're allowed to tackle them.
No, we're not computers. It doesn't matter how it's written. It's how a person handles it. You know that as well as I do.
But there are some rules that are written in such a way that they
just because you say that doesn't mean
discretion and judgment. That's not one of them. That rule is in bounds, out of bounds. That's the call.
It doesn't matter.
Well, it should.
It doesn't matter. You're setting a binary situation.
It's supposed to matter.
Should your judgment, should your ideology. That's your ideology. It doesn't work that way in real life.
But
so I have the right to say, "Hey, look."
If the rule is written as a non-judgment call, then that's what it should be.
Should's got nothing to do with it. Should's got nothing to do with it. That's your ideology, man.
It's got everything to do with it.
As well as
some rules are written so that discretion is part of the way it's written. That's not one of the rules where it's written that way. It doesn't say if you feel like the player is headed out of bounds. No, it doesn't say that. The rule says if the player is in the field of play.
You're speaking in a way that is normative, okay? It doesn't apply. The simple fact of the matter by case is that a referee does make a judgment call, whether you like it or not.
What I'm saying, you're now creating more gray area in a black and white situation. And people complain about the gray areas. Now this is one that is already been eliminated, and you're creating it.
Gray area.
Hey guys, you want my dad to say his thoughts on the officiating?
Yes, absolutely.
No, in high school football, that would be a penalty. Defensive play going out of bounds.
Thank you.
When he hit him, that would be a penalty.
That's what I'm trying to see, Bill.
That's what it was.
Right, but that's not the way the rule's written. The rule is written that if you make contact in bounds, it's a legal play. That's how it's written in the rules.
You're right.
Bill, We're not machines.
You're right,
yet.
but it's just unfortunate that the refs got involved in the end.
Right. And it happens all the time. Let's say
Right, but that's an example of them not getting involved and correctly not getting involved because the rule's written not as a judgment call. It's are you in bounds or out of bounds?
The NFL doesn't have a court of law like that. It should, but it doesn't. And again, the main question on the floor is, does this open, and by your reaction, it does prove it, Bill, does this open the question of, hey, look, can this thing be manipulated a certain way? And the sad answer is, yeah, it can be. Okay, and
that's also the issue when it comes to like a lot of these rules too. Is like it's oftentimes so vague that it oftentimes just be up to the subjective mind and just what that person is thinking.
The point I'm making is that if we want the refereeing to be less a part of the game, then we shouldn't introduce more gray area. If a rule is written as black and white, leave it that way, and now the ref is less a part. Now you're now opening the door for the refs to have more discretion.
That's impossible. Jay Boogie says it right here. He said the NFL needed the Rams to win the Super Bowl. They think it will strengthen their following and solidify football in Los Angeles. And I believe that for the entire season. Okay? There's billions of dollars that have been lost in this pandemic. Jerry Jones said it to me when I was at the Raiders sponsor party in 2019 in Las Vegas for CES, that even though the ratings are declining, the simple fact of the matter is that the NFL share the ratings, as evidenced by today, isn't consistently increasing. The NFL controls the media. Okay? I mean, it's proven that Super Bowl Sunday is a holiday. It commands, what was the line from the movie Concussion? It basically commands a whole day of the week.
Definitely. Like the entire week is like Super Bowl week. It's all nonstop. Yeah. Oh, is the team in the AFC, the NFC. Like it's so much of it. And you shouldn't be shocked why adjacent organizations that may not be owned by the league are often seen as a part of it, because it's viewed that the NFL controls, has a narrative, and because they're the ones in power. You shouldn't be shocked that people feel that way, because honestly, to tell you the truth, it's the honest truth of the matter.
I mean, they have a lot of levers to pull like this. That's why I was actually both surprised and disappointed over their response to Brian Flores' lawsuit. But they essentially kind of went boy on him, as opposed to how they treated other, like Carl Nassif or anything else. And but of course, Carl Nassif wasn't, tossing out a lawsuit. But my point is that, or threatening. But think about what he was doing. Brian was threatening the monetary flow of a key NFL owner. Well, excuse me, let me take the key out of my statement.
Well, like Stephen Ross and John Mara and the Bat Bowling Trucks, like all of them, and just the league itself.
Yeah, when you own a team, that's like you're owning something that outperforms on an annual basis the S&P 500, and it's been like that for decades.
I mean, the Dallas Cowboys are called America's team, in my opinion, not because they're the most successful team. It's because they are by far the most profitable team in the entire world. They're not just America's team. By Forbes net worth, they are the world's team, honestly. Yep. I mean, the Yankees may not have won a World Series championship in a decade, but they're still the baseball team, because you see their merchandise everywhere.
And on a net worth perspective, I'm going to go another argument. Net worth is only the tip of the iceberg. If you did what's called an in-plan study of a typical NFL team, I think, and particularly in the Cowboys case, you would make an argument that they influence maybe $250 billion in flows. And no one's done an in-plan model for the entire season for a team. Does anyone know what an in-plan model is, by the way? Bill, do you know what one?
Go into detail about it?
Do you know what an in-plan model is?
Yeah. Do you know what the in-plan model is?
No. Yeah. Do you know what it is?
Not really. I know it's like going throughout the entire organization. What is it? Just curious.
No. Bill, do you know what an in-plan model is? No. I didn't hear you, Bill.
No.
Okay. An in-plan model it's an input-output model. In other words, if I put in an X amount of dollars, let's say the NFL takes in dollars, where do they spend it? And then where do the people they give that dollar to spend it? And where do they spend it? So it's a dollar flow model that's generally done in economic development analysis when you're evaluating plant closures or plant openings or movements. But you can do the same thing for a league, and it hasn't been done. It should be. It will cost a lot of money, but it should be done because then you get a real picture of the NFL's power. All right, it is tremendous.
How much money do you think the Dallas Cowboys are actually worth? I mean, it says $6 billion in Forbes, but how much?
I talked with Jerry about this a couple of years ago. $10 billion.
10 billion at least.
10 billion. Yeah, 10 billion. Yep, $10 billion. And see, something else you have to consider about the Cowboys is that they are, I believe, majority owner in Convention Sports and Leisure. The Cowboys basically are in a position where they have, and they've done this, and they've routinely done this for years. If they're building a stadium, they write their own study, and they basically control the mouthpiece about that attaches to that stadium. They did the same thing for the Raiders, and they did the same thing for SoFi. And not only that, they're helping the Oakland A's. I know because if you watch my interview with Dave Cavall, I asked him specifically who was doing that, and he answered. Okay. He told me, Convention Sports and Leisure, he told me then it's the same cast of characters that was involved with the NFL in the case of getting the Vegas Stadium built. It's Greg Carey at Goldman Sachs is working on the A's in Las Vegas, okay? These are heavy hitter people that are part of that implant model, that sports facilities, infrastructure building model that's out there that has a great deal to do with the physical representation or the studio, if you will, the TV studio that the NFL uses to, broadcast its games, if you want to look at it that way.
I mean, it shouldn't be a shock that, when it was Stan Kroenke leaving St. Louis to go to Los Angeles, having the whole area in Inglewood, it was not just for the Rams and later the Chargers. It was also for the NFL itself, as that's where also the NFL Network Studios is. I mean, they moved.
You know how this came about?
How?
Really? Okay, I'll tell you how. In 2012, Steve Ballmer came along, and let me explain the preamble, okay, before I go there. Without an NFL team, this is how powerful LA has been. In 2011, there were preliminary plans to build the downtown stadium in Los Angeles. Tim Lewicki, who's since left AEG, and now is only a consultant, he's a sports consultant, headed the effort to sell the naming rights for that facility that was unbuilt. Unbuilt. Do you know what they sold the naming rights for?
How much?
You remember this, Bill? Do you know?
What?
What? Oh, come on, Bill. Don't act like you're going to check out on us.
No, I just didn't hear the question.
Do you remember when the LA had naming rights to sell, not even for the Rams, in 2011? Do you remember what they were sold for?
What the Rams? It was still several hundred $100 million, but nothing close to what they're worth now.
It was. No, there was no team. There was no stadium. It was just the rights.
Oh, just the name.
$700 million to farmers insurance.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, $700 million to be in LA. LA had no team, no money. They hadn't even. They didn't. This is how powerful this is. Okay, Tim Lewicki. They didn't even have a permit to build crap. They had nothing. Okay, they had nothing. And the question was asked. Well, why are you Farmers Insurance doing this? Well, we know it's LA, and they gained a great deal of money just off the mention. Okay? So it's in that context that what happened next shocked the NFL.
Jeez.
Steve Ballmer came forward and bought the Clippers for $2 billion, which was way north of what anybody thought the Clippers should have been bought for. Where are the Clippers located? LA. The first thought among Jerry Jones and the other owners was, hey, wait a minute. What are we doing without a team there? Stan Kroenke had foreseen this. He had already started buying land down there. The NFL had tried to make it go over before with Michael Ovitz, but the late Bob McNair now outbid him by spending $750 million that he got from the sale of cogeneration plants, which he sold.
Was Toronto also one of the three finalists?
No,
I know it was Houston and LA, but anyone else
Toronto,
back?
Toronto was never a serious consideration at all. Michael Ovitz, the best he could come up with was $550 million for LA. So basically, LA got outbid by Houston. But here's the thing, okay? Everybody knows that Houston is not the media market that LA is.
Definitely not. I mean, Houston may be a large city. It's fourth in total population.
Right. So Bob McNair, in a sense, prolonged the league's problem not being in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
But when Ballmer came forward and bought the Clippers, that's when everybody went to work. And that is what started the effort to engineer. There's going to be a team in LA, to engineer a team in LA.
Mm-hmm.
At least two. And they wanted two because the league's strategy, as evidenced by what they did with the Giants and the Jets, was to have a two. They want to do that with the Raiders too, but Mark Davis says, I don't want that stadium. I don't want to be in there. Amy will tell you that, Amy Trask, okay? My point is that it was engineered.
Mm-hmm.
And now they've been trying to figure out a way to pay for it. They didn't want to use public money. I said to Kevin Dimoff at the Atlanta Spring League meeting, I said, hey, you should use tax increment financing because I understand you're having a revenue problem or a money problem down there in terms of the cost of the stadium. He didn't even know what TIF it was. They insisted on doing it like it's a gigantic house mortgage. I personally think it was a mistake.
Well, that sounds like a mistake.
Yeah. So this is helping Stan Kroenke pay his mortgage. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is about on a very large scale.
Zennie, I have a question. Do you think the Chargers are going to be in LA long term, or do you think they could actually leave Los Angeles in the next decade or something?
I think the question isn't so much will they leave. The question is what situation will they go to that they can afford to do? In other words, ideally, their best move is to go back to San Diego.
Right.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was just saying, everyone knows the answer is San Diego.
But the whole point is that San Diego will not happen unless they can do a deal that pencils out. And the only way they can pencil out, especially now, is with public money. The trouble is that the hardest place to get public money is in California. The A's are doing it, but look, they may be scuttling that. And it's not the A's fault, it's the city of Oakland's fault for not knowing what it's doing. California has a gigantic infrastructure completion problem. We have lost the ability collectively as a state to understand how to complete big projects. We're drunk off the idea that we can get by with tech wealth. And, that only lasts so long. Mm-hmm. People are leaving. Bridges are collapsing. You have a gigantic affordable housing problem because we don't have a lot of it. We had it. And then Jerry Brown became governor and took it away. So California has an implementation problem. And here you are. It proves that you have to have a guy like Stan Kroenke who has these flows coming from different sports teams to build that facility. Once you build it, you got to pay for it.
Also, another question.
He was looking at.
Could you see the NFL potentially, with all of its, not the NFL, as speaking of California, I want to ask your personal opinion on this. Do you personally believe that at the end of the day, the Athletics will actually move to Las Vegas, in your personal opinion?
I believe it will happen. Now, whether or not, here's the rub, okay? The city has spent a lot of time scuttling this deal because it is wholly incompetent. And I'm not saying that to be jocular. I'm not saying that to be cute. I'm saying that as a person who understands how to do tax increment financing, who knows how lawyers should do it, who's done it tons of times, who does the calculations for articles now, and who actually behind the scenes helped the Clark County finance director, Jessica Coleman, was very nice and told them, I'm the one who told them, hey, look, here's what you need to watch out for, and here's why your bond issue could go into default. And even though they were saying I was wrong, I said, no, here's statistically why it's correct.
Hindsight, you were accurate. You were accurate even back then, but they didn't want to listen to you. But
you see, the reason why, it's not a matter of not wanting to listen to me. And here's where people get it wrong. I have a media company. Think about what I'm doing. I'm monetizing the fact that people are saying that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
As long as you talk, I don't care if you talk negatively about me, you're talking about me. Fine.
Mm-hmm. All publicity is good publicity. You know that old saying?
It's money. Because that's why it's important to own platforms.
Money makes the world go round. Is that right?
Okay, people visit your platform. Like the money I'm able to pay comes from that. The money comes from ad revenue. All that comes from that. All right. I don't care that. I don't give a big rat's butt about how somebody feels about me. There are a lot of stupid people in this world. I believe in getting rich off their stupidity. So if they think, hey, he doesn't know what he's talking about or whatever, don't listen. Now you do listen, because when a person says they don't listen, it means that they hear it, they just don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I did this a long time ago as a tool against society, and it's in what I call anti-intellectual racism. I knew where it would go, and I knew that the training that I had in grad school could apply to it. That's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did. So it came along at the right time. So my point is that by my example, or the Rams or Stan Kroenke, the operative term here, the watchword, is the power of media, and who controls media quite literally does control their destiny and the world. All right. And that's what you're looking at with the league with respect to sports and with respect to outcomes and with respect to the monetization, the engineering of the monetization of the Los Angeles Rams. That's really what this is about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it, to Bill's point, I'm not saying that it worked perfect. It was going to work perfectly, but look, it did work. Okay. It did work.
Another question I have for the Rams as well is, like, do you personally believe that Do you personally believe that when it comes to the Rams, what does St. Louis think about all this? I know that they had the whole settlement, but what do you think? What's their perspective on all this on St. Louis when they left to Los Angeles? I mean, since then,
I think their perspective is they got a settlement, and it proves that they were correct. But at the end of the day, what are you going to do with that settlement? Are you going to get a team back to St. Louis? I think you should. But the question is, what you need to do, what any city like Oakland needs to lay out, and Oakland doesn't do this, is a strategy for how the city is going to boost them. Oakland has lost billions of dollars by not being mentioned in the media.
Right.
You know what I mean? It is sad, okay? And yet, I told Libby this, but I'm tired of that stuff. It's like, So this stuff is more complicated than we want to appreciate. And for good reason. It shouldn't be. Because it smacks of images of Bond villains running around engineering shit on the internet, right?
That's basically the mentality. Stroking a smoke blue Persian cat.
what are you like? What are you, Dr. No or something like that? Or your Blofeld said, very nice, very nice. Like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers.
I'll tell you, my favorite Bond villain is my favorite Bond villain is Goldfinger is my favorite Bond villain all time.
That's a
classic. Love Goldfinger. Is your dad there? I'm sure he has.
With my generation, with St. Louis, it's like even though they got the settlement, it's for a lot of people in St. Louis that were not lawyers, they viewed it as actually losing because they don't trust the city of St. Louis is going to engineer and find a way to get an expansion team, because they believe that instead of building on expansion of highways, roads, education, they trust their government so little that they expect it to just throw it away like it didn't even mean anything.
Yep.
And I feel very sad for people of St. Louis, the fact that they have a city that they just have very little trust in actually, building for the future. And, it's always it's always it's the misfortune of those non-coastal cities, like a St. Louis, like a Kansas City. There's always those small market teams that I always kind of pull for. And, it's like that's the old world. The new world is Los Angeles and like a new team that we expand to, but it's like, oh, St. Louis. Well, yesterday's news. It doesn't help that, people just haven't really liked the way. I mean, St. Louis did more than others, but unless an expansion team at the end of the day, it feels just as much as like losing a team again.
Yep, definitely. Hey, let's do this. I've got to go and take care of family and matters. And it's 12:02. So I'm going to shuffle off the Buffalo, if that's okay. You guys call.
Thanks so much, everyone that tuned in and watched us. Also, Zennie, Bill, Donald, everyone else that was on here, Vasu and Beth and David, everyone at part of ZENNIE62. Thank you so much for making this Super Bowl one to remember, because we spent it with all of you guys.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Bill and Vinny and Vasu and Beth. And hey, let's not forget Dave. Dave Compton
as well. Everyone.
Thank you very much. And thanks, Jay Boogie, for your comments here. And thank you even to those who haven't seen, never saw before. We stopped by and lent their comments along. And thank you, Donald Richardson. And Donald's looking healthier and glad he's coming along. Shout out Joseph Amanduras, who couldn't join us but wanted to. He's with family. And thank you, Beth, very, very much. Got a call as well. And wow, I think I got everybody, didn't I?
Eric, you forgot.
Eric. Yeah, but Eric didn't. Yeah, Eric. Hey, did Eric come in? We didn't see Eric. Where you at? Where at?
Eric was busy. He was with family, I think.
Okay. Awesome. So anyway, onward and upward. Hey, stick around in the background, folks. But that
hey, guys.
Yeah, stick around in the background. Thank you.